shot, can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Welcome back in, everyone. Another day here in CCT. It's South America time, and it's the quarterfinals with me, B-Dog. We've got Zola and CMD beside me. Boys, you were here yesterday. You watched some round of 16 games. What was your key takeaways from the games you watched yesterday?
Look, I think it's kind of the unexpected. I think it's the best thing we can say. You take that game, obviously the Bounty Hunters game against Fluxo, which is probably one of the most ridiculous games of CS we've been able to watch in a while. Loads of upsets, loads of mismanaged plays. But look, I think we are going to see that type of CS. We're going to see that style where teams like Bounty Hunters, probably one of the lowest ranked teams on HLTV across the whole of the playoff bracket, playing against Fluxo, one of the favourites. And Fluxo lost 2-0. So I think that's kind of the trend, maybe. You could see a lot of these invited teams already out. So just goes to show that there are plenty of upset potential.
Charlie, you look at this and you sort of see it. Fred's already mentioned some of the upsets then. Who's favourite now, looking at this bracket, to go all the way?
I think favourite looking at this, it has to be Imperial. I mean, Red Cannons is definitely a team that you could be in with a shout, but a lot of the teams on the right side are. You look at Legacy as well. I mean, obviously, you've got like that core of that Godsend team all the way back in the day now, or at least a good few years ago. I think there's a lot of teams that you can look at as favourites, similar to Sharks and Bestia. There's a lot of teams that, I mean, I came into this and thinking, honestly, any of these guys could win.
Nice,
I think that's the same thing here, but if I was going to have a slight favourite, I think it has to be Imperial.
Okay, good. I'm glad that you actually gave me an answer at the end rather than just reading out the teams in the bracket. Let's focus on our first matchup today then. We've got Patins de Ferrari taking on Solid. It's going to be an interesting one. I rate the logo so much from Patins de Ferrari. I mean, incredible, really, if you think about it. They made it through over the Furia women's team. Solid also won their round of 16 game. Solid, in my opinion, should be the favourite. So before we go look at those, let's take a look at the Patins de Ferrari roster. And we'll have a little glance. Cuts Moretz, unfortunately, has been playing very mid recently, and I expect more from him. Misfit, however, who actually came from Solid, Zola, he's been doing pretty well recently for this team, hasn't he?
Yeah, Misfit has been providing a lot of talent. You say Cuts Moretz is playing very mid. I feel like he'd take that as a compliment. Right now, the performance has not been looking good enough. Obviously, I think this is going to be a really, really big game for Patins de Ferrari because we've mentioned the strengths of the other side of the bracket. If they can get themselves through here against Solid, okay, yeah, Sharks and Bestia, they're both top teams, but they're also beatable just based on kind of some individuals' recent form. I'd say right now, though, I think Patins de Ferrari, they're in a really difficult spot because, as you mentioned, yes, Misfit is performing, but no one else is really that second player. You look at the individuals, you look at Lub, Perez, Premium, they're not really close to Misfit at all regarding rating, and I feel like we've got to see a little bit more if we want to see this Patins de Ferrari roster proceed, because realistically, it's looking a bit like a one-man show currently.
I'm glad you touched on Lub because he's not playing today. Instead, he got wrecked. That has come in as well to stand in. So that'll be an interesting dynamic about how that's really going to work. You're just integrating the player immediately in a match you already feel unfavored in. We'll take a look at that Solid roster. And now my question will obviously turn over to CMD. I look at this team. I think, is this a true or fair statement? They should be doing a lot more than they're currently achieving.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that is fair. I think it has to be. The team in general, I mean, I've been saying it for a while. This is a team that we're looking at and thinking that they should be starting to progress with one of those teams, maybe up there with some of the teams that we're considering favourites for this event. But it feels like they always seemingly just fall at the last hurdle. They can never actually manage to maybe have that killer instinct moment that can make them go up to the next stage. But I mean, on paper, this team should be coming into this game feeling very confident for a number of reasons, really. I mean, look, they've already played against Patins de Ferrari in this tournament. Yep. Honestly, adding a different fifth might give them some more of a chance to take down Solid here. I mean, the last game was super dominant. It was a 39-13-1. It looked like cruise control all the way through for Solid. They didn't really need to test themselves, frankly. And yeah, I do think this team has to achieve more. I think the addition of Knifeman's added a lot of solidity to this side, and I'm just hoping that over the next few months and weeks, we are going to finally see this team achieve what I think a lot of people on paper are hoping that they can do.
Yeah, look, let's dive into the maps before we pull up a head-to-head, because as you mentioned, these two teams played 12 days ago in this very tournament. They played on Ancient, they played on Dust 2, and I've already spoiled the Vita for myself, and none of those maps are featuring here in the veto. In fact, Patins de Ferrari instantly banned Dust 2. They're like, hell no, we know how good Solid are on this. We'll let the veto roll through. I'm not going to ask you guys to predict what's going to happen in terms of what maps we're going to, because you're about to see that it's Mirage for Patins de Ferrari, and it's Train, picked by Solid. Train, the decider in this last game. Obviously not needed between the two sides. But, Zola, with Train coming in, do you think it's going to be a case of Solid are going to be well prepped on this, or is this maybe an Achilles heel where you've picked this feeling really confident against Patins de Ferrari, but because Train's a bit random at the moment, we're still trying to figure things out, could this come back to bite them?
Look, I think for Solid, it's clear that they're going to feel confident on it. You don't pick a map like Train, especially with its kind of reintroduction to the pool, without feeling, really, really well drilled on it. But I think you touched upon it. The Dust 2 not being there, the Ancient not being there, it seems like Solid are kind of steering away from it for unknown reason. They bested this team very recently on those maps. I don't really know why Solid are switching it up. You said, okay, Train would have been that decider, but I feel like Solid are maybe making a bit of a mistake. You said Achilles heel. I think it definitely could be, because okay, yeah, we're still expecting a hard-fought battle here from Solid and Mirage. It's not as though it's a map that they can't provide a lot of talent on. It's, one of their most played. They've got a decent win rate on it. But I still feel like Patins de Ferrari, if they take map 1, because Train is such an unknown, because Train is literally a map that we haven't seen from Patins de Ferrari in the last couple months, it still could be a map in which they have been prepping. There's no anti-stratting. There's no kind of counterbalance that Solid can offer here. I think it's such an unnecessary risk from Solid. And hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them. But I feel like a risk like that is so unnecessary in a quarterfinal. I think if it was maybe an early Swiss stage game where it's not do or die and you've got backups in place and it's not the end of the world, fair enough. You can try out your map pool there. I wouldn't even agree with it anyway. But still, this is do or die. I see no value in them picking.
I hate it. I think Train is such a massive risk to take in a game like this. If we looked at the vetoes and you told me that, just the team just swapped over, I'd believe that far more than I actually believe this Train selection for Solid. They have played it once on HLTV. They played it in Challenger League. Best of 1, they let Train become that BO1. They want to play this map. They're clearly trying to trial out in officials. And it kind of feels like to me, they're looking at this game and thinking, yeah, we'll beat Patins Ferrari. How about we get a Train official under our belts? This feels so dumb. I can't honestly find a good reason. For all we know, they honestly could go on to absolutely stomp them on this map. But just the stage in this event that it is, the fact that they do want to progress far. They do want to get over to that final hurdle that we mentioned earlier. But I do just think Train is one of those maps, like you mentioned, Brandon. It is still a bit random right now. There is still a method to discover on this map. And for all you know, Patins de Ferrari could just get a bit of a lucky break and somehow steal that map away. I do think this is a majorly dangerous idea from Solid. Hopefully it's not going to come back to haunt them, but we'll have to wait and see, because this could be punishing.
Interesting. Yeah, look, I can kind of see that to a certain extent, but I'm going to go the other way because you guys have leaned so negatively on trait hate maxing in picking this. Look, realistically, I don't think Patins de Ferrari are going to take Mirage. I think that Solid should be able to. And then you go on to Train, and you picked it for a reason. You lost to Yawara on this map, which if regular, I guess, fandom of CCT South America have really been watching, then Yawara aren't amazing. But they also lost on Dust too, so that makes me think maybe Yawara are leveling up a little bit. I do think that Solid have got what it takes to take this. If it won't be in 2 maps, then it will be in 3. I think Anubis is a very nice, sort of comfortable pick for Solid. And at the end of the day, they won very comfortably in this Swiss stage against Patins de Ferrari. So with all that in mind, if we're doing predictions, I'll go Solid. Do you know what? I think they're going to take Train. I think it is going to be a 2-0. Are you guys with me, or are you against me? We'll start. Charlie, you were very angry about Train. What were you saying?
I mean, this might sound a bit hypocritical, but
Now you're going to go back and say Solid are going to win. Yeah, cool.
I mean, I always thought they were going to win, and I still think they're going to win it 2-0. I do think you're just making a big risk for yourself in picking Train, and it kind of feels like a risk that Patins needed to make rather than Solid. I still think it's going to be a 2-0, though, and I'm hoping we actually get to see some good Train CS, because I'm still yet to actually see some successful CS on the map.
Look, I'll give my 2 cents.
Yeah, go on.
I feel like a lot of this region play with confidence, and I feel like confidence is a massive outcome and a massive factor for team success. I think Patins to Ferrari take Mirage. Solid don't feel fully comfortable on Train. I think Patins to Ferrari are going to 2-0. That's the only way my prediction can be different and can come through, because I think if it does go to Anubis, I think Solid will find it. But I actually think there is a possibility and an actual argument that we could see a Patins 2-0. So I'm going to say that, and we can all laugh at me at the end, but you know, I'm happy to risk it all, right?
You know what? Respect. You know, because it's easy to go to the safe option and pick what the host is suggesting, but you know, you've deviated away.
Pick the correct answer.
Yeah, and you've gone and you've put your neck on the line for Patins to Ferrari, and you know what? Respect, because I've got a very cool logo, and I do think that if someone else steps up on this team that isn't just Misfit, then who knows? Potentially we could have a very big upset. We've already seen upsets here in the bracket. I've been told the game is delayed just a little bit, so what we are going to do is throw it to a quick break. When we come back, we will kick off this match. It will be Mirage, hopefully, in just 30 seconds or so.
Into the action we go now, Charlie. Mirage underway. Solid with the CT start, the preferred side here on Mirage. I think plenty of teams much prefer the CT side, but I like the speed in which that is the Ferrari are going for here towards B. The util sent from Misfit. Gonna be late into the bomb side, but Rek jumping through. Needs to deal with a player towards jail. Will find DRG. Nathan at short, tapping away. Nice finds here, but obviously Perez taking down GBB delays the rotation. Market gonna be a bit of a problematic area. Nathan, though, easily identifying, finding Rex here. Still 2 on the center of the bomb site. And obviously the likes of Miss It in apartments. Cuts Moretz just trying to take attention away. All brought down into the 1 versus 3 for Tomate. Not going to be easy, but an offering has been given in Market. Bomb halfway ticked. Don't believe there's a defuse kit, so he wants a chance of the round. Needs to speed things up here. We'll just go down.
Yeah, Misfit finding that final kill there. I mean, it was a great execute initially. Sure, Nathan comes in, finds a couple of kills from short, but you see the speed that they do go for initially. The clear onto DRG is massive. A lot of people overlook Jail, and that's where you can start to find some impact. But it's the initial side players finding nothing before going down that made that one always difficult. You mentioned the lack of diffuse kit there. Sure, Nathan finds a double, but as soon as he falls, it feels like that round's become 10 times harder. You lose the other short player. 1 player towards Market. There's nothing they can do there. 3 to find. Even if Patins lose a couple of players, they can easily delay for the bomb. A really successful first round there, and it was just a simple B hit.
Yeah, I like the decision making. I think sometimes teams can overcomplicate their T-side pistols, trying to slow things down and just allowing USPs to find those easy kills. I like the investment here, in fact, from Patins to Ferrari. Just the 1 Mac-10 on premium. The rest with rifles. It just means against the full buy here for Solid, it's not as though they're going to be operating with too many SMGs, too many weaker weapons. I think time and time again, you talk about it being a bit of a bonus round, but then if they lose it, the finances are so ruined. Cuts Moretz. He's going to have so many players to find, but they're swinging individually. He's been able to isolate these fights. There's 5 CTs on the bomb site. Yet Cuts Moretz. He's able to get 3 kills before going down. Obviously, the AK save will be the game plan here for Solid, but I feel like it's kind of poor play from both teams. I think for Cuts Moretz, he's completely alone with an AK that he's now given to Solid, but similarly, with 5 players on the bomb site, how is he able to find 3 there?
I mean, he does a really good job to isolate them himself, delays his shots, and does a good job just to keep himself alive for that long. The only issue is for Patins in a round like this is, sure, you want someone to probe the bomb site to get information if it's a stack towards A, for example, or even a stack towards B. But when it's the AK doing that, you've just given away your most expensive and your most valuable weapon. Sure, they might be able to retrieve it here, but maybe not the case. Still alive with this AK. Finally will go down, is able to be upgraded, but a couple of kills found just on the eco there for Solid. It's going to weaken the economy slightly of Patins, but it's not going to be too major an issue for them. First weapon round out now. This is where we can really start to see what Solid's CT side is going to have in store for us.
Yeah, look, you know, in the kind of the pre-show, we were talking about how Patins the Ferrari seemingly lacking a bit of a secondary heavy hitter. Yeah, it's got to be said, you look at Rex and his performances of late, just have to look at the last couple of series, he has looked pretty good. So maybe there is kind of a secondary fragger here for the Patins the Ferrari side, but this is their first true test. Obviously, with being on the T side, they'd love a strong start here, yet for Solid, a moment of magic is all that can be asked for, but peaking 1 by 1, DRG, unfortunate timing there as premium swings, but with Destiny finding Cuts Moretz, got themselves another man advantage. They've made it 2, make it 3 in fact for GBB finding. All on Misfit now is the player we highlighted to be the hero here for this Patins the Ferrari side. He brought this 1v4 down to the 1-on-2, and he's very much prepared here for Destiny. Timing's good though for Destiny. Solid, they do deny that 3-round streak and an exceptional clutch attempt. Valuable round for Solid.
Yeah, I like the idea initially from Patins here, but it's the native smoke. DRG gets the initial kill on Perez, and then you can see they want to try to get the trade back before doing anything, but it looked like it was going to be that quick B-pop. DRG could have easily been isolated before the site's overwhelmed from the T side, but it's just well played there to get himself into apartments, find the first, and then from there, a lot of information gained. Not ready for the third, but it doesn't matter. The 2 kills he's found, already successful enough. The rest of the side clear up. Still money just about enough provide to come out for the T's. A couple of pistols are in play, but a lot of speed again in this round. Player towards top balk, killed by the Tech 9 of Cuts Moretz. They push further into the bomb site.
Yeah, such valuable information, and obviously the kill there for Cuts Moretz. Nathan might look to try and deny this plot. The Molotov's dealt a fair bit of damage. Spraying through the smoke is destiny, and now Cuts Moretz can look to isolate the jumping Tech 9. Okay, not really much you can do about that. A misfit from Stairs finding one. GBB, he gets the trade, but now aware of his position and patins the Ferrari. An excellent response. But Cuts Moretz, we've said he's not had the best of times as of late. You just have to look at his rating in the last 3 months. It's been very poor, but currently leading the line 6-3. GBB, he's got to fight his way out. Very minimal time. He knows that CT's not at a saving point, but GBB going to go down to the bomb. No chance to save. No chance to survive, but a great response from Patins the Ferrari. Obviously, the opening kill from Cuts Moretz is excellent, but the jumping Tech 9.
Yeah, doing really good job on these entry plays so far. And Patins are really, it seems like their game plan is just to not give Solid any time to breathe in this game so far. I mean, the speed that they're going for is completely catching out the CT side, and you know when they've got a slight lack of util in certain buys here or there, maybe not being able to fully hold off a push. Really favouring this Patins side. Hit towards top mid though for the CTs. It is just this eco. So literally nothing found whatsoever, and the Tech 9 of Cuts will find another 4K from him. What a stellar start to map number 1 this has been.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Obviously, 4 against an eco, it's not anything to write home about, but it's still, you know, a real confidence round. It's got to be said, look, Solid, you know, in the last couple games that we've seen, they're very proactive on their CT sides. They like to take space as a unit. Obviously, we saw slight hints of it. I believe it was DRG in Apartments getting that, you know, that double kill. It's clear that Solid, they don't really want to play passively yet. The speed in which Patins are kind of hitting at, and what you mentioned in the last round, it's the fact that Solid don't have time to take space. They don't have time to kind of deny any control from Patins. And I think right now, Solid might have to reapproach and take kind of a differing in decision, because maybe it's kind of an AWP in play and a bit more of a stable CT side that will give them victory, because otherwise, Patins to Ferrari really could run away with things here. It's already a 4-1 start here on the T side. You know, you treat the rest of the half as a clean slate. If they can get, you know, 3 7s, if they can get 3 out of the next 7, they're going to be finding 7-5. Patins just need to ensure they continue with this level of threat here on the T side, because they know that Solid, they are a formidable side here on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, I think just don't take your foot off the gas for a second, and you can really just keep this streak going. There's no reason why you can't. I mean, obviously you can see we have had a bit of time out right now with Destiny not being in this one, but the thing I'm most interested about is Nathan still yet to invest. Got enough money to bring out that AWP. Obviously, you will be at the cost of any utility, or most utility, at the cost of any armor. Are we at a point now where Solid are... I mean, it's still very early doors in this game, but they are 4-1 down. Is this something where Solid maybe are thinking, oh, if we just had an AWP posted up somewhere, we might be able to just shut down a player like Cuts, get an opening kill, make Patins sweat a little bit as they do push into a bomb site? Are we sort of at that point already?
Yeah, I think you're on the money there. I think Nathan maybe get out an AWP, go for an early peek towards window, could maybe go for a bit of a crazy one, jumping short, or it could just be, you know, posted up towards ramp, because it seems like Patins to Ferrari are going to hit with speed, and I think an early AWP kill is exactly what they need. But just got word from admins and production, this disconnect isn't going to be rejoining anytime soon. We might have to jump to a break, and obviously Mirage will be back in a matter of moments. into the action we go. Countdown timer ticking. Patins to Ferrari leading. And hopefully we don't see a continuance of these technical issues. Obviously, they are always going to have a bit of an upset regarding momentum. And sometimes can just be a little bit disappointing for the players, for the team. So you questioned it, whether we're going to see Nathan on the big green, whether that is going to be a factor for solid success. And already, AWP in hand for Nathan. Flashbang's coming over. Smoke to stairs, one to jungle as well. And just a smoke for him to work with. Not the best of utility to delay and deny, but contact taken there towards CT here from Tomate. Cuts Moretz. Being the aggressor here for Patins de Ferrari. I'm yet to go down. Very disciplined from Solid here. They don't want to lose a life before the retake commences. Perez is taking so much damage here. Got to be careful. Ollie's gonna force wrecked out into the open. A lot of damage here onto Destiny. Nice find from Premium. Aware that he's playing towards Palace now. All retaking from CT can be so tough, but the AWP of Nathan finds. Player in jungle caught off guard by Destiny. Smoke on the bomb now. No need to blow open the smoke. It is going to be the stick, but I don't believe there's a defuse kit to work with. And he will find the diffuser. Great from Perez. The late lurking window working well. We're in middle, sorry. And Patins to Ferrari. An important round for them. Continues their streak of success. Nathan can survive and keep the AWP alive, but Patins to Ferrari. Big round for them. A continuance here on Mirage.
Yeah, so far really simple T-side sort of rounds that we're seeing. Very basic calls, but fundamentally working really well. You just see a standard execute there. They wait out a little bit of util while some flashes come over. They do actually delay the actual take onto the site. You see Kutzmeretz kind of isolated out there by himself. Eventually, we do see the bomb go down just before the smokes fade. And then they do get set up into a post plant. Not the greatest post plant that we have seen, but they do enough. And Solid, with the lack of util they have, the lack of money that they had to have kits in play, things like that, Athens ended up just winning the round from there. But they're doing a really good job right now against Solid.
Gotta say, it's somewhat similar to what we saw in that Bounty Hunters Fluxo game. Bounty Hunters, when they were on the T side of Mirage, it was just continual A hits. They just kept going for it, and it really worked for them. But Patins to Ferrari, they slow things down here. They allow the AWP of Nathan to find that pick there in short. He has backed away though. Very mobile. Misfit on the big green now, holding for a peek from default, and will find GBB. CZ of Destiny in close proximity though. Not blinded but still found. Nathan on the AWP here towards jungle. Posted up on by Misfit but still finding a triple here for Nathan in front of the molly. Tomate, an unknown factor here for Premium to deal with. And as he peeks, should find very awkward though. Tomate, not the cleanest of kills. Premium can double down and Perez maneuvers his way up connector and Patins to Ferrari. They will find victory here. But that should have been a round that goes the way of Solid. There was so much impact from Nathan on the AWP, yet still no round because of it.
Yeah, that is that's going to be a really rough one for Nathan there. It feels like he's done everything he could. This has to be a kill there. I can't believe Premium's able to recover, able to look back towards Under Palace. It felt like just firing the MP9 a bit preemptively. Maybe the nerves of finally being able to win a round shook them, but yeah, great boost there. Misfit able to find one with the AWP. It feels like we're going to have a big game for the AWPers so far, with the way Misfit and Nathan have both been playing recently.
Tomate, top Balk here, catches out one with util in hand. Great find here from Rekt. Rekt doubles down, but Nathan again brings it to the 2-on-2. Or posted up, elevated, wanting to get ahead of the smoke. Will be able to do so, but the T's are going to back away. They've got a lot of time on the clock. They've got a lot of time to redetermine their end goal here. It is going to be a play through middle. Right now, that is the perfect avenue with Solid splitting. Aggression from Nathan here. I like it. He's taking space in Palace. Problem is, look how far away these CTs are. If GBB goes down, I feel like Nathan is just going to have to save. And it looks as though it is going to be this play through B. Premium's got so much utility to work with. GBB, oh, he's not been spotted. Hasn't got the information himself, though. Timing's not gone his way. Now, still waiting here towards Van. Premium has got a molly. He's got to use it at some point soon. There's only 22 seconds on the clock. Oh, Misfit seems aware. Gonna go for the peak, and although the dink comes through, Misfit still finds. Excellent shot there on the AWP, and now on Nathan. But as mentioned, he hasn't got time for rotation. He hasn't got a kit, just an HE grenade as well. So gonna have to save. And Patins to Ferrari. 7-1 scoreline here on the T side of Mirage. Absolutely excellent.
Yeah, another round. Really great stuff from Patins again there. I like the idea that they back away from A. Don't try to press the issue towards that side of the map. Solid, they opt to split. And you can see the issues that come with that. Sure, Knifing could have had an attempt if we were able to see Destiny, GBB find that kill onto Misfit. Even if he gets traded, by the time Premium trades, Knifing will start to have already rotated. Probably will give that 1v1 a go. But yeah, the issue is the fact that he finds nothing. Knifing doesn't have a choice but to save there. And it does make you question, Solid, why don't you just group? Why don't you just make a play together? Because it's a lot riskier trying to play very split from one another. I think Knifing's positioning is brilliant, because the chances are of Patins actually clearing Palace and expecting an AWP to be there is very slim. So chances are he would be able to find one and back away. But on the other side of things, maybe you're hoping GBB, if you push into apartments, probably would have a similar effect. Just not to be. Back to the speed again.
So many flashes coming over the top towards ramp. GBB. Nice double here, searching for more ammunition, depleted, but out on the USP, and he's finding so much impact here. He's on for the ace. The AWP of Misfit will deny. AK retrieved now, and Misfit certainly got a chance of this, but the MP9 of DRG, that was just a half buy there from Solid. Wasn't the full investment, but it's the fact that this MP9 is able to do so much work. But a great round from GBB.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant stuff from GBB to win Solid the round. There's no doubt about it. Then he's the only reason that round really looks that way. GBB, if he found 2, I might say that's the most he probably should have been able to get there. Found the first, no chance of the trade. Finds the second, and the smoke blooming just as he spots them. You could say gives him a good chance to find that. But he should never be able to get 3. Never in a million years be able to get 4. So, I mean, massive moment from him. And it gives Solid finally that second round that they've been desperately hoping for.
I think the biggest problem there for Patins to Ferrari in that round, I said there was about 5-6 flashes that were thrown over. It seemed like quite a lot of the Patins players were sending out the utility, dropping smokes, and kind of fumbling utility. I feel like we needed to see a little bit more cohesion on the entries and kind of just sending, 2-3 players out of ramp, because it was the fact that GBB had time to kind of reset regarding his position. He was able to kind of just maneuver around default. Obviously, re-peeked out of the smoke to find one with the USP, but still finds the elevated player there, kind of climbing up on top of balcony. It just seemed like all the players there for passes to Ferrari were looking to send out the utility for their side. Yet, I think if players just had weaponry in hand, I think that would have been far easier. Look what it's done to the finances. Okay, yeah, Misfit's on an AWP, and we've got a couple of AKs in play, but utility's not perfect. Perez is on a tech, and it's a 7-2 scoreline. You're not expecting the finances to be depleted so soon.
That's the under pressure. 1-for-1 trade's not bad there for the T's, but GBB finding another. Looks like he's really stepped up in this game now.
I think for Solid, they needed someone other than Nathan. Still remember that round where he gets a triple on the AWP and they still lose it. So it's really, really good for Solid that they have got someone, a secondary individual to step up. Good setup here. Premium's got quite a lot of utility. Obviously, they've got to deal with the player in Palace. They've got that information onto Tamati. But right now, GBB and DRG are playing very passively.
Just trying to make them guess here. Trying to make them question, are they actually coming? You can see Premium starting to look elsewhere, but timing isn't great for GBB. DRG aware of his location. Are they ready for Misfit towards ramp, though?
Tap for the bomb. Yeah, great finds. Passes the Ferrari, close out the round. They get themselves their 8th. This is the T side of Mirage, and it's currently an 8-2 scoreline. Solid. We've said they are a side that can perform here on Mirage. You just have to look to their recent games. Yeah, it's a 50% win rate, but their most recent map, it was a 13-2 victory against Bounty Hunters, obviously in Series 6. I think we expected far more from Solid. Not to say that they're out of things here from Mirage, but you very rarely see an 8-2 scoreline in favour of the T's and the map not go the way of that side. And I think this is where we've got to highlight, we've got to kind of remind everyone that Solid have taken a bit of a gamble, a bit of a risk in picking Train.
Yeah, I mean, the further this game goes on and the more it looks like Patins could be the ones to go one map up in this series, I think that's where you do start to get a little bit nervy about the second map that you have to fall back on. We'll have to wait and see, because, I mean, there still potentially is a lot of time left on Mirage. The way things are looking for Patins, though, maybe not as much time as we thought there would be in this game. If they keep this up, I mean, this would be a massive showing. And you said one of the highlights so far from what we've seen in this playoff stages, to expect the unexpected. This could be another game back-to-back from the game that we watched yesterday against Bounty Hunters versus Fluxo to this one as well. A couple of very interesting results going the complete opposite way I think most people expected. But still, certainly not done with this one yet.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Obviously, you know, when it comes to Patins to Ferrari, their map pool isn't as strong as many think. You know, they've opted to ban Dust. They haven't played any games of Inferno or Train in the last couple months, so sample size very weak for them. But it's interesting. It could have been an Inferno that could have been picked out from Solid as well. There's just so many options. But GBB, nice position here to get one. Great trade from Rek. Destiny rotating in, struggling with the FAMAS. We'll deal with the AWPer, and Destiny can double. There is still an AWP in play on Nathan. He's jumped round, but Perez quick out of the apartments to find him. 2v3 down to a 2-on-2, but Perez now on his lonesome. Aware of Tomati's position, but needs to realise the positioning of DRG, but the FAMAS from short will find. Finances very difficult now for Patins to Ferrari, so we should expect a 4th round found here from Solid, but still not a convincing performance here from Solid whatsoever on Mirage.
No, I mean, there's this moment from Destiny that really changed around. The fact he fires off the first bullet, finds nothing, doesn't connect, it makes you think, okay, there's a good chance he goes down for nothing here. Missed AWP shot, though, from Misfit. The rifler's not cleaning up. Ends up somehow finding 2 kills. And that really stops Patins right in their tracks and denies them, honestly, finding their 9th round. But final round of the half, it is going to be the pistols with this one Galil in play. And this could be the chance for Solid to find 4.
Yeah, nice double from Destiny here. The damage dealt through the smoke is excellent. The bomb will go down. Patins to Ferrari, though. They've got no control currently. They haven't really got weaponry. No utility either. This could be their main weapon falling. Rex now, Tech 9 in hand, has retrieved the weapon, but it's all on Rex. It's going to be so difficult as there's a player in Destiny coming out of con. So Solid, as expected, they do find themselves their 4th, but a pistol round somewhat required here for Solid. If it goes the way of Patins, we could be seeing, you know, a 9-4, 10-4 scoreline, which I think that's where we're really saying things are out of the realms of possibility, especially with, you know, Solid so heavily favouring their CT side. I thought this would be a turning point. You know, when we saw that quad kill from GBB, I thought that would be the moment where Solid are able to kind of restabilize and continue, but even with that, Patins still find a round after.
Yeah, I mean, we at least do see a bit of a resurgence from Solid. We do at least see them bring a few rounds to the table before that halftime switch. Things could have been very dire when it was that 7-1 scoreline. We could have even had a world where maybe Patins were pushing towards double digits. But luckily for Solid, they recover somewhat. You mentioned the pistol being very important for them. I think it's less so about them bringing themselves into the game and more so about denying Patins potentially getting double digits and just putting themselves very close to that finish line.
Oh, Premium's peeking. If Premium just stayed on that angle, it would have been perfect. He had teammates towards triple, one towards stairs. I think it could have been so difficult to deal with the dualies there, but he decides to push. I feel like that decision might massively impact this round. Nice find from Kutzmaretz, though. Takes down Nathan. 3-on-3 here with Tamati been chipped away at. There is a defuse kit on Kutzmaretz. Destiny now just deciding on when he wanted to swing towards CT, but now maneuvered his way to triple. He's out in the open. Contact made towards CT. He's holding for Perez. Kutzmaretz finds again. There is still that diffuser, as I mentioned, progressing out of ramp. Kutzmaretz. Oh, Kutz is just going to be sticking the bomb. There's very limited time. No one's looking to deny it. It'll go down without any real contact. DRG, it's a great triple, but the round's gone the way of Patins.
Massively slipped out of the hands of Solid there. I mean, you see the play towards Palace. Where the bomb's planted, he's the only one who realistically can deny that. You've got a player posted up towards jungle. One on default covering the bomb diffuser. I mean, look how horrible a spot this is. No one's actually watching the player towards ramp because they know DRG is pretty irrelevant in this round. There is not a lot he can do to deny this. So a pause is coming through from Patins. They should be aware a force buy is coming through, and this is likely why they're calling it.
Look, you know, we said in kind of the pre-game about how Kutzmaretz has had a bit of a tough time in the last couple months regarding individual impact. What a game he's having, though, right? You just have to look at that retake. He finds one towards deep CT. He takes down Destiny there, towards triple with a nice quick flick of the USP. And I think right now, Kutzmaretz very much overperforming. And I think we said, look, Patins to Ferrari, it seems as though Misfit is usually in the forefront, usually the real highlight of this Patins to Ferrari side. And usually the problem is they don't have a secondary or kind of a third player to be picking up the slack. Yet here in this one, Premium's playing really well, same with Misfit, same with Kutzmaretz, and this is why we are seeing kind of this dominant scoreline. But a 3-on-3 now, bomb's gone down, control taken here towards CT, but Misfit will be able to isolate, and the trade can be seen. Kutzmaretz pre-firing on the swing, I like the idea of that, and it puts GBB in a 1 versus 3. He's got no utility to work with, and he's now questioning, okay, well, are they going to be maneuvering, flanking towards connector? Are they coming up ramp? But no, all retaken through CT. Patins to Ferrari find themselves their 10th, and now Solid in a very difficult decision-making position because they opted for the force in the last. If they eco here, Patins to Ferrari will find 11. They get the bomb down, but are they going to force again?
Yeah, I mean, you're in such an awkward spot if you are Solid. They're going to go for the half bite. It is the safer play. They've got the hero AK on Nathan. You can see a round victory like this, but it is indeed double digits for Patins. They are now just 3 rounds away from taking Mirage in extremely dominant fashion. And when you do look to Patins' Swiss stage and how they did make it there, they were 1-2 at one point. They just about clawed their way towards playoffs. They just about gained a spot here. Took down Fury of Feet. And they're on a 16 now in the quarters. Surely they can't go one map up here.
GBB, timing's excellent. Can isolate on Perez. Retrieves an AK. And now there's a real possibility for Solid in this one. Smoke towards window. Looks as though Connector's going to be their goal. Rekt is still tucked away in this corner, but the Tech 9 spamming through haven't been able to find. Rekt will take down DRG. The AK unable to trade currently. How is Rekt still alive here? He's able to back away. Nathan holding, though. Denying that chance, and onto this 3-on-3. Premium. Timing is peak to perfection, but the spray certainly isn't. Caught off guard. Tamati can find, and now it's all on Premium. He goes down. What a weird round to witness. We see so much conflict in middle. Realistically, I think once we see the kills come through from Khan, I think many would have expected, okay, well, Patins to Ferrari should be able to close this round out. It's a 3-on-4, but missed shots, poor swings, bad time. There was nothing that really worked well for Patins to Ferrari in the the closing moments.
I mean, that's the biggest issue, is the individuals that just let them down in this round. I just don't know how they're not finding these kills quicker or finding them at all. Yeah, that's going to be a pretty horrible one for them to look back on, because that should have been them finding their 11th, but now they're forced onto an eco. Solid find 5, and they should have an easy time for this one. This game's still on.
Yeah, certainly not over yet. I think Patins to Ferrari have just had to opt for an eco here.
You even question where's the support for Rect in the last round? Trapped towards Connector. There was a player in Topcom Premium who found a kill, but moved towards jungle instead.
2 kills so far. It is a 2-on-3, making a 2-on-2. It's a 2 versus 1 on the bomb site. Nathan, though, does well to deal with Rect. Premium now. Premium can find this kill. This is the bomb carrier. He can retrieve a weapon. He's got an AK now. Won't find GBB, but so much financial damage in this round to the side of Solid. It was a P250 that was invested.
A very, very close attempt there. Yeah, that's one to keep Solid on their toes. Even on these ecos, make sure you're playing it perfectly, because Patins... Yeah, this is a different level that I just don't really think we've seen from them yet in this event.
No, definitely not. I feel like potentially the kind of the introduction and, well, we don't know whether Rect is just a stand-in or potentially a bit more of a trial basis, but potentially what he offers is just what allows a player like Kutzmaretz, like Premium, to have a little bit more impact. But you know, we don't know the ins and outs of it. But right now, if this is a performance that can continue for Patins to Ferrari, you know, they certainly could find things on train. We've said that Solid, it's not been the perfect battleground for them. Nice flash though, but Nathan not blinded. I don't really see the value in wanting to push through that smoke. The flash isn't going to be blinding. It's just popping in connector. Yeah. If anyone's holding from short, like Nathan was, the flash is going to have no value. Progressing through under. I don't really know how Kutzmaretz is in this position. He's on a great flank. He spotted out one. With the amount of players in middle. Oh, I was going to say Tomati might not be ready for this, but the steps are heard. Kutzmaretz finds. AK retrieved, and now GBB's late lurk will be able to find Perez. DRG taking down Kutzmaretz. Takes the prong away from Patins to Ferrari's retake. Solid. They will get themselves 7, potentially 8. And although Solid, they lose the pistol and things get a little bit unfortunate for them on their T side, they have somewhat restabilized now.
Yeah, Premium just going to try to keep hold of this M4. Is hearing these steps of these Ts. Might be able to find a couple of kills. Even just one kill will keep their economy certainly in a bit of scarier spot. But yeah, Solid definitely have worked their way fully into this one now. And now we're not even looking at it as a particularly unique scoreline, with Patins on a weaker buy here. They'll have enough money to buy a couple of upgraded pistols, but not a lot else. So this could be a 10-8 scoreline. And still the chance for Solid to take their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, definitely. I think when we saw kind of Patins take the pistol, we were under the impression that Solid would have a real tough task here, but they've dealt with the full investments quite comfortably. DRG. Nice find there onto Premium. Molly and the nade combination was an attempt to deny any retrieval of that M4. Have done just that. That's Moretz. He can take down Destiny. Knifen's on the orb, and there's a low HP opponent coming his way as well, but nice find from Destiny there, denying any chance for Kutzmaretz's 5-7. Nice find there from Misfit, but can't deal with the low HP DRG. We're seeing these late lurks and kind of deep positions holding for rotations from Solid quite a lot. It has worked out well for them. I think Patins to Ferrari, they've got to think about that in the next couple rounds. Time and time again, there's a player towards top mid or in connector that's just been given a free kill in many of these rounds. Feeling confident still with your prediction? You think Solid can take it?
Yeah, I mean, I still think there's a good chance of it. I was feeling a lot less confident when we were 7-1 up. And then obviously when we did see Patins find those 10 rounds, but it's now going to be 4 in a row for Solid, so they've certainly managed to bring things back and make things look very competitive. But I do think this is about the time where we need to see Patins use another tactical pause, fully discuss things, because they lose this by, we're likely going to be sitting at a 10 to 10.
Yeah, Misfits on the AWP though now. Obviously, same can be said for Nathan, but I think you've got that right. I think if Solid do find this, Patins the Ferrari, although so far in the lead before, I think they're going to be very disappointed with how Mirage is somewhat unfolded here in the second half, because I think many would have expected Patins to find it when it's that 10 to 4. The fact that now there is just 2 rounds in it, especially with Patins the Ferrari being on the favoured side of their map selection, I think there's no excuses. Misfit repositioning here, finding Destiny on the AWP. Perez is in a great position as well. The RG will fall. Nathan, though, dealing with cuts. This is the double short setup. A quick rotation through market. Solid, though, speedy with their decision to maneuver back here. GBB looks as though he wants to have a slight look in middle, but opts against it for now. It will be this play through A. Still disadvantaged, though. Not going to be easy here for Solid.
It's just premium playing from deeper towards CT. Lots of smoke that he could have used, but he's just playing tucked for now. Not wanting to give anything up.
There is a molly on GBB. Rek needs to be cautious. The AWP's been somewhat posted here in CT. GBB, it looks as though he wants to take some control. There is a player here in jungle. Trying to deny the plant, and Premium can find it now. Unfortunate for Tamati as Perez peeking. And the flash fully blinding. Perez might not realise that. The HE grenade will take him down. And now GBB in a 1 versus 4 on 1v3, but Rex can find him. Patins the Ferrari. A big round there. A real team performance, but it's the quick rotations towards B from short. And with Misfit finding this kill, I think obviously we see, I believe, what, DRG, yeah, falling in short. I don't think he's fully expecting a second player. The bomb denial's huge and completely changes any chance of the round. Patins now 2 away here from finding victory on their map selection on Mirage, and obviously with the finances of Solid being so difficult to work with, just the 1 loss bonus as well, you have to imagine if they take things here in round 20, it should be a simple finish here for Patins the Ferrari.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you see the tactical ball from Solid, trying to make sure everyone is on the same page here for what could be the second last round, could be their final chance to bring things back here on Mirage. Solid very slow to get off the starting mark, and now they're really starting to feel the pain for that.
As you said, it was that 7-1 scoreline. So the fact that Patins the Ferrari did just have such a strong start, they had kind of so much to lean on. They had opportunities to kind of have this, have a few mistakes. Obviously, that round where GBB gets 4, that was still when it was that, I believe it was that 7-1 round. And it just goes to show that Solid, they've had to play somewhat near perfect CS just to bring themselves now. Obviously, they have lost a fair few rounds here and there, but it's not as though Patins Ferrari CT side's been excellent. It's clear that they've got errors. It's the same setup though, this double short. Nice find from Misfit. Perez takes down GBB. 5 on 3 now. Again, Solid having to back away from apartments, but Patins the Ferrari, they've got a really good chance here. They cannot fumble though. They cannot make any mistakes in this scenario.
Yeah, and when you're in a spot where you are going to have to save, likely in a situation like this, that's when, you know, things are looking pretty dire on map number 1. Lose 2 players, and the call with, there was initially a minute on the clock, was pretty much to back away and let's save. And so it looks like they are going to be allowed to. Haven't actually seen anyone on Patins search for anything more just yet. Should be able to bring all these weapons over to the next, but Patins the Ferrari first to hit 12.
Yeah, solid. It's got to be 4 rounds in a row here. Finance is going to be very poor. Potentially Tech 9s at best. Seems like Solid, they've been looking to kind of speedily hit towards B, but it's not been panning out well for them. I'm really liking the combination towards short here from Misfit. It's the fact that he can just have so much impact towards both middle and obviously B apartments. But this is it. Solid. They've got 4 rounds in a row needed just to take it to overtime. Yet for Patins to Ferrari, it's 4 opportunities to close out Mirage. 5 kills is what stands in their way for victory here on map number 1.
And with 2 of them being just these Tech 9s, this will be one of the best chances Patins will have to take themselves 1-0 up in this series.
It's only 3 pieces of util in play. Misfit nade of the smoke, searching for something towards apartments. Wrecked, it's got to be cautious. There's a boosting window here, and Wrecked gets very favoured timing. Nade as well towards under to deal some damage. Cuts Moretz. He's pushing through and cuts Moretz. He's found so much information. He's found a kill onto Nathan. Weapon retrieved now for GBB, but the deep position in ramp and Premium here. It is excellent. Premium, oh, a nice one tap there. The rifle of Perez finding Tamati, and the game is over. Patins to Ferrari. They take map number 1 in a 13-8 fashion. It was an exceptional start on their T side, which just gave them so much room to kind of breathe here on Mirage. But what a performance.
Yeah, unbelievable performance, and I really didn't think going into that map that your prediction would be the one that looks like it's going to be the one to come true, potentially. I mean, massive show in there from Patins. They still do have another map to try to contend with, a map that they haven't played up next, but Solid, maybe this is the time where they're really going to start to feel this pressure. You're on a map that you've only played 1 official on HLTV, and you've just lost 13-8, while most of that game being out of it. So it's going to be a tough time for Solid, and they're going to need to use this break wisely to turn things around.
Yeah, obviously some errors for Solid, some successes for Patins to Ferrari, and I'm excited to hear the analytical insight that B-Dog has to offer.
Yeah, thank you very much. Look, to be honest with you, the thing with this is it comes down to one key word here for Patins to Ferrari, and that is trading. Their trading was so much better than Solid on that T side. You could see exactly why they were able to get so many rounds in a row, and they were brilliant. They weren't doing anything complex. It was very simple rounds of CS, but every single player, when they took a fight, was in a tradable position. And yeah, they're going to make mistakes. As you guys mentioned in the cast, they are not technically on the same level as Solid, but by playing better fundamentals than Solid, it just meant they gave themselves so much of an opportunity for themselves in this game. And the key turning point was when they went into that double short setup. By having that double short setup, yes, you're reinforcing the B bomb site a lot more, but you're also promoting this trading. You're promoting this ping pong of contacts that you had with the AWP, firing off into B apps. A short player was caught twice, and in fact, it was a short player falling in the second round, and then the rifler was still there, and you start to think, what the hell, if you're Solid. And immediately after that double short setup, it is utilized to good effect. They immediately reroute. I love that round where they made the double short setup work. They have 3 players on A, but they're all playing passive. They're all waiting for their opponents to make the wrong move and the wrong misstep, and it came with that molly going in towards jungle in the doorway rather than in the close corner. And it just meant that Perez was able to get a really favourable fight, take the pressure off the players in towards CT, then they could come in to help out. Trading was the name of the game for Patins to Ferrari. For Solid, let's be honest, you look at this and you think, well, GBB is playing brilliantly. Who's going to help him? Where's Nathan? Yes, he got 1 good triple kill. I don't even think they won the round after he got that triple kill. But something's got to give. Someone needs to step up individually, because Kutzmaretz was on his A game, Premium was playing really well, and Misfit had valuable impacts. The impacts that Misfit had on his AWP compared to Nathan was night and day. It was way better than Nathan. Tomate, Destiny, even DRG, non-existent in this game for Solid. And now it comes back into this pre-game discussion, right? You're playing Train. Is it a risk? Potentially. Because the way you were playing on Mirage, it wasn't good enough. And now you need to improve the fundamentals on a map that no one really knows how to directly play it. There'll be a lot of rushes, and I think if Solid can deathball the approach, that will go really well. But I'm looking at this, and they will start T-side. So maybe that could be the avenue that they go for. But you need more firepower, you need better trade spacing, otherwise you're bombing out of the quarterfinals. That was map 1, done and dusted between Solid and Patterns to Ferrari. It's map 2, it's Train, just after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Map 1 is gone probably not in the way most people anticipated, apart from Fred. You said that they'd win 2-0. You're doing well so far, Mirage. Break it down for me. What did Patterns to Ferrari do well, in your opinion, compared to Solid?
Look, I think you touched upon it, and you said the trading was really effective from them, and I think it took them a little bit of time to realise it on that CT side. But yeah, I think once they had that double short setup, it was great. I think obviously a real big asset for their success is Kutzmaretz actually was performing really well, and I think a lot of the time we've seen Kutzmaretz recently have pretty poor performances. I think an average rating of 0.83 in the last couple months, which hasn't been great, but obviously a real turnaround from him as an individual, and you can kind of see the impact that he had, you know, right from the get-go. Okay, some of them were eco kills, but I think it's still rounds like that can give a player real confidence, and that's certainly what happened in the game 19-16. So I think actually for once in kind of for quite a while, Patterns Ferrari had the better firepower, which is not usually what you'd be expecting with a side like Solid, who are maybe a team you'd see are a little bit more tailored towards firepower instead of kind of strategy.
Yeah, I think that's valid. Look, Charlie, you leaned on the side of Solid. You said picking trains a risk, but you think they can overcome. What do they need to do differently to make sure train goes in more of a favourable way for them?
I mean, hopefully just having some decent sight holds. I think that's the clearest thing. There's a really weak sight hold. It felt really easy for the T's to break in, and they just overwhelmed them far too many times. All
right, I'm going to cut you off because the game is live, so I'm going to send you back in. But yeah, carry on this thought, and don't get too, overzealous, Fred, when Patterns to Ferrari win.
Oh, I'll try my best not to. Look, I think we were kind of having a little bit of a chat in the break. I think this still has a very strong chance of going 3 maps, just on the basis that we haven't seen Patterns to Ferrari play train. Obviously, with it being, a very technical map and kind of the CT side having so much weight, I think that it could be a tough one. But great start here. The T's really struggling. GBB. Somehow he's still alive here with so many eyes on him, but eventually gets taken down to Perez, and Nathan already chipped away at, and with the final players emerging out of pot, Perez and Premium combined to close it out. So Patterns, big start here on their CT side, but before all the chaos kind of was seen, I think it is the only positive I guess I can take away from them is maybe they've been saving train for a rainy day, but that is, I feel like it's a bit of a stretch.
Saving strats for the major, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one to look at from Solid's perspective. I actually think it's very good that they're starting on the T side. They were really slow to warm up into Mirage. In terms of their actual side holds, as I touched on a little bit, it felt like they were really easy to get overwhelmed on those bomb sites. And, I mean, obviously, Brandon mentioned the trading. It's always going to be a benefit for Patterns, but it actually felt like the holds in general, it felt like at best we were seeing Solid find one. If not, that's it. The rotation's the only thing that really strengthened anything. A lot of the individual plays is what's one Solid any rounds whatsoever on their T side. You think of that GBB 4K on the A side hold, Destiny rotated in, somehow finding 2 there and keeping himself alive to delay for more rotations. There's a lot of moments where Solid only won rounds because they had players stepping up massively. Without that, it felt like they didn't have the CT side to fall back on. It felt like it was really slow to get going. So I think the fact that it is going to be a CT-sided map, if Solid can at least show us a little bit on the T side, I think there is a good chance they can make it come back. But a pistol round starting off for Patterns, I mean, it feels like the momentum's still under their wings, really.
Yeah, look, right now, Kutzmaretz, he's just got a USP. I think the idea is getting the AWP out as soon as possible. And for a map like Train, I feel like it's a map that now can kind of be the secondary to Dust regarding AWP's favouring. But it's down to a 2-on-2 here. Now just a 2-on-1, all on DRGs. Retrieved an MP9. I don't think it's going to be very easy, but when he gets isolated fights like that, it gets very difficult. It's brought down to a 1-on-1 when there was 2 MP9s, 2 rifles. Kutzmaretz can drop over the AWP to Misfit, which is obviously going to be a huge bonus in this round, but things get very much out of hand there for Patterns to Ferrari. Hopefully not signs of things to come for them, because it was just the Glocks there for Solid.
Yeah, I mean, not a major fan of the setup that they were trying to run. You see the M4 towards Old Bomb there posted up, only finding one there. Not really using the range advantage of the rifles that well. I mean, Premium going down 100-0 from the molly. Isn't a great start to the rifle round. Maybe this is just the lack of experience on this map. But Cuts. We'll find GBB. There's more players pushing out towards A, and the bomb's instantly starting to get planted.
Perez. Perez finds Tamati very comfortably here in Pop. It's a 3-on-3 here with great positioning. DRG, he's going to feel somewhat trapped. Rekt can peek at any moment. We'll spot him out and can find him. Just a one bullet connecting to Rekt. Destiny needs to clear, can find the AWP. And now Rekt posted up on the angle, the bomb halfway ticked. There is a kit on Perez. Rekt spots out Destiny once again, still here. Rekt needing to clear. Rekt running out of ammo, and now all on Perez. Gonna be so tough. Don't think there's really a chance here for Perez. No chance to save the AWP either. So we will see Solid get their first round on the board. You mentioned it. Premium falling so comfortably with that molly nade combination. The aggression towards upper, somewhat unnecessary. But Solid, a big win for them here. But already the finances so difficult for Patins de Ferrari. I think for Perez, I think the best option is just drop over 2 MP9s. Give your team a chance, because I think otherwise it's going to be really difficult. Scout was invested before the replay started rolling, but yeah, I think Solid, they do very well in that round, because once we see DRG falling, it seems like they Solid should have been somewhat pincered, but it's Destiny taking that control, finding the pick onto Misfit. That really changed that round.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the opportunity for Rekt to take down Knife in there. Really could have done so. Ammo wasn't on his side. Had enough bullets to find the kill, but just missed a couple too many early. I think if he honestly had 5 more bullets in the mag, he is the one to find the kill, and we probably do see that round go the way of Patins. But you also look at it, Perez very slow to activate. Felt like he was just leaving his teammate quite high and dry and wasn't allowing too much support to come through in that situation.
Yeah, and I think as well, once you're in Pop and you've kind of shown your position, I think you want to try and have that impact and get yourself out of there. And once they find DRG, I think that should have been the go call for Perez to emerge. But Charlie, we have had a disconnect for DRG. We have just got word again that these technical issues aren't going to be cleared up so soon. So what we will do is jump to a break, and hopefully the action on train will be unfolding very soon.
do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Back into the action again on train. Fingers crossed we don't have any more disconnections or any server issues. But obviously Solid, to remind everyone at home, very nice round from them in the last.
Yeah, need it. Important round for them. Yeah. There's obviously a couple of financial issues here for the CT side, but it is the full investment. We've seen what they can do. Players early down towards Pop Dog. Destiny finding the first kill on the cuts. An easy kill catching out Perez there. That's the 1M4 and should be an easy cleanup for the rest of the players now. Misfit Scout not connecting onto anyone. Just going to have to try to bring these weapons into the next, and I think we are starting to already see some of the issues that it is that Patins have on this map. Looking really exposed after we see that kill from Destiny. Trying to get themselves into post-plant positions, but just not able to. They just find themselves be caught out very easily. Just looks a little bit sloppy right now on their CT side.
Yeah, I feel right now Solid are not only hitting, but they are really kind of identifying the issues here for Patins. You know, we see the early kill from, I believe it was Destiny there in main, and it just seemed like Patins to Ferrari were trying to get in kind of close proximity, trying to utilize the distance with the pistol in hand. I just feel like right now, as you said, it seems like in every moment, Patins to Ferrari, they're getting caught out in rotation, they're getting kind of caught out in the open. It can't be happening, especially with that chance 2-2-0. I think victory here would be excellent. We've already said about how Anubis isn't going to be the easiest of maps for this Patins side. Nice HE grenade. Boost over the smoke to find one. Jumping across it. Bit of a bait, but going into the funnel. The Glock now changed. Not the best of shots there, but a couple casualties. Not the biggest of problems for Solid.
And Solid take the lead. Don't think we've been able to say that once in this series so far, actually.
I don't believe so. So, hopefully they can continue, though, because obviously for Solid, a loss here on train. That is their time in Series 6 coming to a close. Early Molly here outside of main. Perez trying to get himself into pot. Will be caught out in the open again. It seems like Patins very late to get into their setups. Cuts Moretz now playing behind the smoke. Nice find there. Cuts can get one. Misfit peeking, able to find DRG. Now Nathan on the AWP, caught off guard. And Tamati all alone, 1 versus 4. The aggressors out of A from Solid have been shut down even after finding the opener onto Perez.
You're
Great
being
change.
retrieved on the Misfit now as well, and honestly the CTs can just play a bit more passively, but we are seeing Rekt push through Ivy. Is holding from a deeper angle. Spots the player, instant find there. Nice kill from Rekt, and yeah, I mean, it certainly still isn't perfect from Patins, losing the first kill a little bit too cheaply, but they keep 4 alive. It's a victory on their CT side. They are likely going to need to win this half if they are to go on to win train in general, but I mean, we're still in a strange spot where we've seen Solid play it once. Wasn't a great showing from them there. We haven't seen Patins play it whatsoever. So there's still a lot of unknowns in terms of what are we actually expecting scoreline-wise in this game.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think right now, I think we're expecting it to be CT-sided. We're thinking maybe an 8-4 is a good representation, but I think obviously, you know, we haven't really had that much time with training the pool. Misfit, very awkward angle here. I think in Misfit, you can find a pick, but backing away is going to be very difficult. And, oh, just getting out of that. No acceleration down towards ramp. But with that molly thrown, it should indicate there's at least one more here towards B. Not taking any control towards Pop Dog here, a Solid. So they've got to be somewhat worried, and that's why we are having the slight look here from the AWP of Nathan. But with the opener going the way of Patterns, they don't need to aggress. They've got a good setup. Rek just holding the Ivy push from deep. Got 2 holding A main. York posted up towards upper, and Premium waiting for aggression here now. Molly landing onto Misfit's position. Utility coming down. Premium just needs to get his gun out. Aggression now from Destiny on the left-hand side. Can catch out Misfit. Still not dealt with Premium, though, on the back of the bomb, so he will get Destiny. And 2 opponents in close proximity can get 1. Cuts Moretz on a flank. I think the idea now of Rekt is to keep as much attention away from Cuts Moretz. With these players split, DRG, you can look to isolate these fights. He's got a smoke in hand, but Cuts Moretz, quick find. The round will go the way of Patterns de Ferrari. Orc can be saved as well.
Yeah, now the loss bonus and the bomb plant. We might just about be able to see a bite from Solid, but it's not going to be great, so it might be better just to go for the partial one instead. Patton's big victory there. You have to say the opening kill from upper, thanks to Misfit's AWP, really did turn the tides of that round slightly, because things got close on that bomb site there. You see the 2 rotations get taken down instantly, but it's just the fact that Premium wasn't cleared out on the bomb site. He's able to find 2 as well before going down to leave DRG in that difficult clutch.
I actually quite like the fact that Solid have fought in this round. Obviously, they can get out 4 rifles, Tech 9 as well. Utility's pretty decent. I think the idea is just to... They don't want to allow Patterns to Ferrari to go on a bit of a streak, keep their finances high. Nice damage here onto GBB. Cuts Moretz backing away. Top of the bomb site. Smoke thrown, but the AWP of Misfit, he was posted up. Great angle to find Knife, and Cuts Moretz has taken a lot of damage, but can find the low HP GBB. Flashbang coming over the top. DRG gets 1 before traded, and now Destiny. That kill's important, but still a 1 versus 3 for Destiny. Aware of the AWP's positioning, but that's about it. The rest of his opponents, very unknown. Premium just needs to fall back into connector, but it doesn't matter. Misfit posted up on the angle. Once the smoke faded, there's not really much Destiny can do, and Patterns the Ferrari, they shut down that A aggression pretty comfortably.
Yeah, much better look for them here. You can see a good few smiles on their face there. Misfit looking happy. I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of those maps where we do see Patterns start to show us a little bit more as it does go on. Because obviously, they're happy to slide this map. So it should mean that they've got something on it at least. But obviously no actual official HLTV experience, so it might just be one of the things that it takes them a little bit of time to iron out some of the issues that they have. But it should be seeing a 6-3, a decent start to a map that isn't their selection and they've yet to play. Just keep up this tempo.
I was waiting for a round like this when Solid actually looked to put many players towards Ivy, because I feel like currently... Obviously, Ivy is going to be... It's always a position that you're going to have someone having a slight glance here or there, making sure that there's no kind of slow aggressors. But I feel like because of like the change in Pop Dog and the fact that I feel like as a T, you can now take it a little bit easier. You don't have to kind of flash down the ladder and drop in with an awkward fight. I feel like a lot more attention is going to be taken, obviously, towards Pop Dog from the CTs. A little bit more discipline, but you're going to have someone looking at that angle. And because of the changes on the B-bomb site as well, I feel like it's not... I don't want to say it's harder to hold, but I still feel like Ivy might get neglected a little bit more. And I'm waiting for the time in which players or in which teams can kind of try and identify the best time to hit it, because I feel like right now, when there is this change, when there is kind of the reintroduction of Train, and for the amount of young players that have kind of emerged, not only within the South American scene, but all across the board, all across Counter-Strike, this is a map that players aren't going to really have anywhere near as much as experience on, because it's been out the map pool for so long. So I feel like this is a time that if you do bring Train into your map pool, and you can kind of work well on your T side, and with Ivy being an important position to that, I feel like you can look to very much dominate. But Solid certainly aren't going to be feeling too comfortable right now as they're trailing by 3. And it's their map selection.
Yeah, Perez forced to drop the smoke. Molly at his feet. Needed the smoke here from the T side, but Cuts finds one, and the smoke obscures where he's gone. Wrecked, reposition from him, able to find these kills. And this is a good-looking CT side now. This is far better than what we were seeing. Kill from the player from Pop Dog, though. And and still around in question, but a 1 versus 3 bomb is dropped. Mate only so much he can do before Rekt does find. I mean, this is a lot more what I was expecting the CT side was going to look like. From Patins, it was always difficult to predict what they were going to be able to do. Solid calling a tactical pause now, and it's not a huge surprise as to see why.
Look, I don't want to sound disrespectful for a player like Kutzmaretz, but you just have to look at the last couple months for him. It's been pretty tough. Even without that last game, you know, that last game's going to really help out his averages. He's still got a 0.87 rating. I feel like Kutzmaretz is very much overperforming here in this game, and I think Solid, this is where they've got to have someone else that kind of isn't their top performer step up, because no one on the Solid side is playing anywhere near as the level of Kutzmaretz. You know, he was exceptional in Mirage, and he's brought that confidence across here to train. And I think right now, this is where Solid, maybe they've got to take, you know, a tactical pause and rethink their T side, because, okay, yes, we know that the train's very CT-sided, but with it being Solid's map selection, with them so confidently picking it, we expected far more from them. But this is the problem. Solid, they do go towards Ivy, but not gone silent. The jumping across, great trade from DRG. Now Perez in a very tough position. He's going to have to try and reposition now to pop dog. He will get one. Worried about a main, but not enough, as Nathan can find the range of Premium dealing with DRG, and the kills just go in the way of Patins. Once it goes down to the 3-on-3, Solid, they're just shifting into the sight lines. All on Tamati now.
I mean, a Misfit finds that kill as well. Yeah, I mean, that's really well played there from the CT side. You can see a couple of players caught out. Rekt towards Ivy. You touched on Perez being in a difficult position. Paranoid about so many different angles. Goes 1-for-1 himself. But the CTs, rather than offering up these fights, Train, it can be very congested in terms of where all the cover is and how players can sneak into unique angles that can just catch you off. Patins don't allow that to be the case. They just back away. You've got to play really deep towards CT spawn. You get 2 players holding from deep in Z as well. And they just say to the techs, if you want to kill us, you've got to come and find us. We're not going to play your game.
Spoke about congestion here. 2 players towards Electric. Not going to be easy. Kutzmaretz, though, keeping his teammate alive for a little bit of time. But GBB rotating in to find 2. Great from Premium. The elevated angle here in Z. Not been accounted for twice now. Aggression out Premium. Oh, Premium's had a really important round. Turn this round. Yep. And has an idea. Obviously, Tamati, a late lurk here in Z. Bomb's been dropped, though. He's going to be swinging out. The problem is, Premium, great awareness. Patins to Ferrari. They find themselves 9 here on the CT side. Obviously, we know that Train's very CT-sided, but this has not been the performance from Solid that we'd want to see from them, especially after losing Mirage in, you know, although 13-8, it was pretty dominant. I feel like Solid were never in control. They were always clawing themselves back, and that's going to be the same result here on Train. I think right now, Patins the Ferrari, they are very much in the driver's seat. They only need 4 rounds here on their T side. This pistol for Solid, if it doesn't come through, I think we will be waving goodbye to them here. Surely Patins will close it out.
I mean, this has only been the second game of Train I've been able to cast, and I haven't been able to watch a huge amount more. I mean, how old Train used to work a lot of the times is if you do have teams who aren't particularly confident or competent on the map, sure, they can have a good CT side, but you really start to see the weaknesses on their T side. I'm just not saying Solid is a great T side by any stretch of the imagination, but you can definitely see worse on this map. Solid, they're in a good spot, but winning this pistol feels like that would be the guarantee that they might need.
Yeah, and I think as well, look, obviously we don't really have much to go off of regarding Patins to Ferrari's T side, but okay, strategy might not be there, kind of tactics not as well seen, but sometimes it can just be one player hitting better shots that can really determine. Patins to Ferrari opt to go towards the B bomb site. They've been shut down so easily here. It's all on Rekt now. It's a 1 versus 5. I don't think we're expecting much from him whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a kill or so for a bit of kill reward, but that's not going to be the case. Push up from upper with the dual Berettas finding 2 kills. Accompanied by the flash, I believe, as well. Yeah, I mean, that was the difference maker there. You could see Solid weren't entirely sure what they wanted to do at that point. They had the lurking Ivy. It was sort of a pistol strat that you used to see on old train as well. So I'm curious if Patton sort of remembered it from back then. Didn't work out on this occasion. Not going to be going for the force bite. They want to make sure they got the weapons out as quick as possible because they are in such a strong lead. No need to let Solid get another round extra on top of that.
Yeah, I think obviously Kutzmaretz is a player that's got a lot of experience, 27 years old, maybe not playing at the highest of levels, and you might expect, okay, well, yeah, Kutzmaretz is going to be a player that is very prepared for train, but has only played it once on HLTV. Destiny, what was that?
Yeah, not the greatest of moments from him, but that's probably the only kill that these Ds are going to get. They will actually find one more on GBB. So 2 kills with the Glocks.
They're not bad at all.
Yeah, he was certainly
Now
taken
this
down.
is, this is the true kind of identification of whether Solid are going to look good. Patterns the Ferrari. It was the T side of the Mirage, in fact, that was so impressive. Now they're on the T side here of Train. What can they provide? Early util towards the A-bomb site. Molly towards upper here. Premium, though, very fast. Trying to negate any aggression seen. Great flashbang, fully blinding. There's a player towards Olaf. Will get one. Misfit. The trades here look really good. I think both teams, the trading's quite effective, but this 1v1 will determine the game. Ready,
Maybe not yet. So much time left on the clock. Both players can go anywhere and everywhere. Rex. Is he going to be ready? Tomato, he's already got a good idea. Both players spotting one another, but no bullet even able to be fired from Rex before he gets taken down. Solid. First gun round for their opponents, and they do best it. Yeah, trading was really on point there. Solid could have easily backed out of that, thinking it wasn't worth it, but they stayed taking the fights, making sure to deny Patton getting that advantage that it looks like they were set up for.
Yeah, it was just constant one-for-ones, well, not one-for-ones, just constant trades here in A main. It seems like both teams put a lot of stock in the fight in A main. It's understandable. Good round here for Tomati. He's had a much better performance here on the CT side.
I mean, it's always a difficult call to make, but Solid started there with 5 players towards A. Premium, who obviously, due to that miss Molly, was able to get out towards B very quickly there. They just opted not to actually push down. Obviously, it's going to be very tough. Decide to, the B player rotated back, able to get posted up on the angle and just find him slightly too easily. And I wouldn't mind, maybe if you're not confident, just going back towards Pop Dog and supporting your team.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one. I think it's a tough decision. I think obviously Premium is able to take that space and find that kill. It makes the round really difficult. But Solid, they passed the first test. Not necessarily with flying colours, but still a victory nonetheless. Gonna have to just be the eco here for Patton to Ferrari. But Solid, the result of the next full buy still gonna be so vital for them, as that will, or at least should, allow them to go 9-9. And I think once it gets to a leveled up game, or once it gets to kind of Solid finding 8-9 rounds, that's where we're saying, okay, well, the CT sides look good so far. Patton to Ferrari not offered up much here on the T side. So I think the lead that Patton to Ferrari so heavily worked for on their CT side, slowly slipping away from them. All it takes, though, is a mistake here for Solid. Patton's find double digits. So the Solid really have to be on their A game here. And a miss Molotov starting things off for DRG. Certainly not what's hoped for. Double nades coming through towards Pop Dog there. Through A main, dealing a little bit to Destiny, but nothing substantial. Take their time and shift towards Ivy. Is currently being held here on the MP9 of GBB. He's got a lot of util to work with, though.
Yeah, and Patton's still seemingly not 100% sure what to do, so looks like they are going to lean towards that B side of things.
Yeah, there is a double B setup though. I actually wouldn't mind them trying to get their way out of Pop Dog. Obviously, that would have been a better goal with just the one player in, I believe, Destiny holding. But DRG, it's a nice angle here. It's going to spot out plenty. Oh, shots have been seen now, and the T's aggressing. DRG, Tomati also able to find one as well. They need to deal with DRG, eventually take him down. Destiny rotating in now. Can deal with the players towards upper quite effectively. Nice double here from Destiny, all on Wrecked now. The quick rotations, denying anything here for Patins. Bombs dropped in such a difficult position. Taking his time is Wrecked. Nice fight.
Anything else would be brilliant, but... No, I mean... Does get taken down after finding one more. But a pretty simple round from Solid, all things considered. And the scoreline's getting closer and closer. Still yet to see a T-side round posted for Patins the Ferrari. This is going to be how long, and how much longer are we going to be waiting?
I think the problem in that...
finally come.
We see DRG fire off those initial shots. Once that information's kind of gained, and obviously Solid start rotating, I feel like Patins to Ferrari are actually quite slow to get their way out of upper. I feel like if they hit with speed, it could have been so good for them. Look at the util damage, but it's Perez to start things off. Perez again to deal with DRG. Still 2 players here towards B, but the flashes, the utility alone has shut down Solid's endeavors. No chance here. I saw the utility landing onto Patins to Ferrari and got very worried for their aggression out of A main, but their responsive utility on the back of the bomb site, the flash is coming over. Although it wasn't the util to kill Nathan, I think the flames eventually would have burnt him to a crisp. But Solid. Very limited defenses there on A.
Yeah, I was questioning, when are we actually going to see a fast A-pop from Patins? We saw Solid go for it a number of times to various degrees of success, but in this one, Patins go for it. We've seen them sort of go for something similar where there's a lot of trades and they never actually were able to make it out of A main. This time, finally, victory. With the damage that has been dealt in all of the other rounds, yeah, Solid, despite winning all of the rounds on their CT side so far, 1 round's all it takes, and they're in a dicey spot. A buy is going to come through. It is going to be this full investment. Nathan maybe might keep hold of a little bit of money to try to get an AWP in a couple of rounds' time, but...
There might not be a couple of rounds' time. There might not even be that. You know, if they lose this one, it forces them... They've just got the 1.9 loss bonus. I think for Nathan, okay, yeah, you can look to try and save for the AWP, but Patins the Ferrari could be on 12 at that point. I doubt the finances would have even been good enough to bring out an AWP, but... Nice amount of damage dealt to Patins the Ferrari early here towards A main. All 5 players here in A main. DRG close here with an MP9. Will get one. Trade's got to be seen. It's got to be found, but yet to do so. All this utility's been dropped here from Patins the Ferrari, yet not able to emerge out of A main. DRG's got another smoke as well. We'll be dropping it now. Boost coming through. Cuts Moretz looking to peek above it. DRG, he's been able to maneuver back, but not ready for the boost. Great from Cuts Moretz. Destiny now spamming through the smoke. Misfit, in fact, towards Ivy. Misfit's going to get a freebie here onto GBB. Yeah, the jiggle there. He's not expecting an AWP, and why would you? A lonesome AWP towards Ivy with all that contact made in A main. You're never going to expect that, and now Nathan, he's on 5 HP. Just 1 Molotov and a nade to defend here for Solid. And I think this is where Solid have got to take a risk. Maybe it's sending someone up through Pop Dog, and Nathan is going to be that player already towards upper. And although he's not fully accounted for, he is found. 2 versus 4 now, Solid. A big clutch, a big round, a big moment. We've got a flank from Destiny. No one's holding it currently, and he can catch out so many players. Destiny now, this is your time to shine. He will get one. And aware of the flank, Patins to Ferrari, 20 seconds on the clock. Tomati's in a really good position. We'll be able to get one. Just so much damage to the next. And somehow, the 2 versus 4 is very possible. Cuts Moretz, 12 HP, needs to pick up the bomb. Luckily, there is a smoke down, but crossing's not going to be easy. AK in hand, Destiny looking to get close here. Bomb can be planted. It's whether Moretz is ready for this. But Destiny, once he clears the back of the bomb site, he's got to realize that Moretz, the only place he can be here is oil, and he will find him. What a clutch. What a round there from both Destiny and obviously, it's just ridiculous. I don't actually know how that round's gone the way of Solid, but I guess you could say that's the lack of experience that Patins the Ferrari have on train. How is no one holding towards Pop?
I mean, that in itself is sure you might consider that's difficult as it is. Desmond only finds one. He makes his presence, he keeps himself alive, but he only finds one. It's Tamati on the bomb site that does so much work. He doesn't only find 2 kills. He gets Moretz down so low in such a difficult position for him to win that. He takes the risk. He tries to position himself deeper past oil, but at that point, the round's already basically lost. We needed to just see the other 3 players, as soon as Destiny strikes, decide, okay, leave Destiny and all quickly go out towards the bomb site. But they didn't. They slowed. They stagnated. It allowed Damati to find a lot of damage towards upper before we even saw the player towards lower peak. And at that point, instantly dead and so much damage dealt.
Yeah, look as well, I think if they wanted to deal with Destiny, I feel like Pop is no longer the kind of the quick escape that it used to be. You know, I feel like Destiny's gonna really struggle to get himself out of there, but yeah, it's the lack of decision making there. It's the fact they hesitate that cost Patins in that round. Fair bit of damage dealt, obviously, to both sides. Moretz has been chipped away to 40 HP. Still a possible round here for Patins the Ferrari, though, with the lack of utility that Solid have, and with a whole minute to work with, certainly can be seen. And it's the fact that Patins the Ferrari had players towards Ivy that's creating so much tension here on the A bomb site. Nathan now looks as though he wants to progress. He is posted up here. Moretz has got to be very cautious. Molly coming through. Oh, and the Molly. Great find from Perez. Still, we have the AWP posted up. Flashbang. Nathan's not moved yet. Still holding. Jump across the scene. Misfit now on the AWP clearing towards Ivy. We saw this from him before. We need to see it again, but the AWP of Misfit strikes. Destiny on the back of the bomb site getting Perez, and the aggressive AWPing here from Misfit is excellent. There's 12 seconds on the clock. He needs to retrieve the bomb. He spotted the jiggle of Tamati. He's got 8 seconds now. The bomb can be planted. Molly, though, is going to make things really tough. He's going to be swinging out. Tamati's holding. In fact, he's just towards E-Box, but Misfit finds 5 HP there. You can see the celebrations. A big clutch from Misfit. A great round in total, finding 3. But again, he's not worried about progressing out of Ivy with an AWP. Usually you'll see an AWP be very timid here on the T side of train, but Misfit, he's happy to go it alone.
I mean, he needs to. The difference maker in this round. Felt like the rest of the team were just sort of his bait. He didn't have a direct head-to-head fight until this one, and this was the biggest one he could have. You could see how much it meant to him, how important this is to Patins, and again, they push Solid onto this force buy. It's once again Solid backs against the wall, now or never type plays.
Oh, Destiny down to 31 points of health. Needs to be very cautious. Nathan in close proximity. DRG as well, close to A main. And I think right now, Patins to Ferrari. There's a clear route to victory, and it's the B-bomb site. There'll be slow rotations coming through. It's not going to be easy for Solid. Patins to Ferrari, obviously claiming control in Hop Dog as well. A main now taken. Both Nathan and DRG claiming this control. Moretz. Still hearing Pop. Gonna send out the smoke. Still, it is a B play. This is all a ruse. This is all a fake. Destiny, close proximity here. Moretz. He's just given up his life for no reason. Obviously, it's the idea to try and fake, to try and kind of sell it, but I see no benefit there. The T's, though, should be able to deal with this quite nicely. And this is where the final 3 players, maybe the best decision is to save, but they've spotted the AWP. Taking his time is Nathan. He can retrieve that, and now retake is a possibility. It is Perez to try and deny Nathan saving this big green, but has been found. But these 2 players keeping their weapons alive is so vital. But Patins to Ferrari, they get themselves map and series point, semi-final point. Solid. Charlie, we touched upon the risk of picking train, and it certainly hasn't outweighed the reward.
I mean, not yet, unless we see some complete turnaround, a big comeback. But even then, even if we do eventually see Solid going to take it, you do question. You've got other maps which you're more confident on. Surely Patins, I mean, this would be massive for this team. A team that a lot of people counted out in the Swiss stage. Somehow not only made it to playoffs, they made it through that round of 16. They could make it through that quarter-final now and secure themselves a spot in the top 4. This would be madness for this team, and they are one round off of doing it, Fred.
Yeah, look, Solid, they could have picked Inferno. It's a map the Patins very rarely play. Solid, it's one of their better maps. Same goes for Ancient. Same goes for Anubis. They opt for the risk of picking Train. This could be it. Final round potential, but DRG getting aggressive with the MP90. We'll be able to get 2. Destiny close here with the AK, and it's all on Misfit. 1 versus 4 now. Oh, GBB offers himself up, but Tamati peeking. Important find, and now the finances for Patins aren't perfect.
Yeah, not going to be that round to do it. I mean, you could see how difficult it was actually for them to win it before they even took a head-to-head fight. The utility in that round from Solid was unreal. The best util usage we've seen this game so far. And I mean, it's a bit lucky for them that it happens to be in the round that they desperately need. They've gone for a decent bit of util in a round they didn't have a lot of money. And Patins, they sent a lot of players towards A main. You had 2 players on like 10, 20 HP before they even went out of A main. Made things really easy for the MP9 to initially find a couple, but it's a buy again. Patins, they're going for this. They're likely going to eco in the next they lose and then have 1 more buy. So 2 chances, really.
Yeah, Patins still certainly behind the wheel here. Bit of a spam from Premium. DRG's taking this control. It is going to be this playthrough Ivy. GBB with a lot of weight on his shoulders here. If he goes down for nothing, it could be so tough. Because we've got a double B setup. Although A main has been taken here from DRG. Not easy to keep. Molly been sent now on the T's. They could look to claim this control. I wouldn't mind, in fact, if they just back away. And obviously, all eyes will be towards Ivy. Yet, there would be no contact. There would be no contest. But the AWP posted up of Nathan. Flashbang's good. Spots out Nathan, but he's able to find the pick. Repositioning now is Nathan. Destiny in an excellent position with DRG here towards main. We'll be able to find Cuts Moretz. Premium, though, gets 1. Perez as well from Ivy finding Nathan. 3 on 3 here. Elevated position of GBB puts him very much out in the open, but luckily his teammate does have some control. Wrecked. Tamati not seen, not accounted for. Gives advantage once again, and Destiny still waiting in A main. Puts it all on Perez. Minimal time now. Can't even find Tamati. And Solid. They cling on to victory here. They cling on to chances of the series here on the CT side of Train.
And it looks like it's all going to come down to round number 24. Just going to be an eco in this one for Patins. 2.9k loss bonus. So they can invest slightly if they want.
Yeah, a couple Tech 9s in play. Just a 1 bit of Kevlar on Perez. Tamati, it looks as though he's going to get aggressive. He sends the Molotov, which the T's are in front of. So much damage, though. And Tamati, the missed shots, can't be coming now. Nathan rotating in is good. Retrieval of this weapon, surely not going to be possible. Destiny elevated, just on the Tech 9. The bomb plant's good, but not really going to matter.
I mean, it could allow for an AWP, potentially. 2.9k with the 600. Cuts Moretz can drop 1 over to Misfit. So it can get Misfit on AWP, get a bit more util as well. So, yeah, bomb plant's not actually too bad. All things considering. Sure, a bit of maybe 2, 3 more kills for Patins might have been better than the bomb plant, as you could have potentially had Solid in a tough position financially, but yeah, at the end of the day, you've got everything you need as well, and that's equally as important. Final round here, round number 24, Patins. Can they win it in 2, or are we going to overtime and continuing this saga between these two teams in this quarterfinal?
Again, though, Charlie, it's the damage that's been dealt here towards A main. Fully blinded is DRG. We'll be able to get Premium. The positioning of Destiny's excellent as well, and it's already a 2-on-4. Solid have thrown such good utility and had great positioning towards A main early, and it begs the question, why are Patins the Ferrari even looking there? Just have someone towards deep A main denying any aggression, but you don't need to send so many players. Solid. The start of this round has been so useful for them. And now a 2-on-4. Cuts Moretz, aggressing here. He spotted out one. Tamati, information gathered. Cuts Moretz is progressing out here towards lower. Destiny, steps have been heard. They're going to be rotating towards B. The bomb is still in A main. Molly now to deny. Cuts has to find this kill though, but not ready. It's Misfit. 1 versus 4. Very limited information. Has got the whole of the A bomb site to deal with though, and he does have a Molotov, but he's kind of got to find a kill beforehand. And Destiny now somewhat ready. Misfit has crossed. Elevates on the bomb site now, clearing the corners, nothing spotted. GBB's got to be found, but the drop's been heard. And now Misfit very loud, but solid. They take it to overtime. They make things happen here. It was 12-8 for Patins to Ferrari. They had 3 full buys as well in those final 4 rounds, yet still solid. They do enough here to bring them to overtime.
Yeah, solid CT side really looked like it turned around there in those final 4 rounds. Honestly, didn't even really feel like many rounds got very close. The util uses that they used, the early dominance that they put on Patins towards A main, and we finally even had a round where one of these 2 teams took full control towards A main, which you're seeing is sort of the game plan for many teams on this map, but only really seen it once in this game so far from both sides. And now look at that. Was at the top of your screen completely switching. Patins were in the driver's seat almost all this game, but as soon as we're in OT, I can't help but agree. The solid are in a great spot. Nathan with a collat there, and DRG with the first kill. Patins might have just run out of gas here on this map.
Well, I think they're just identifying the errors. Why do they keep looking to push so quickly into A main? It's not as though they're going for an early execute. It's not as though they're throwing kind of plenty of utility. Why are they looking to fight towards A main? DRG's been able to find kills here in nearly every round. Patins to Ferrari, show a bit of discipline. Show some slight kind of passive nature. It just seems so unnecessary. And now Misfit. Only has been held by Nathan, but he's got 4 opponents coming in his way. Ooh, DRG spotted him. DRG found it. Oh, it's so tough out there for Misfit. Falls to GBB. Solid. They take the lead now here. But whether it's running out of gas in the tank or whether it's kind of just an unnecessary early aggro towards A for Patins, I don't really know what's gone so wrong for them. I don't know why they haven't realised that Solid put so much weight in taking that control towards A main.
But that is the issue though. Solid, if they do take A main, they can quite comfortably keep hold of that portion of the map for the rest of the round. And it just limits so much of what you can do on train in terms of, you've got Ivy and B basically you can go to. You can go for a bit of a pop dog execute, but even that is pretty slim without A main control. And you'll have to put so much priority into like the other 3 areas, pop, Ivy and B, and it makes everything so much more difficult. This one though, they're doing a better job. Not looking to necessarily fight behind all the util, just keep hold of what they've got for now.
It's the right decision. Cuts Moretz taking a bit of a risk. He spotted DRG. Certainly seen him now. Aggression out of Olaf. Cuts Moretz. Trying to take this control. Molly lands close by. There's an AWP. Somewhat close proximity. Nathan will be spotted jumping, and Rex can find him. And now they crunch him through Ivy. Rex gets his second. Perez now emerging out of A to find Destiny. Cuts Moretz. Great finds here in this round. A flawless round for Patins to Ferrari. But still, why didn't they just opt for that kind of game plan earlier? They had 4 rounds on their T side to try and close it out in regulation, in which they fought so heavily towards A main. In this one, they play very disciplined towards A main. They wait out the utility and then they strike. And look how effective, look how easy it looks for Patins to Ferrari. At least for them, they've still got the chance to take things here in train. But Solid now. It's clear that their game plan on the CT side has been well read. Now what do they have to offer? Great flashback. Cuts Moretz, taken down by DRG.
this opening kill going towards Solid again. The Molly forcing Wrecked out, but does get extinguished. Can hold this position for slightly longer. Needed to win that gunfight, but barely any damage dealt with Premium towards Pop Dogs. Kept these players trapped in. Perez on the other side of things as well.
Premium's going to go down, though. GBB's elevated angle. They go for a flawless round for Patins the Ferrari into one that Solid can win with no casualties. Misfit on the AWP, taken down by DRG. Great aim intake, though, from Solid. Even though the utility doesn't land early on, it's just that deep smoke and just a couple players, just too many in A main there for Patins. So many blinded by just that one flashbang. I think once that deep smoke comes through, you've either got to give all your attention towards A main or you look to back away. It seems as though they had a little bit on the fence with their decision making, but now Solid, they're the ones in the lead. They're the ones 2 rounds away from finding victory here on Train. And obviously, if they do take it here, it will go to that 3rd and final of Anubis.
I mean, I think the most important thing for Patins was to find at least 1 round on that T side in overtime. We know they're a much better CT side, but as they hit towards A, and this is feeling a lot more similar to the start of the T side from Solid, where they did overwhelm Patins. Maybe it's the fact that they haven't been on this T side, on the CT side for a little while, but it's completely Solid all over this round and all over the A bomb site.
Yeah, 1 versus 4 now for Premium. Obviously, with it being overtime, might as well give it a go. No real need to save weaponry. Spots out 1, but that information far more vital here for Patins. For Patins, for Solid, sorry, but they go hunting. They will find Tamati. But this could be it. Solid now with 2 chances. Obviously, Patins the Ferrari having 4. Somewhat fumbled. Now Solid, although half the chances, it seems as though they've got double the threat.
Yeah, I mean, that feels very reminiscent of some of the first full buy rounds that we did see from Solid on the T side. Patins warmed up into their CT side after about 5 or so, 5-6 rounds or so, but Solid have put on a good display now, and maybe there's no stopping them. It's going to be a hit towards Pop Dog. Cuts. Advanced. 2 players going down. 3 able to be lined up. Surely Patins take this one and keep themselves in this map for a little bit longer, but GBB might have other ideas. He doesn't seem to know there's another player here.
Yeah, it's tough for GBB. He played disciplined. Obviously, if he identified there was another there towards Olof, I think the round is possible, but just doesn't peek, doesn't expect. Patins the Ferrari will find themselves 14, but this is it. Solid. They do so well to battle back to take it to overtime. Obviously, they find 15 first, but for Patins the Ferrari, I think they realise, look, this was our game to have. This is our series to take. We've had a bit of a mistake. Let's make sure we still find things here. For Solid, though, this is for survival. It's not as though it's a guaranteed spot in the semi-finals if they win this, although Anubis has been so successful for them in the past. Deep control taken here towards Pop Dog. Patins the Ferrari. Cutsmaret sending that smoke. Showing Solid that all this control's taken, and Cutsmaret might take a bit of a risk. Looks as though it is going to be this B play, and Premium now. Premium with a lot of work to do. Marty. Gonna send the nade. Very worried there's someone close by here. Smoke as well to land, allowing the T's to creep on out. GBB getting aggressive, but they're not ready for the lower plate. Misfit falling. So much damage dealt here now by Premium. The nade will chip him away. DRG holding for Cutsmaret. Can't find him. Tamati creeping through oil. Will find Premium. And Tamati again. Perez now in a 1 versus 4. He's able to get the reload. Tamati finding 3. But a disappointing retake. A disappointing attempt. You see the rotations come through there. But Misfit not ready for players to be progressing down lower. Just wasn't enough. But Solid. What a comeback and what a victory here on Train. And now it's their chance to do it on Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, they saved themselves a lot of slack there winning train, because that could have been a real awkward position for them to find themselves in, losing a map that, I mean, it's clear they still have a lot to work on, but as do Patins. They do make the comeback like you mentioned. They needed to win 4 rounds in a row just to bring them to OT. They managed to pull it off, and now Anubis is going to be up next. But before we do jump to that, we do have Brandon to break down all the action that happened on train.
Great. I mean, how do you even explain this, to be honest? I mean, a really solid CT side for Patins de Ferrari. It gets to just so many rounds in a row, and you're like, okay, we'll pack it up. It's time to go home, really. Then they had a mediocre start to their T side. They started getting some decent rounds in, and then they just fell apart. And Fred highlighted it during the cast, but what the hell were they doing towards A main? There's so many free kills being given up on a consistent basis. It feels like after they tried it 10 times, that was finally the break point. That was, okay, guys, we definitely can't go A main anymore. We've sort of lost all these rounds in a row. And we now have to readjust. And it was the Cuts Moretz sort of masterclass that you feel like, okay, well, they've got 1 round. That's what Charlie said. Look, you get 1 round on T side. Maybe that they can start just building the gap just a little bit. But no, they fell apart. They completely crumbled. And towards the end of that map, you start looking at the same criticisms we gave to Solid on map 1, and it's only fair to give it to Patins de Ferrari on map 2. It felt like Misfits' impact with the AWP was non-existent for the second half to all of overtime in that game. Cuts Moretz was the only one really doing anything. He had good moments out of Perez, don't get me wrong, but if it was Cuts Moretz dying, you feel like the round is just going to be over immediately. I thought Destiny was brilliant on this map. I thought DRG as well was really solid in the way they were able to manipulate that A main control. But to be honest, this was a good comeback from Solid, do not get me wrong, but this was also tactical flaws from Patins de Ferrari, who have a astronomical lead. They start winning some of these gun rounds. They get up to 12-8, as mentioned on the cast, and then they can't close because they do the same thing every single round for 4 rounds, expecting a different result. And it's not going to work. And why on earth would Solid change their setup when it's working so effectively against you? Yeah, look, the first half of that game was really good for Patins de Ferrari. The second half was, to be honest, an absolute disaster. So Solid really earned their way back into this. Anubis up next is going to be tricky because you feel like with the way this has gone now, with Patins de Ferrari surprising Solid on Mirage, then having a really good way into this second map, potentially finishing 2-0, and then not being able to close, all signs really point towards Solid now taking this on Anubis. Whether they will or not, we'll have to find out. But before we get there, we've got to go to this break. Oh, and we're back. We're here. Not spoiling that it will be Anubis. We knew that already as the teams get ready for warm-up. That was a map of Train. Charlie, how did you process that one mentally in the break?
Yeah, I mean, it was a difficult one. I think it's probably even more difficult for Patins to Ferrari to try to process, because I think we're all sitting here thinking that's the best chance for them to win this series gone. They're now in a spot where Solid are going to likely potentially take this one now. Momentum's definitely on their side. We just didn't see any rounds towards the end of the game. They had 4 opportunities to close out in regulation, failed to do so. And then it felt like their CT side in overtime reverted back to what it was in those first 5 rounds during the game. And all the hard work they put in kind of all felt for nothing. Which is a shame, considering this would have been a huge statement for this team if they were able to take down Solid and advance to the top 4 here. But it's not going to be the case. I think it's going to be a really difficult one for this side to mentally reset from. And pressure's on them now.
Zola, I'm going to give you one chance, mate. Do you want to switch allegiance, or you stick in with Patins to Ferrari for Anubis?
Look, I said it. Patins their best chances 2-0. Obviously because of the train pick. I think Anubis is going to be really tough. I think I would switch for Solid. Realistically, they've looked better on Anubis. They're obviously coming off the win of Train, and I think Patins to Ferrari. I think let's say Solid won Train. Let's say it was 13-8. You know, I feel like Patins, it's going to be one of those games where they go, well, it's our opponent's map pick, we don't play it much. It's the fact they probably should have won it. It's the fact they were 12-8 up. It's the fact that even in overtime it looked as though they had chances, but just didn't seem to come that way, which is a bit unfortunate for Patins. I think Solid have a very strong chance of taking Anubis now.
I'm glad you did that. Now, it means I can swap.
Oh, you and
Patins to Ferrari are going to win Anubis. I think Premium showed us a little bit of what he's got on offer. If Misfit can be a bit more consistent here, I think he's definitely still having more impact in the AWP head-to-head. And Kutzmoretz is being Kutzmoretz. So I will say, do you know what? You're allowed to swap because I'll swap as well. I don't know what it is. I have no real value in this pick, but I'm going for it anyway. There
Just
you
want to
go.
have some fun. You're just a bit,
Of course.
just let's just change everything. And Charlie, you thinking what, OT for 5 hours then? That's the only other way. It's just permanent draw.
No, honestly, I think it's going to be a pretty easy game for Solid. If I'm actually being honest, I think Kazmarez had a great series. This is unlike him, though. I wouldn't be surprised if he does revert back to his more supportive type player sort of kills in the scoreboard. I mean, hopefully he can keep it up for Patins. I do think if you lose his individual ability in this series, I think you've lost a lot of what has allowed Patins to get to this spot right now. I'm also wondering if Patins Ferrari, how much of a toll it's going to take on them individually. I don't think Misfits actually had the best series in comparison to what we were hoping for probably coming into this one. But, I mean, Solid, I really do see a world where they can honestly just come in and maybe just wipe things, wipe the floor with Patins, really. But I'm hoping that's not going to be the case. I'm hoping it's going to be a competitive one here, and at least we're going to make one of these 2 teams work for that semi-final spot.
Oh, they've certainly been working for, haven't they? I mean, my God.
So far, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long day, and we've still got more Counter-Strike to come. You would have noticed, if you're HRTV refreshers, that Imperial Legacy has been pushed back, obviously, because we're not going to get done by 7:30 EU time to get that one underway. Looking ahead, I guess, for the rest of the day and what we've got coming up, I mean, it's us 3 again doing Imperial Legacy, then it's Sharks Bestia, then Bounty Hunters versus Red Canids. Are there any surprises in there, Fred, or is it just going to be what we expect the rest of the day?
Look, I think Bounty Hunters, the fact that they've upset Fluxo, I think they could do it against Red Canids, but who knows, right?
Who knows, indeed. We've got to get this one done first. It's Patins to Ferrari versus Solid. It's Anubis, and it's live.
Yeah, look, I think it would be an incredible series for Patins to Ferrari to take, and obviously there's an argument for the reason why Brandon switched. I think Patins, it seems like Kutzmoretz is playing well. I think there were moments as well from players like Misfit, like Premium, but you've got to imagine it was on a map that neither team favoured too much. Yet here on Anubis, Solid have looked really good. You know, they've got 12 maps played in the last couple months, 75% win rate. I think right now Solid are going to be feeling comfortable. And in Patins, they've lost their best chance to progress to the semi-finals. But look, we've seen an upset already. We've seen plenty of upsets in the South America Series 6. Bounty Hunters being one of the main points of that. Can Patins upset, though?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the biggest question. That's definitely going to be the biggest question, really. But, I mean, I've seen Solid in so many games, even before the sort of player break, where they're in a game that they should be winning comfortably. They lose map number 1 and just turn things around and still go on to win the series. It feels like it used to be a bit of the identity of this Solid team. But this piss round's underway, and it's going to be tough for the T's, but they've managed to find a quick couple of kills. The Jawlies have been swapped, and surely Patins cannot go on to win this. Misfit gonna find a freebie. Destiny has no gun.
You say freebie?
What is happening here? Destiny, all that remains now, the player knife out, does eventually find the kill. And what on earth is that pistol?
Yeah, I think it looks really good. Obviously, for Solid initially, we see the flash come through towards B main, finds a pick. Obviously, Destiny gets his second as well, finding the player in Connector and Perez. But yeah, once this kill comes through for Premium, it's 2 versus 5. For me, the round's already done. Let's get on to the eco for Patins. Yeah, it's this play from Cuts Moretz. He said at some point, he's got to slow down. He's continuing.
I mean, I've got no idea what Destiny's doing. And nothing makes sense in that round. And nothing makes sense in this series. How are we here? What is happening?
Look, we just get to watch. That's, we never know.
I mean, it does feel like that is some of the magic that comes with the South American CS. You can go into it with expectations, and very quickly you'll realize your expectations have been thrown out the window, and you're just sort of here for the ride. And that's honestly how it feels like with a lot of games. How it's felt like with the Fluxo game yesterday. How it feels like with this one to kick things off. But Solid do regain some sort of normality and do take that pistol, of course. And it is going to be the force buy from Patins, as it's hard to blame them considering how many kills they found alongside with the bomb plant.
Yeah, utility coming through here. It's going to be a crunch into camera. Nathan only to get one. Tamati now timing his peak. Will get the pick. Going to send out the flash on the bomb site. Still with Misfit to deal with, but close proximity. We know what the MP9 can do in a fast flank from GBB. Got a teammate by his side, and they're easily going to be dealing with this. It's all on Cuts Moretz. He's had big moments, big rounds throughout Mirage and Train, and this will be the biggest for him. Can't find that second. If he gets that kill, they're not that close together. Cuts Moretz. Oh, it's devastating. That's 2 rounds in a row now that hefty advantage has been brought down to one-on-ones. Do we see a force again here from Patins?
I mean, there's a good argument for it, and I'm going to hold my hands up and say, already after 2 rounds, I was wrong. Cuts Moretz is not going to slow down. What a round that would have been. I mean, great first kill. You can see he's completely in the zone here. Second kill is great. I mean, this trading's really dicey from Solid there. You've got the low HP player going in first. The second player's in not a position whatsoever to find that trade. If Cuts Moretz didn't peek out, maybe he would have had a better chance. I like the idea of repeating to try to catch off his opponents, but yeah, it wasn't great from Solid, evidently.
I think if Cuts Moretz is half a second slower there, either he finds a kill on a player backing away, not ready for it, or he can quickly get out to Broken and obviously find that pick. But what an attempt. It is this reinvestment here now from Patins to Ferrari. The money will be broken from Solid if they lose this one, though. Neglecting Nathan's angle, Rex will get the trade. And now it's on Tamati. He gets his first in middle. A lot of damage onto the second and third. Will eventually get that kill onto Rex. Cuts Moretz again, though. Very fast here onto the A-bomb site. Still disadvantaged here. Premium now. They're playing close here towards camera. If they can reclaim this control here, potentially find a kill, give a weapon, obviously, for his teammates, Tech Knight. Cuts Moretz, drops the molly, knife in hand, DRG. Bit of discipline here. Oh, Cuts Moretz, he's giving the AK to Premium. Couple flashes in play. There's no defuse kit. Destiny isn't sticking this yet. Eventually, punching in the digits. They need to find DRG. They do just that. The AK can get the trade, but Destiny gets off the bomb. And now Premium could just delay. Premium, last bullet on the magazine. They will find it eventually. Patins to Ferrari, win the clutch. But you've said throughout the whole of this series, it's been chaos and kind of crazy moments. And that's another one. But what a clutch there.
Yeah, I mean, I even think Solid played this wrong again. I don't know why the player, the player swinging from mid, the one peeking first from camera. What's the need in it? You have someone posted up towards aiming. Play off of that contact. You can play a crossfire there. Whereas you can't get traded. You can't get supported whatsoever if it's done the other way around. Sadly, that's how it's done. A Solid with another awkward looking round. And yeah, they are certainly not playing the best CS that they've been known for whatsoever. This is pretty sloppy in a lot of situations.
Yeah, Misfits Mac 10 has crossed camera. They're aware of him, obviously he was spotted. They dropped the smoke here. The T's, they've gained a lot of control. They can now just look to back away. But yeah, Patins, although they're trailing, although it's kind of a 2-1 scoreline, these rounds have come so close, and that's why you're looking at the weaponry right now for Solid. We've got an MP9 and 4 pistols, and cuts Moretz in middle. He gets his 10th kill here. We're in round number 4.
Yeah, and I mean, this is why Patins went for those continuous force buys, because you know you're going to have to force Solid onto one themselves, and then you basically negate you losing that third round. It's almost as if you were always in that force buy war. Because Solid, they've gone for the force. They should be losing this one unless this 5-7 can do anything, and it can! 3 kills!
A jaw-dropping moment there. I don't actually know how there's no trade. We've praised the trading from Patins quite a lot there. It was Mirage where their trading looked excellent, but how is the 5-7 found 3? And even after the brilliances of that clutch, matters not. It's so unfortunate, but you've got to praise Tamati there. A great triple there with a 5-7, and now Solid. They go to win their third. I think Brandon, after that clutch, you could tell, you could kind of hear the smile on his face as it seemed like Patins were going to reclaim control here on their T side. Yeah, sadly, no successes. Solid. Once this pick comes through, once Nathan goes down, the round should be over. It's a 2-on-4. Just ridiculous that.
I mean, it's a big round from Solid. They needed to win that force, otherwise they would have been on Eco themselves, and we would have seen Patins be the one to take the lead instead. But it's going to continue this weird sort of force by wall that we are in. Patins going for it. Of course, Misfits saving across that AK. But the force by wars could be halted right here by this one man. We're talking about how good Cuts Moretz have been playing. Not as good as Tomate right now.
The fact that there's a player who's 10-4 and they're not top of the servers, pretty ridiculous. Nathan got a teammate by his side. DRG not even needed here, and now all the focus on this man. 1-on-5, no bomb. Cuts Moretz. Best of luck here. We don't really expect anything from this Tech 9, but I feel like it would be a perfect moment to describe how this game's gone, but. Later switch to the Tech, Destiny nice angle, Solid will find 5 survivors as well, so money can be on the rise.
Yeah, and that massive moment, that huge 2 versus 3 clutch, and that 1v2 that we saw from Premium as well. I mean, that's long gone. Long in the past, it was just 1 round, and it's going to just seem like a blip on the Solid rounds that they're going to be winning this half. Because it's going to have to be an eco. It's going to be 5 for Solid. They're on the CT side of Anubis, remember. Great util damage towards middle. So many players being softened up. Knifings for Mass. We'll find 3. Finds 4. And Misfit with the Deagle down towards Canals. And Money's certainly going to be looking good in a couple of rounds' time.
Yeah, right now, Solid. Going to be feeling confident. Nathan, he wants his ace. Nade. Really connecting, but Misfit. Time remaining in this round is numbered. Would have thought we'd see a bit of a hunt. DRG certainly feeling as though he wants this kill and will get it. No ace for Nathan, but a nice quad kill there. I think sometimes when you see a FAMAS in that type of position, just with the limited bullets and kind of the the lack of premium it has comparison to an M4. You don't usually expect so many kills to come through, but you mentioned it, the utility sent towards middle, just chipping away so heavily at Patins. But it's 5-1 now, Solid. Although they've had some very shaky rounds, some shaky moments, the lead is very much there, it's very comfortable, and as you pointed out, look at the money. We've got 3 players above 6k, DRG and Tamati not too far behind. Investment will be seen from Solid regardless of outcome here.
Again towards mid from Nathan. We'll just drop the smoke grenade. Kazmaret's flashing himself through. And he's going to be swinging onto Nathan. Surely a trade comes through. It does. 1 for 1 in middle. But it is control gained from Patins here.
Yeah, they're aware that Tamati's as well towards heaven. That smoke would have been seen. Tamati, whether he's ready for these players on the A-bomb site, he's repositioned deep towards heaven. If we can get a kill and back away, that would be excellent. He's dealt so much damage as well, obviously, to Rekt. We could see another retake going the way for Solid. There is an HE and a Molotov, all retaking through CT. Not going to be easy, but there's so much utility here. Smoke and a Molotov here on GBB. Going to send the smoke towards main. Molly and Pillar. Premium now in a tough position. Rekt as well, low HP. Just tucks himself away, dodging the flashes. Rekt can get one before falling. We see Premium as well. They're both towards A main. It's a 2-on-2, but the disjointed swings. GBB will get one, but important trade from Premium. Just the utility brought out there. If the CT swing together, there's a chance. There's a real possibility, but again, Solid. The spacing's not there for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's great util that we do end up seeing. We see the nade of the smoke, which supports Premium there slightly. You got 3 players pushing down towards the stairs, 1 in heaven. The play towards heaven is basically taking a 1v3. Or at least a 1v2. I'd probably try to wait for the players down the stairs to swing. Make it awkward angles. One's in heaven, one's peeking me from close. Something like that. Just a bit more patience needed from Solid. I think they go on to win that one. But second round, they're going to win this one, and they're going to win this one cleanly. Mistake on the retake in the last, but 4 players alive here. And Patins are really struggling to string any rounds together here, unless we see a massive 1 versus 4 from Misfit.
Look, it's a great call from Solid. They go for that kind of triple B defense. Nice rotation from Nathan, realizing, okay, well, does actually have the chance to go towards mid. Let's not allow a bomb plant to come through. But Solid, although the mistakes in the last seed, excellent there. The positioning, so difficult to take down there. But Solid now, they found 6. This is a CT side of Anubis with still 4 rounds to play. Solid could definitely put themselves in a very, very good position. You know, we could see 8 or 9 rounds found here because, to be honest, Patins, they're not looking too comfortable here on the T side.
I mean, that's only a bit of a cause for concern, though, isn't it? You're not comfortable on the T side. I mean, how are things going to look on the flip side of things?
Yeah.
But I mean, Solid, they're on par to find 7 right now, at least. And then when you consider there's going to be a couple of rounds after that, a few more up for grabs, Solid could push close to the double-digit mark on the CT side. And as much as I'd love to see Patins go on to take this one, I'm a little bit worried that my prediction for Solid could be coming true.
Yeah, and I think as well, look, yes, Solid, bit of a mismanaged decision with the vetoes, but look, if they still win the series, I guess they can at least say, well, we got another official on train. Maybe not as comfortable as they'd like, but as said, we mentioned it. I think Patins, their best chance was a 2-0. Sadly for them, it's not come through, and it does look, as you say, Solid could have a bit of a clean sweep here on Anubis.
Yeah, unless we start to see some sort of change up soon, but it's going to be difficult to find that impact in this round with just these upgraded pistols.
Look at Perez. He's right now, he's 0-8. Obviously, Perez, he hasn't had the best of games overall. And it's not great. Had a tough time on Mirage, 11-14. An okay game on train, but obviously they still lost it. It's been quite difficult, and to end the series, you know, with the most important map, the final map for your chance to get to the semi-finals, and with 9 rounds in, you yet to get a kill, it can be so difficult. I don't think it's just the firepower lacking from Perez. It's been a reason here. But Nathan now out in the open. He's able to get himself his second. No thirders for now. Holding towards A main. Another missed shot for Nathan. But GBB going to be quick here. Sends the HE grenade. Cuts Moretz out in the open. And GBB 6 HP here. Nathan still in the heavens. Premium retrieved this M4. But now he's trapped. They spotted him here towards Pillar. And Nathan will get his third of the round. Solid. They do get that 7th as expected. And this is looking terrifying for Patins de Ferrari. You have to imagine they're going to want to turn back time to when they were 12-8 up on train. Yeah. 4 opportunities to close out the series.
Yeah, far cry from the Patins de Ferrari that we're seeing right now. That's for sure. There's 3 rounds remaining of this half, and I mean, it speaks for itself at the top of your screen there. It doesn't seem like many people have a lot of faith in Patins right now, but there's still always going to be the opportunity, but it has to be a good finish to this half. I think it's fair to say they kind of need to win all 3 of these final rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's no room for error here. Utility coming out towards A main. Tamati, couple pot shots onto Premium's position. DRG now in camera. Needs to be worried is Misfit is posted up on the angle. Smoke here towards Temple, and DRG, he has got a Molotov to try and delay. 1:12 on the clock. No bloodshed yet. No damage even taken. Going to be about timing, and Misfit, he gets Util out, and they line up. Misfit can get the kill into camera. It isn't onto DRG, it is Tamati in fact, but there is still 2 defenders here towards the A-bomb site. Patins de Ferrari. Oh, Perez. Perez is able to find that pick. They both go through the smoke, and it benefits Patins de Ferrari massively. GBB pushing through that smoke might cost his team the round here. Perez, he's so deep. Freebie onto Nathan. Now all on DRG. Spots out 1, but the swing from Wrecked. Patins begins their time for their perfect T finish, but don't think it's going to happen. Solid surely have another round in them.
I mean, Money would be in a bit of a precarious spot, actually, if we do see the T's win this round. So there is definitely a bit of a glimmer of hope. But even if we do see it, it's still going to be them losing the half by a couple of rounds on the favoured side of this map.
Ooh. Going towards the left-hand side. Lurk smoke coming through. It seems as though fast approach here towards B. Perez will find GBB, and now Destiny very much alone on the B-bomb site. DRG will be rotating in. Bomb in middle. It's on Cuts Moretz. We'll just be backing away now. The fact that Patins de Ferrari have the opening kill, they don't really need to force things here, but Utility will be thrown. DRG playing behind this smoke, now faded. I like the Patins are playing very disciplined here. I think they're waiting for some aggression, waiting for kind of an over-rotation.
Yeah, and Patins haven't fully committed anyway, so they can still have the opportunity to rotate towards the other side of the map. 50 seconds on the clock, and Solid are starting to back away now. It feels like Patins have just slowed them down to force these rotations before going for this re-exec.
Yeah, Destiny and DRG, they're in good positions, and yes, there's a Molotov on Misfit, but he's still here towards middle. Rotations can be seen pretty quickly here from Nathan. He nades the smoke. Takes so much damage from his own nade. Misfit holding for rotations towards A. Misfit going to be very much out of things here. Perez aggressing out of Connector will get 1. Great trade onto DRG. Destiny, there's minimal time here, but can't survive for much longer. Cuts Moretz, punching in the digits. Misfit in a great position. And the round will go the way of Patins. Again, somewhat similar to what we saw from Misfit on the T side of Train. He's happy to go alone with the orb. He's happy to be that lurk, and he's having impact.
Yeah, final round here. Patins seemingly started to find their footing towards the end of this half. I mean, I think the question is going to be, though, will they have enough opportunities to to be able to bounce back fully into this game, and you've got to hope for their sake that they can, but final round of the half here. Solid. Got a couple of pistols, a couple of MP9s, and knifing on this for Mass.
Great opener from Cuts Moretz. He's 15 and 10. He's having a really good game. Reclaims that top spot after last round. Tamati just 1 kill behind. Cuts Moretz. Not ready for Nathan. It's a big risk for Nathan that just shifting through the smoke, but it works out well. Naded the smoke here. Tamati pre-firing it. He's got plenty of players coming his way. And the 5-7. Surely can't find a triple with a 5-7 again, but shut down by Perez. A 3-on-3 here. Very possible. Players behind this. That HE grenade going to deal a lot of damage here. Another one landing on the smoke. So much damage found here, and it's all on Perez. 9 HP. Solid. They've got a great opportunity to find this one. Nathan, he's got to show some discipline, but Nathan, just as he peaks, Perez changes his angle. And we will see Solid find themselves 8. It's still possible, though, for Patins to Ferrari. There's certainly a chance for it. Not going to be easy, though.
Yeah, I mean, 4 rounds on the tee side of Anubis. It's not a great half. There's no way of sugarcoating it. It's very poor. I mean, pistol rounds is a must-win at this point, and even then, I think you look at it and say you've got to win the first full buy round as well, and then you can start taking things round by round. But from the spot that Patins are in, yeah, it's going to be a long road back. We saw Solid make a comeback on train. Maybe Patins can have a similar sort of response, but let's see how the pistol round goes first. 2 sets of dual Berettas out. 1 flashbang on the cut with Moretz, and the rest of the side with armor.
Yeah, the only issue I think Patins will have here is no defuse kit. They'll have to slow down their kind of, slow down their decisions. I say slow down, they're going to have to speed up their decision. I don't really know what I'm on about. Charlie, I'm losing my mind. The CS is just taking everything out of me. But a quick, aggressive push here towards B. Nice from GBB. Actually finds it while flying. Misfit falling. And as said, the decision now for Patins to Ferrari. Surely they just save these weapons, these jewelries, Kevlar as well. There's no need to throw this away. It's a 3-on-5. Retake. Surely impossible, but Solid. The fact they found the pistol, 9-4. I think Patins are going to have to force. Cuts Moretz. Ooh, nice double here for Cuts. Obviously, a big benefit will be taking down your opponent's bit of kill reward.
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly the kill reward. Look, he's got a flashbang. Sure, you could save that over. That's $200 worth of equipment that could be saved. But in general, you have no armor. You have just the USP. So trying to keep hold of, or trying to take down a couple of players for some kill reward there, that's $600. Can be a better weaponry, better equipment in this round if they do opt for the force buy.
It's the fact that we've seen another fall. It's just Perez, but they are going to give it a go. I think this is the do or die decision here for Patins to Ferrari. A loss in this round. Oh, it looks as though it's just going to be a hero FAMAS, in fact. Cuts Moretz, he's got the jewelries, he's got armor. And I think the idea is if Perez can get a kill and a weapon can be retrieved, there is a chance, but right now, the RG got to be the one to watch it. Cuts Moretz to be peeking, dual Berettas in hand. There's a FAMAS behind him. All going to be about timing, and the FAMAS can find 2. That's weapons that can be retrieved now, and we're going to have to see the acceleration. Great from Destiny to deal with Premium. Premium could have actually just sat in that smoke and been a real difficulty to deal with.
Yeah, this is probably just going to be another save now for Patins. You've got no armor on Rekt. Got no health on Perez. You've got a bit of util that can be saved across and a couple of Galils. So I think just keep these weapons. Solid, sure, they're going to find 10. It was already going to be a behemoth task to make this comeback happen. What's another round?
Yeah, saving these weapons. It's important as it just means that they can have perfect utility. Maybe in a couple rounds' time, whether they might have lost a couple players yet. still win the round. It's just going to be so vital for them. It's unfortunate because I think once we see that those kills come through in middle, they go 2 for 1 there, and that's where it's a 4 versus 3. It's certainly a possibility, but when Premium pushes out of that smoke, goes down to the, I believe it was the Mac 10 of Destiny, I think that's where you look at it and you say, well, if Premium just sits there in the smoke, not only can he gain that information, but he could find a pick on players pushing through. Either way, though, Patins, they give up the double digits to Solid. 6 rounds in a row needed just to level up the scoreline, and Solid with only 3 needed on their map selection, on the T side. And you look at their T side win rate, a 71.3% win rate on their T side. And it's not as though that's just across 1 or 2 maps to kind of skew the stats. That's across 12 games played in the last couple months. Team Solid, they look very comfortable regarding their chances to take things here. Molly, slight bit of damage onto Destiny.
Yeah, a bit of information as well relayed over to Patins, but they're not going to look to press the issue yet. And it's understandable why. They're not going to have many full buys if they keep on losing rounds, so they don't want to be the player to make the mistake, to be the player that cost them.
A lot of weight here on Cuts Moretz. We've got this double A setup, double B. Utility's been thrown here to take control of A main. Second smoke scene now for Patins de Ferrari towards the A bomb site. And that could be an indicator for Solid to head elsewhere. Cuts Moretz now, repositioning. Tucked away and going to time his peak. No utility remaining here on Patins de Ferrari. 40 seconds now. Solid. Seemingly going to be this A play. I don't mind this setup. Not going to be easy to deal with, but the flashbang makes things very possible. Misfit now, he's just got to keep himself alive. Premium if he's the one to take contact, but if we Misfit swinging, and oh, excellent stuff here from Patins de Ferrari. The final players to emerge out of camera, and Premium could get caught off. He needs to try and back away. He's got himself out of A main now, just going to tuck himself around the corner, and it's going to be a real crunch. Very minimal time now. Gonna have to be the stick of the bomb. And DRG very much alone. He can get himself the first and the second. Spotted a player in heaven and information on camera. DRG. Not an easy clutch, not an easy round, but this is best possible to make things possible.
Yeah, I mean, almost had a chance there. 1 versus 2 he put himself into. Needed his teammate on the bomb site with him. Just keep themselves alive for a little bit longer. They found that heaven player. They go on to win that round. I'm convinced by DRG. Some really great shots there. And Patins do win a round, but it is at the cost of 3 players. Despite it looking like he was going to be a little bit cleaner, Solid just about have enough money to get somewhat of a buyout. It consists of a lot of Tech 9s, though, and only a couple of AKs.
It's the fact that those 2 A main players, they just swing, and they're able to find all 3 aggressors there from Solid. You know, we should be seeing at least one of them go down, but probably, you know, both found. They had information as well. You know, Solid, they knew there was players close towards A. Nice find from Misfit, though. Takes down Destiny early on here towards A main. Advantage now for Patins. Money in a bit of a precarious spot here for Solid. So a loss in this round could allow Patins to get themselves 7. Although trailing, brings them a bit closer. Kind of confirms that they do have a chance here.
Yeah, wrecked right now. Yeah, exactly. He's alone towards B. Has been spotted. Drops the Molotov, but GBB is already out. Not ready for Perez, though. Who backs him up. Rex finding one as well. The Tech 9 goes down with minimal damage dealt. And it's all on the final pistol towards Canals. 5 survivors for the CT side. And they deal with a force buy with no problem whatsoever. Solid. Gonna have to concede. Go for the eco here. And sure, we can see the CT side bring things close. The issue is, even if we do see them bring it closer and closer and closer, we do have to be aware that Solid are still on the favoured side. They are still the team who just any second can go on a bit of a streak, and you'll never feel safe if you're Patins in a game like this.
No, certainly not. And that's why It's so vital for them to win these rounds with plenty of survivors, because you don't really want to be in a spot where Solid win one round, your money's broken, you have to force, and then it's game over. Great utility damage here, though, from Premium. Switching to the Tech 9, and oh, the Tech 9! Premium! He will find all 5. Nearly doubling his kills in one round. I was just about to say that both Misfit, Premium, and Wrecked are having tough games, but I guess Premium, not too bad anymore. 11 to 12.
Yeah, good round from him. And money's certainly grown for Patins. Weapons in play once again for Solid. Still, there definitely are weaknesses. All Galils. But they prioritize utility, which I like that. Every player's got a full set with them.
I think the only disappointing factor that we've seen here from Solid is we haven't seen the AWP in play all too much here. And although it's Anubis, a map that I feel like the AWP might not have as much impact, it still can be so good to get openers, whether it's towards middle, whether you're searching for something towards A main, or obviously in B. Even just holding an angle like Canals, allowing players to creep on closer. I feel like it's the lack of the AWP that could be very costly. But speaking of the big green, DRG taking it down, Misfit falling, and it's going to be a real crunch on this A bomb site. Premium very much alone here. Spams through the smokes, but Premium, too many targets, not enough time, will go down, and DRG, he's taking this control towards camera. Solid, I think the best choice for them is just to save. They've got no control whatsoever. Patins the Ferrari, sorry, needing to be the ones to save. I think it's a good round from Solid. Misfit, though, completely alone in middle. So much was put there towards the B bomb site, and it begs the question why we've got 2 players so deep towards A and middle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if we're going to have anyone save the AWP. On the side of Solid, doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like they're even interested in going towards middle, but I wouldn't mind seeing Knife on the AWP in this one. I mean, he's having a decent game already with the rifle, so maybe he's fine to stick with it. But, I mean, I still do think the AWP is super valuable on both sides of this map, that I do think it certainly can help Solid, but maybe they do want to just bring things back to basics. I mean, look at that round in itself. You have Misfit, you have Misfit getting taken down towards middle, and then just a simple A pop and overwhelm the site from that, with DRG coming in to try to crunch onto the empty bomb site. But yeah, there wasn't anything too extravagant in a round like that. Maybe Solid are just trying to play, let's play the trading game, let's play the numbers, and we'll just make sure we have the rifles and can burst into the bomb site with a bit more speed.
Yeah, definitely. Seems like right now, passes to Ferrari. Although finances on some players still sitting pretty, it's kind of the lack of rounds that could be remaining. Currently 11 to 7. They've got 1 mistake remaining that won't cost them a loss here on Anubis, but seems as though it is going to be this play here towards the B bomb site from Solid. GBB's got a molly and a nade. Could be used to take control here in connector. Front of the smoke they go, pre-firing the position here. Perez falling, cuts Moretz though, can get a double. Searching for his third here towards connector, but Nathan, important kill. Rex now finding, you're rotating in. Quick kill from Misfit, now all on GBB. Will get his first here of the round, and the second. Premium. Not the moment he'll want to remember. A back turn GBB, besting there, Premium. Smoke thrown. HE grenade soon to follow. So much damage there onto Misfit. And now GBB. He's got enough time to retrieve this bomb. Going to drop the smoke as well towards Temple. And Misfit with a decision to make. Fully blinded is GBB. Misfit has given away that he's still here towards Temple. Tap of the bomb. Misfit. Now indicates it is just the tap. We'll go through on the second chance now. Misfit on the AWP. GBB. All going to be about timing. Misfit repositioning. Now towards the front of the site. He's got to be aware that GBB's in the smoke. And quick shot from Misfit. Second of the round. Big clutch here. Keeps Patins the Ferrari in their safety zone.
Yeah, I think GBB overcomplicated that slightly. Did a ton of damage there to Misfit from the HE grenade. All the smoke's down on the bomb site. Start to get worried, is he already out? And just lost the information. It feels like as soon as he gets the bomb down, if he got himself set up in some sort of post-plant position, that's where you apply the pressure to Misfit. Now, add that time constraint. He's low HP, and yet he has to be the one to search for the kill instead. Nice attempt at the 1 versus 3, but Misfit coming out on top. Crucial for Patin's survival here in this event.
Look, I think as well, when we saw GBB go through that smoke when he threw in CT, I thought he was actually going to progress through CT or maybe get to the back of the bomb site, and that's where you say, okay, well, this is going to be really difficult for Misfit. But, as you said, slight decisions costing them. DRG with a nice find, cuts Moretz falling in middle. DRG sending the Molotov here as an attempt to take control towards middle. About timing. Perez maneuvers onto the A-bomb site as well. So many players here for Patins de Ferrari on A. They've gambled correctly, but the problem is there's 2 players coming from camera. It's going to be very difficult now. Perez holding. Flashbang comes through. Oh, smoke in fact, but kills coming through on the T side. Now Misfit with work to do here. Prepared for the swing of GBB, but it's just going to be the smoke. Patins de Ferrari, although heavily disadvantaged here, can they even have the ability to go for a round like this? If they go for the save, it gives solid 12, and that's what they're going to have to do. I feel like there's a real lack of justification for them going for this round, but solid now. They're just happy to sit on the bomb site. They've got a decent amount of money. If they win this round, they should be able to buy. Be a last minute ninja that they're going for, but GBB, as I said, he's happy to just sit on the bomb site. He denies any chance for a late defuse.
I mean, that's the thing. GBB would probably be happy to go down with the bomb there.
Yeah.
He wouldn't mind as long as it's secure in 12. This has been a hard-fought victory on Anubis, despite how heavily they were leading on that CT side. The rounds do feel like quite a grind, so yeah, just going down to secure map and series point, semi-final point, I mean, it's always going to be worth it, but it's losing all your weapons, so it's not going to be the greatest of buys we've seen from Patins. Only it is going to be cuts Moretz, who's going to be in a bit of a tough spot, and he's probably the one player you want to make sure has the most premium of weaponry.
Yeah, I think right now, I think the form that Cuts Moretz is playing, absolutely excellent. Maybe you opt to kind of drop an MP9 from Cuts to one of the A players, and we see kind of a double setup between Misfit and I believe Premium. I think that could work out well. Leave Cuts Moretz with a rifle utility in middle. Has got the FAMAS here. Obviously not quite the same as an M4, but right now solid. They're in such a good position. They have looked pretty effective here on their T side as well, and we expected this, but Patins de Ferrari. The fact that they only got 4 rounds on their T side, and the fact it seems they might only find 4 here on their CT. It's a tough one for them. Orb of Misfit looking for an early peek here towards Connector. Spots out nothing. Cuts Moretz now with plenty of players coming his way. GBB between 3 Molotovs. If DRG just pushes forward, I think GBB would have lived there. I don't really know how he's fully been taken down through a Molotov, but who knows?
Yeah, got to refocus. Anyway, you've got the man disadvantage in a pretty strange way, but still have all the chance to win this. Knifin is posted up towards middle with the AWP, but the rest of the T's now can just look elsewhere, look for what site they want to hit, and leave Knifin holding for those rotations.
Knifin, I think he's spotted Cuts Moretz there. Aware of a rotating Rect. Knifin will find. Very worried that Cuts Moretz is aggressing. Space taken now from DRG onto the B-bomb site. This fight here in CT's everything, but it's Misfit's orb. He will find. And now, solid. Disadvantaged once again here in this round. The bomb can go down, though. Rotations to be seen. No defuse kit in play, no utility for Patins de Ferrari. So although they've got the numbers, they've got very limited information. Nathan, they've allowed the CTs to cross. Nathan very worried about play through A main, but all to be retaking through Temple and CT. Smoke's now finally faded. They're going to have to hit with a bit more speed. The swing comes through, but no kill from Tamati. Nathan on the AWP. Important shot to find Perez. They're both here towards E-Box, but there is no kit, as I mentioned before. Someone's going to have to get on it, but no one holding. Misfit finds Destiny. Nathan now, he will hit the shot, but the game is over. Nathan, what a round. What a 1v2. 4 kills in total. You said he's feeling comfortable on the rifle, but the second the AWP's in play, he puts the game to bed. Solid are our victors here in the quarterfinals. They booked themselves that spot in the semis. But what a game there from Solid. Absolutely exceptional from them. But Charlie, let's bring Brandon in. Let's hear what he has to say about that one.
Yeah, look, it wasn't the, I think, complete shutout that I think most people were expecting there on map 3. I think there were definitely chances for Patins de Ferrari to build in, but I think they made it really difficult for themselves. And then I guess as the series has gone on, you've got Nathan now starting to come alive a bit more. People are giving support to GBB, and no one was there this game to really help out Cuts Moretz. It felt like he was doing absolutely everything, didn't it, Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, a player who I was convinced was going to slow down, proved me wrong again. I think this Patins team probably going to have to feel a little bit guilty that for a long time we've been sort of singing Misfits praises and about how good and great he's been, but it was really Cuts Moretz this series who was above and beyond, and the rest of the roster felt like they were pretty much all as one unit. No one particularly stepping up, but doing just enough to sort of coast on by. You reckon they have one more player there that's doing a job? I could see that one getting extremely close, maybe going to overtime, and who knows from there.
Fact of the matter is, should have been done on train, but we do have our first semi-finalist. Solid will progress on. We are running behind a bit, gentlemen. So as we just see this playoff bracket, it's confirmation that Solid are your first semi-finalists. We then swap to the other end of the bracket. Imperial versus Legacy is our second quarter-final, our second best of 3 of the day. We're going to run it straight into a short break. When we come back, we're going to be setting the scene for Imperial versus Legacy. The Champions of Champions Tour is in full swing, and then classically, our first quarterfinal had all the maps, all the rounds, in some instances, a little bit of technical hiccups along the way, which means we're delayed in starting Imperial versus Legacy. But we are here, we are ready, we're getting the teams loaded up into the server to kick this one off. And we've already shown the bracket, so I don't really want to do that again. Instead, I want to dive straight into the rosters, gentlemen. I'm going to leave it as a bit of a free-for-all, which is something the host probably shouldn't do. But I'm going to say, look, one of you is going to talk about Imperial. One of you is going to talk about Legacy. Between yourselves now, you have 5 seconds to discuss who's who.
You can choose, Charlie. I love both of these teams.
I'll take Legacy. I'll take Legacy. You can kick things off with Imperial.
All right.
Okay.
Let's go then. Let's see this Imperial lineup. Haha, just kidding. It's Legacy. Charlie, you're up.
Oh, okay. Bit of a bait there. Yeah, I mean, in general, with this Legacy team, so what we have seen recently, we've seen one game from them played in this playoff, and they didn't even play it. It was a forfeit win. So we haven't actually got to see them play in a little while. We haven't seen them play a massive amount after the sort of holidays, after the play break. We've only seen them play like 6 series in general. So there's still a lot of question marks around it, especially when you consider Nissim and Lux. These guys still haven't actually played many officials under this banner. So we still haven't got to see fully what this team's about yet. But so far, so good. These two have looking pretty good. They've come into the roster. They're stepping up really well. Lux has looked unbelievable since joining this team. And hopefully for Legacy, they can keep it up. But obviously, there's a couple of names on this side that you're going to know from a few years ago, all the way back on that Godsend team. You've got Dumao and Lato. I mean, the evolution of these two guys have been some honestly my favorite stuff to watch in the South American scene. Obviously, like sort of led by Phelps and Taco on that team all these years ago. Then we see the team sort of go in the dark a little bit. But these two seemingly have just been progressing more and more and more throughout the Brazilian side. And it feels like Legacy and a bit more experience that these two have, actually. It feels like they are eventually seeing this Legacy team push to where that Godsend team's peak was. Looking to get into top 30. Looking to get further. And sure, there's a few unknown factors with it, but in general, the talent this team has, I think, is one of the most unmatched in the South American scene right now.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, you're speaking up a good game, but they are going up against Imperial, and now we've got Fred on show and tell.
Look, you said one of the best and one of the highest teams when it comes to individual ability. I'd argue maybe Imperial a little bit better. You look at the experience they've got. Obviously, you talk about the core of this roster kind of being Vinny, Noe, and Decenty. Obviously, brought in Try from 9Z. Che, very recently, obviously come from Troubled Attacker, I believe. So they brought in some key individuals when it comes to the fragging power. When it comes to experience, you just have to look at the events that this Imperial side have been playing at. Obviously, we're at their major, IM Rio, in Pro League as well. The main core of this roster has got so much experience against top tier talent. And I think for them, now that they're playing against easier opponents, I think that's safe to say, I think they are going to really be able to kind of easily flex the ability they have. You just have to look at that game against Bad News Chickens. Okay, yeah, that first game went OT, but they kind of recovered on Mirage, and you look at the individuals there. Decenty had an incredible game. Same with Che, same with Vinny. I feel like the only player who was a little bit in the dark was No Way, but you know, it's not the end of the world. They still 2-0'd in that round of 16 game. And I think when it comes to the synergy that this roster are going to have, the main core's been together for over a year now. Try's been in the roster for enough time. There's 105 maps that this 4 have played alongside one another. I think they do have the tactical advantage and the ability to back it as well. So I think, although there is such strength on the other side for Legacy, I still feel like Imperial is just the next step up.
Here's our head-to-head with Shay and Lux. Obviously, 2 new additions coming in. Shay's rating is unbelievable. And you feel like if you're this player, it's kind of your last chance, to be honest. I think that he's had a lot of interest and has had a lot of opportunities in progressing to the next stage within South America. And it really is do or die now for this player, which is a crazy thing to say at such a young age. But I think he's been around the block a little bit of all the top organizations in South America, finds himself on Imperial. Really needs to kind of kick things into gear. And for Lux, it's also a similar thing of you come from pain, you go into this Legacy team, and now you got to prove yourself to work your way back up to the very top again. And it'll be an interesting head-to-head between these two. We've got the veto as well. We can quickly rifle through. I'll let you know, boys, there's no train in this one. Legacy banned it immediately. But with Imperial picking up Mirage, with Legacy going on to Anubis, we got 2 out of the 3 maps, similar to our first best of 3, and Nuke as that decider. When you take a look at this then, Charlie, you've spoken highly about Legacy. This veto, though, I think kind of favours Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, on face value, I think it will, but I honestly do think these two teams are actually a lot closer than I think maybe stats and a lot of people do say. I mean, we have seen these two face off against one another. This was a while ago now that we've seen this. This was a good couple of months ago. It was an extremely close game there. But I mean, you do have to look at things from Legacy's perspective, and I think the team is stronger than it was. That was still when they're Barton on the team.
Yeah.
Neckers as well, I think. So I do think this is a much stronger team for Legacy. Sure, you could maybe look at it Imperial with Che. He's a player with so much potential, but we haven't necessarily seen so much of it. But I mean, it's not going to be the craziest difference in terms of vetoes. Mirage feels pretty obvious for this Imperial side to pick up. Sure, I do think the vetoes, and I think the vetoes probably always were going to favour Imperial in terms of where this one was going to head. Was always going to slightly lean towards Imperial, but I still do think Legacy have a lot to show. And I don't really think the maps would have changed my opinion on this. I think it was always going to be a super close game, and I still think it's a game that's very up in the air.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty valid assessment of things. I'm interested to kind of see what this new look Legacy can do with that experience of Lux. Obviously, been playing in Tier 1 this whole entire 2024. Now comes into this team that is still really hungry for success. We've seen how much sort of the roster has shifted in order to accommodate potential RMR sort of runs that don't really exist anymore, but they made the major at the start of last year. There's every hope that Dumao and Lato are consistently hungry for success. I'm interested to see whether Imperial can bounce back. Imperial stocks have been down quite a lot recently, so maybe with this addition of Shay, that will get them in a little bit more of a better environment. We'll have to wait and see. What are your general expectations then, Fred? Because obviously you talked quite a big game there for Imperial. Are they doing it in 2, or are we going all 3?
Look, I think obviously Legacy are going to put up a good fight. I think it would be quite tough to say that Legacy don't take a map. And we've said about the kind of the increase in firepower that Legacy have brought in, but obviously same can be said for Imperial. I think realistically it could just be on the basis of if we see a stomping from either side on map 1, we see it come through to map 2, because as we've seen from the maps, both teams, they like Nuke, they like Anubis, they like Mirage. There's no kind of upsets when it comes to the vetoes. There is no train or a map like that where one team don't play it at all and the other it's their best. So I think it is going to come down to kind of confidence. I talk a big game about confidence and how that really affects the team's momentum. And I think if we can see a stomping on map 1, I think that will follow through, obviously, to the second. But look, if you're pushing me for a kind of prediction, I think it'd be silly to argue against Imperial. I'd probably say Imperial take it. Maybe they take it in 2, but I think it's too early to tell.
Okay, and presumably, Charlie, you're going the other way.
See, I mean,
Flip-flopping.
I kind of wish
no.
I kind of wish I remember saying, or I wish I don't remember saying, all the way at the start of this broadcast, that I think Imperial are going to win the whole thing.
You did say that. You did.
So
Yeah.
now, everything I've said about Legacy feels a bit pointless if I go to say, oh yeah, Imperial are going to win it. Although I do think statistically Imperial should be taking this, I do still think Legacy are one of those teams that there's still a lot for them to work towards, and there's still definitely a goal that they've got set for themselves. Imperial probably are the hardest team to face here. And I think, sure, it's one of those unlucky draws that you happen to have them in the quarterfinals. I think I probably would slightly edge with Imperial, but that doesn't mean I don't think Legacy can go on to take this whatsoever. And I do think, because we just haven't seen them play a huge amount of officials so far in 2025, I think as each tournament goes on, I probably would eventually start to flip over to Legacy. But just due to the lack of their game time this year, I'll probably say I'll give it to Imperial ever so slightly.
Could have got away with that one because I don't remember you saying that. That was about 5 hours ago.
Yeah, neither do
Regardless,
I.
we'll have to jump into map 1. Imperial versus Legacy. Gents, take it away.
A big game for both sides. Obviously, for Legacy, we didn't really get to see what they had to offer in the round of 16 stage.
No.
Yeah, they had themselves a forfeit victory, obviously, against, I believe, Exolus Laser.
Yeah.
Bit of, just weren't able to fill the
Yeah,
roster
big tech
connectivity.
issues there, yeah.
Yeah, so I think for Legacy, you said, okay, maybe after a couple more events under their belt, maybe get some more confidence with this full 5, then we can expect big things from them. But look, we haven't seen them in this event so far. And a tall task they've got, but Imperial obviously starting on the T side here of Mirage. Nice find from Chase. Sad's in with a quick trade though, so onto the 4-on-4. Decent T though, in a very good position here towards short. Needs to deal with Lux, able to do so. Now crossing paths with Connector. Surviving currently, and Sad getting very aggressive here. Needing to find this pick onto bench as the time ticks, the harder the round gets with no defuse kit. No peek coming through. Sad very much alone here on the center of the bomb site, but there's nothing he can find. Eventually the T swing, they get a bit antsy. Still, we've had quite some time without a casualty. Eventually found Vinny and Try both combined to deal with the close rotations. And it's got to be said, Decent T's done so well to deny Damao finding anything in this round.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Dumal was completely out of the action for the longest time. You saw as well, Nissim was just towards the market window. Even he felt pretty out of the action. It looked like all the pressure was, really was just on the one player Sad's in on the bomb site, just hoping he could do absolutely everything. But yeah, sort of as soon as we were in that position where Dumal was not rotated across, it felt like Imperial did enough work to win that round.
Yeah, definitely. Imperial, strong start for them. Force buy coming through from Legacy, wanting to take the fight right back to their opponents, but plenty of rifles, decent amount of utility. The Mac 10 here on Che. Already a lot of speed from Imperial here towards middle. They've taken this control so easily. Now just holding the smoke. They need to deal with the player towards bench. Che now still waiting here in Connector. Spots out one. Sad though, an important find here with the scout. Gets the tag onto Vinny as well. Lato somewhat isolated here towards B. The bomb yet to make its way up short. Needs to find the pick. Able to do so. So down to the 3-on-3. Oh, great shot from Lato. Denies the apartments play here. And now it's the game plan to progress up Connector. But Damao holding, waiting for that aggression, and now trying a 1 versus 3. He's in a very good position with a lot of time to work with, but is going to go towards the A-bomb site. Damao having a slight look here. Steps have been heard, so Try's got great information here, and Nissim going to be flanking, progressing through T-spawn.
Honestly, I think Dumal just needs to keep himself alive. If he hears the noise, whatever he's going to hear, just keep yourself alive and play this as that 1 versus 3. All for the rotations now. And Dumal's just holding. Knows that he hasn't crossed towards the left side of the site. They're going to know he is in CT spawn. There's no util for the CTs, no defuse kit, but weaponry could be enough.
Yeah, they have just picked up a smoke. Dropping it towards CT or on the bomb is definitely going to be the goal. Instant stick of the bomb here from Damao. Double elevation, not going to be easy to deal with. And contact made, Nissim finds Legacy. A great response, but it's got to be said, Lato, the double there with the Deagle is everything.
Yeah, great couple of shots here. It's the second one here that's so exceptional. But then you just see all these little cheeky angles. Damao just playing really tight tucked in Connector there with the 5-7 in hand, waiting for someone just not to clear him.
Yeah, the disregard there from Che really changes up the round. Obviously, it puts it in that 1 versus 3. Great response though. Legacy now, the ones with rifles with weaponry. Obviously, Try does have an AK in play, but can't expect all too much from the pistols. Let's see what they have to offer. The swing's wide here. Can't deal with the player in jungle. Eventually, Che will connect. Sad's in falling. Aggression out of the smoke, but Che again on the Deagle. Che finds 3. And the successes of Lato's Deagle has been eclipsed by the excellence here of Che.
And this is why this man's bought into this roster. For moments like this, moments that he couldn't produce consistently on certain other teams, but he's always had the potential. Great find there, still an opportunity for Legacy. As they try to break into this A-bomb site, Lato does have a smoke grenade. 2 players towards Firebox though, finally. 1 fallen, but the second being baited in. Surely there's no chance they're aware of this. There is a defuse kit.
Spam through the smoke now. Players aren't actually on the bomb. Stick will come through, the Deagle eventually connecting, and now all on Lato. Is there enough time? Well, Decenty takes any chance of the Ninja away. We will see Imperial back to winning ways. Already, Charlie, a force by war on our hands. Some great deke shots have been seen. But what a triple here from Che.
Yeah, I mean, this was unreal. I mean, it really is just sort of a bit of a Deagle sales pitch so far this game. Why to buy the Deagle more?
Yeah, and obviously we know how effective this weapon can be.
Yeah, I mean, in the hands of these players, certainly not ours, but I mean, it's a force by war back and forth here. I mean, I couldn't think of a better way to start off things between these two teams on Mirage here.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing already from Legacy, though. They're looking to get Lux close here towards ramp. Right now, Imperial, they've got the better weaponry. I think playing at range, just keeping their distance against these pistols has got to be the game plan. Very much prepared for this deep position here. It's all about what Sadzin can do. Is the jiggle enough? He's kind of got to drop the smoke and allow Lux to be baited in. Elevation here for Damao. He chipping away, and Damao will be able to get changed, backs away. And now this is the decision to hit towards the A-bomb site. They deal with Lux towards ramp. Sadzin backing away. He has been spotted now by Decent. He drops the smoke to try and keep himself alive as long as possible. Allow for rotations to come through. Oh, try spotted out. One here towards jungle, the Molotov. Forces forward, Nissim. So much damage dealt here to Nissim, and also try getting right up in the face. Now all on Lato. His Deagle's done so much work already here in this game. Another moment of brilliance required, though, in this double jungle setup. Just going to be the save for the AK. Might get hunted here, though. And tries relayed all this information across. Legacy. They concede the force by wars. It'd be an interesting decision if they opt to go for it again. I think it'll all be dependent on how many survivors there are here for Imperial. But Try seems very aware of Lato's position here. Spots him out. Ooh. He's still got the information, and he's got that, which is valuable against Lato. We'll find him. No AK and Deagle saved.
Yeah, and that's Imperial breaking the streak of this force by war and bringing themselves up to 3. Can start to just bridge the gap and extend their lead in this game slightly.
Yeah, this year we've seen just the one map of Mirage played from both sides. Dominant victory here for Imperial. Same can be said for Legacy. I think you've got to give both of these sides a good couple weeks for their introduction of their final players, and then we can have like a really good idea of what's going on with their map pool, the successes as well. Obviously, the period over kind of Christmas and New Year's will give a lot of teams time to work upon their map pool, especially with the addition of Train. Great triple here from Che, though. Now all on Damao. E2000 in hand.
Yeah, wants to take down Che, knows he's low, misses the jump. That's the audio cue given up, and Che still finds the kill. 4K from him. Quite the start he's had as well, 9 and 4. And this is a really good way, I think, for Che to try to introduce what he's all about on this Imperial roster. Because obviously, we've only seen one series with him on HLTV since being an Imperial, and that was in the game versus Bad News Chickens. Had a great game there as well.
It was something that Brandon touched upon. Obviously, he had about a year and a half on Sharks, a year on Flux, so Yeah, seemingly hasn't kind of had his best moments there. But now on Imperial, this is his time to shine. But after being on these kind of top rosters here in the region and not being able to kind of continue his spot and show what he truly has to offer, you'd hope for him that he can kind of really step and show up here on Imperial, because when you know of a player with such talent who has these big moments and consistency seemingly are lacking, well, a problematic factor, I think you just hope that things go well for him.
I mean, that's the thing. He's undoubtedly got heaps of potential, but it's just, it does feel like in certain teams we just haven't seen it fully realized yet. Definitely have glimpses from him in every single team he's been on, but yeah, this might be one of the best chances he has to show. Does find one, gets traded by a Lux. Flashbang was great there. The support, but Imperial looking to burst out towards B.
Lux, where the Vinny is still ready and waiting here towards short. Important kill, brings it to the 3-on-3. Only a chance here, but Decency taking control here towards Market, and Nissan might not be ready for this. An excellent angle here for Decency. Ooh, Try found that. Timing. Fortunate there. Sadly not for Nissim. Ooh, no way, just needs to keep himself alive. To try and survive. There's no damaging util to deal with him, but how is he still surviving? Decency though will get one. Ammunition limited, but the sidearm, the P250, will be able to find. No chance to save the AWP, not enough time, but a great round from Decent. He's 9-1.
Yeah, I mean, he's having a brilliant showing as well, but I mean, I actually like the idea that Legacy are going for there. You've got Doom out initially taking that contact with Lux in apartments, but so much of that round relies on Doom. He needs to find something to bait Lux in. He can find one, honestly, just push out and die. Just get the information and Lux can come in and clean up and win the round. The issue is it's such a chaotic fight towards apartments and bench. Neither player really connecting any bullets, despite how low the bench player is. It's awkward, it's scrappy, and eventually Legacy kind of feel like they just lost that round on time. Lux has to show his hand, but by that point, the second player on Imperial will reveal themselves.
I know we're only 6 rounds in, Charlie, but things are already getting a little bit out of hand for Legacy. It's a 5-1 scoreline. This is the T side of Mirage. Right now, Legacy, it's not the most convincing of showings. And as we've said throughout all of these maps, you know, Mirage and Anubis Nuke, these are all maps that both these teams feel pretty comfortable on. It's not going to be a factor of kind of technical brilliance that's the determining factor for success. It's the individuals that will outweigh and kind of outstrength their opponents. It's him, though. Got to find Decency, but will go down. 10th kill acquired. Not the only player on Imperial with 10. Che as well. Important trade, but it's not been found. Try posted up here. A little bit worried. Quick shot from Try. Don't even know if we saw the scope, but Lato's kill onto Decency, and with the lack of HP on both Try and Che, certainly a possible round. No way, he's got a lot of work to do here. The flank from ramp being planted now out in the open. I said, no way, he's got to do a lot of work, and with the final bullets, he can find it. Imperial, they find themselves their 6th. Not the most convincing of rounds, but still a round victory nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of nice moments, but yeah, I'm starting to agree with you now. Things are beginning to get quite out of hand, even in these early stages. Legacy just haven't shown us enough. Sure, they've shown us that they can bring a couple of these rounds close here or there, but it does feel like they are playing Imperial's game. And
yeah.
Imperial is certainly winning it right now. I mean, it's 6-1, but it's just, you look at the site hits, and that alone feels like it should say everything. Imperial able to get onto the bomb site, feels like they're able to force Legacy back, and any sort of aggression gets shut down very quickly.
You see in that round, Lux finds the bomb planter, and obviously he wants to go in for seconds, but he's got an MP9, it's not the best of weapons. You know there's going to be an AK or maybe an AWP holding. I think after you find that kill and you deny the plant, he can back away towards ramp, and then obviously there's a real pivot of the round. It then goes in favour of Lato. It's he's the one to make the play, and obviously they're not sure of the HP of the remaining players, but I feel like the fact he tries to go 2 for 1 there and ramp just a little bit unnecessary. I think No Way's obviously going to be advantage in that fight. I think it's just slight decisions like that which really have been causing Legacy bit of turmoil. That was fine from Che. Great opener onto the A-bomb site. Quick rotations have been seen. Demao now to deal with Vinny. Important kill here. Brings it back to the 4-on-4. I say that. The nade could eliminate Decency. It does. Now try. Posted up here with the York. Lato's dropped the smoke to try and escape. Molotov will spread to his position. He's forced out. Half HP now from the molly. Che's in a good position, but the problem is utility's now faded. All players on Legacy here. As the time ticks, though, they're going to be worried. Have we just given an avenue for a player to creep out of apartments? Is there someone who's tried to make their way into window while we've been setting our sights here towards A? And that's why Demao, he's in connector holding for that flank.
Yeah, Imperial are just now holding. Are they going to be given anything?
I really like this from Imperial. Because there's that slight hint of a question that Legacy are going to be asking. You know, they could have backed away. They probably should have backed away. The B-bomb site's open. We don't really have that much utility for a retake. No one's rotated towards B, though, which is, I guess, going to be a real helping hand here, but no way. Great fight. Still 2 players towards CT. Sadzid will get traded out. There is another here in CT. Elevated up, but it's been heard. The jump's been seen, and Che will be able to get 2 there. The HE grenade taking down his teammate. Orb in hand, and Che finds a 4K in this round for Che. A great round for Imperial, but Legacy, they gamble correctly. They still sit 4 close towards the A-bomb site, yet things just somehow go so wrong for them.
I mean, Che is playing outrageously good CS right now. I mean, it's just, he's great on the entries so many times. In this clutch as well, instantly picks up the AWP, instantly turns, and the timing's absolutely brilliant just for him to be able to pull out the AWP, scope it, and shoot in time without it sort of punishing him, without it haunting him. I mean, he is playing on top form, 14-6 right now. And when you look at the Imperial scoreboard and you look at players like Vinny who are 2-7 or Try, who's not exactly having nearly as many kills, still having a good game. Feels like he's just overshadowing everyone.
Yeah, you know, you look right now, the combination of Decency and Che, those 2 players having more kills than the whole Legacy side combined. You know, the impact of Vinny, No Way, and Try, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, excellent there. I think the missed shots from Demao are going to be really tough when he re-watches the demo, realizing his opponent was on 2 HP. Who's here, though? Speaking of Demao, he's got that hero FAMAS. Demao's got to be disciplined here. Once he fires off the shots, Imperial can have that slight realization. No Way. Looking to progress out of Palace. Again, Imperial opting with a level of discipline. You can see it, the connector player is somewhat worried. Okay, well, is there a flank in middle? What are they waiting for? Why are they delaying? Demao's been spotted. Vinny's holding for it, surely.
Yeah, they seemed really aware of that. Do find the kill. People have been softened up. Vinny and No Way. Both low HP. The spams could find Vinny, but
Down to 2 health. How's the bullet connecting and he's still alive? Lux will find him, though. A very possible retake here. No Way's got a lot of work to do, but he's trapped towards Firebox. Nice find from No Way. He gets 1. MP9's been retrieved from Sadzid, but found as well. Elevation seam and Nissim falling. No Way, although on 2 HP, he's done so much work here from Firebox. Eventually taken down. Lato, though, no time, no chance, no utility, and Imperial continue. But it doesn't matter. It's not the map pick that's given them brilliance. It's Mirage, one of the most played maps in the whole of Counter-Strike. It's an 8-1 scoreline. Legacy. What's gone on here?
I mean, right now it feels like it is just the individuals that are the difference maker. No Way is a perfect example of that. No Way hasn't exactly had the most exciting of games when you're looking at players like Decency and Che to compare him with. Not around that, he's brought down to 2 HP, finds a nice quick headshot, takes down a rifle who's pushing him, and still survives after taking down 2. It's been really, really big differences between the two. I mean, look at that there. No way. Great find again. And there's no stopping this Imperial side. Surely, look at the amount of 1v1s they take, and they just win all of them.
Jumping out in the open is Damao. He's going to send a flashbang to send himself in, but it's turned from. No way. He hears the bounce of the utility, and that's the indicator. The spin around. Flashbang coming over, half blinding Lato. 1 versus 3 here. Molotov towards triple, a smoke towards CT. Shots will come through from Lato. Gives away his position, and Imperial now in a 3 versus 1 for their 9th round. And Imperial, we were expecting victory for them here in the series. I said I couldn't really say a 2-0, but the way in which they're playing, it's absolutely incredible. Legacy, it seems as though in every round, whatever decision, whatever kind of goal they want to achieve, it's been shut down by individual brilliance. No way finding 3 in that round. Obviously, the amount of multi-kills that Che and Decenty have been able to find, it seems in every encounter, Legacy, they're met with such resistance.
I mean, these are some really, really strong entries from Imperial. And if they can keep this up for however many maps are left in the series, I fear for all of Legacy's CT sides.
I fear for everyone in this event remaining. Look, the way Imperial are playing is of kind of grand final victory performance. I don't think we've seen any team so far in the playoffs have this level of threat.
No, I mean, not against the side that... I mean, I truly do think Legacy are a very good team, and I do think they have the potential to be a better team than Imperial given time.
Yeah.
But considering how good Legacy are, Imperial are humiliating them right now.
On the unfavored side here as well.
I mean, it certainly doesn't look unfavored for Imperial. Round 11. Not many rounds left of this half, and Legacy, they're going to need to fight for something. They're going to need to have some rounds to go into the second half with, otherwise they could just fall very flat here on map number 1.
I think as well, Charlie, when we were looking at this game, obviously we've had the fixture for, you know, a day or so now. We knew that it was going to be Legacy versus Imperial, and I think, you know, when it comes to preparation, when it comes to kind of, you know, our initial thoughts on the game, I think we were very excited for this one. We were saying, okay, well, this is going to be, it should be a close best of 3. Arguably one of the best quarterfinals that we've got. Obviously, the Sharks Bestia game is going to be a really good one as well. But you're looking at this game on paper, and we're thinking this is going to be an excellent battle, but it doesn't look that way at all.
Not just yet. Che under pressure.
Oh, great.
Nice to Mao. Lux in mid should be able to get one for free as Vinny. Util in hand, but it's still advantage Imperial. They get the opening kill, but the bomb is dropped.
Yeah, Legacy won't realise this though, because they are just saving. It's a 2 versus 3. You're 9-1. You're really saving? You're thinking 2 rounds isn't it? I really dislike this decision. I think at some point you've got to say, well, we've got to give it a go. But yeah, I think right now the fact they're gifting Imperial 10, I think if we saw this early on in the series, you know, it's maybe a 4-1, 5-1, you can understand, but you're just gifting Imperial double digits here.
I mean, yeah, we're in a spot where Legacy aren't giving themselves much room to breathe on their T side, and I mean, like right now they've got 1 round secured.
I think the most impressive part of all of this is the first 3 rounds it was back and forth. We had a bit of a force by war. It was tailored to that exciting and close game that we expected from these two sides. But all it takes is Imperial finding their footing, having players like Che, like Decenty. Obviously, No Way's had a really good couple rounds as well. It seems like there's just a real lack of individual ability on the side here of Legacy. I think we talk about teams, you know, quite slow to warm up into the server, slow to warm up into the series. I think that would be an understatement here for Legacy.
I mean, right now, what's Brandon going to have to break down? Imperial good, Legacy bad. That's the extent of it. Yeah, there's not been really any successes to talk about for Legacy. I mean, you got Lato's Deagle round. Had some nice kills with the Deagle. On round number 2.
And then Che did better. He got the triple on the Deagle.
Yeah, straight after. I mean, look at the scoreboard now of Imperial. This speaks it all. Che, DCC, and No Way. I mean, they're leading by a ton. They've all got more kills per round so far. They've all got positive, which is a mad stat in itself that you got 3 players more than 1 KPR. But the fact that Legacy just obviously they've got no one who can match it.
I think the funniest part of all of it is Vinny's 2-9, and he's just going to be thinking, well, all I'm doing is I'm going into a bomb site and getting traded, and then my team are clearing up. And I think a lot of the time when you have a player like Vinny who, you'd argue, been obviously in this roster for the longest time, he's got quite a bit of experience. You think of his time obviously on Furio, he was on Furio for what, 4 or 5 years? This is the type of game that Vinny's going to be so happy with his teammates on, because it is the basics of Counter-Strike, absolutely perfect. I'm going to look to entry. If I find nothing, trade me, then just win out the round. I feel like this is a type of round that, or type of match, sorry, that Imperial are going to be very happy with, and I think same goes for Vinny.
Lux's position might go overlooked. No Way has a slight glance, but not fully clearing. Lux doubles down. And finally, we might have a chance for Legacy to find their second, as it's a 5 versus 1 for try. They get a 5v, a 1 versus 4 now, but still so much more to get.
Yeah, with 10 seconds.
Yeah, this would be a big lineup needed.
I don't know why the CTs don't just... There's 3 seconds left. Really playing for KD? Yeah, what are you doing? Is that all they can play for? Are we writing off the game?
Well, it's not far off being written off, is it? Double digits from Imperial in the first half. Game can be basically converted off of the pistol.
Yeah, I think Legacy, best of luck. I think this is one of those games. I'll be honest. I said I think Imperial are going to take it. Obviously, I was backing their roster. This is the type of game where I'm hoping Legacy can come back, because what a comeback it would be, right? Just an instant flip for Legacy. I think the hopes of that, though, are very slight.
Yeah, I mean, this pitch round obviously is... I mean, I say it's everything. Even if you win it, you're still... It still feels like you're massively out of this game. But, I mean, it'll be a way for Imperial to clean this one up as quick as possible. Vinny, nice tap on the first. Finds his 3rd kill of the game so far. Still remaining towards triple when Legacy back away.
Yeah, I heavily dislike this. They've just opted to back away on the basis that they lose 1 kill and they call it quits. Right now, though... Got to see Che find this kill.
And what do the T's do now? You've just lost Lux. He needed to find that kill. You have 3 T's with the bomb. They have no A bomb site. They've got no B bomb site. And they have no end goal.
They've got no control in middle either. They're going to have to progress through under. But this is going to take them so long because Imperial could have a player up towards top mid. Obviously, that's why Nissim is playing so disciplined. He's so worried about someone behind boxes. They're going to take at least 20 seconds to fully clear out middle. And maybe get a player up con, but the boost! Oh, he jumps up and he's taken down. Great shot there from Try. Nissim gets the eventual trade, but still, there's 30 seconds now. I said Legacy are going to have to take so long to clear any of this out. They've got 29 seconds left. Lato gets a jumping kill, but it's going to have to be A. They can't progress through Murder Hole, and Vinny's in an excellent position here. It is still a 2-on-3. It is still a possibility. This is 18 seconds remaining. Vinny can just stay tucked and look to deny the plant. Oh, he has been spotted now, and Vinny will get 1. And now it's Lato, 1 versus 3. Oh, he gets a double. He's got chance for the plant as well. He spots out Jay towards short. Lato, we've seen a big clutch from him already. Can he do it again? A 1 versus 3 hit. And he does make it, the P2000. I said it in that final round of, obviously, Imperial's T-side. Why don't the CTs just swing and kind of boost the stats, get another kill? In that moment, we see it from Imperial. In their minds, the round's already over, but you offer yourself up to Lato, and he hits those 2 quick shots. But what a round, what a response. And Legacy, without it, we'd be really struggling to try and offer any chance for a comeback.
I mean, there's certainly a bit of luck involved as well. The jumping headshot with the Glock. to find Lato's first kill into that round. We've seen the force buy from Imperial. They're probably actually pretty annoyed at themselves. This could have been them dominating things on Mirage to bring things over to Anubis.
They shouldn't have gone that way. They shouldn't have lost that round. It was a 3 versus 1 with, what, 10 seconds left? Yeah. Somehow, he's able to find both the players on the bomb site and, obviously, punch in the digits to win the clutch. But yeah, I think you're right on the money there. I think that's a round that Imperial certainly going to be disappointed with. But Lato, nice find here. The MP9 of Tri can double, though, and the force buy is looking good. Important kill, though, from Sadzin. MP9's just trying to be a nuisance, but Lato again finding Tri. Instant reposition now. The bomb's been dropped. Nissim's gonna be flanking now. Is this something that Decenty's gonna be prepared for? Oh, Decenty's gonna be in the flanks as well. Steps have been heard. Decenty could find this kill, but Nissim, 27 points of health, but not a single bullet connected there from Decenty. And now it's a 1 versus 3 for Che. We saw, obviously, the 1 versus 3 for Lato and the pistol. Can Che get it done here with an MP9?
Yeah, and they just wait for Nissim to rotate back towards A, so they're all 3 players. Also leave Che guessing.
Should be cool. That was the player late in middle. Lato, though. Lato, joint top performer of the server. Legacy are trailing by so many rounds, yet Lato, he's up there with Che.
Yeah, I mean, after winning that pistol round, it looks like he's been filled with a new level of confidence. And just this vigor to continue on. And to push forward and make something happen. Gonna need a lot more from him, though, to make this somehow work out in Legacy's favor. It is just going to be the eco in this. They do have Tri on this M4.
Yeah, obviously getting the double with the MP9 is just allowed for it.
Got it dropped over from Che. So there's a lot of responsibilities on Tri here.
Maybe try saying, look, you give me an M4 in this round, I'll give you one in the next and play an MP9. Oh, great flashbang. He'll deal with the player in chair so easily in the swing from Damao. Try. The only way he gets that kill on Damao is taking Decenty down. You understand why he's done it.
He's probably going to be a bit annoyed there because it felt like he took a lot of damage due to his teammate being in his way.
Yeah, definitely. Try, though, is maneuvering his way to CT now. Lato gonna swing now. So much damage dealt to both Sadzin and Lato. There is going to be a long flank through Palace. Che's got to go silent at some point. Vinny. Oh, Che decides to go towards ramp instead. Vinny's been spotted. Was he saving this weapon will be important for a player like Tri or Che. Whichever one would have been wielding the MP9 in the next. I love this from Nissim. Look how fast he is towards TV. Vinny's been heard. He's gone back down to under. Nissim. Knows that his finances himself aren't great, but he will drop down and find Vinny. Will be Che on the MP9, in fact.
Yeah, I think they just want to try on this AWP now, and Imperial, they're calling the first tactical pause. Lost a good few rounds in a row now in a game that was set to right in their favour. Sure, it's still very one-sided. You look at the scoreline, Legacy have only passed the first challenge of winning the pistol and whatever comes after that.
Well, look, you said Imperial are going to be feeling disappointed, the fact that they lost that pistol. They definitely threw that one away. And now it's Legacy getting back into the game. You've got players like Lato continuing to have success. Lux and Damao obviously trying to close the gap between them and Lato. And it's just as these rounds go on, Legacy are going to be feeling far more confident. Look, do I think they're still going to come back and take things here on Mirage? Probably not, but at least they're keeping things competitive. At least they're showing that they've got that ability in these types of games.
mean, it would probably be really easy for a team like Legacy just to fold.
Yeah.
Just say, okay, we've had such a bad half, there's literally no coming back. Let's just move on. Let's just get on to map number 2. But no, they've still clearly got a bit of desire, a bit of heart in this team.
And I think it's clutches like the pistol one from Lato that is really going to help the team's morale. You know, when you feel like you're kind of down and out and around, and a big moment like that's brought to light, I think it's always going to help kind of rally the troops. I'm liking the setup here, though, from Imperial. No way. It's in a good position here. Elevated on top balcony. The AWP in CT holding ramp, and now we see a bit of a reposition. Very minimal time here now. 40 seconds and just a little bit of contact made. No way's actually in a very tough position now. He's gonna get taken down. Nissim can find that kill so easily. Nissim takes down Vinny as well. I don't really know why we've seen that reposition, because he's in a position no way can get found there, and no possible trade for try. He loses his AWP from Lux. Imperial seemingly faltering. I praise the setup because it would have worked so well. Yet they opt to switch it up, and obviously it's their downfall. Sadsin as well finding. I think Imperial, they're going to have a long, hard look in the mirror if somehow things go the way of Legacy.
Yeah, without a... Got a bit dicey there. I really felt like we were going to see Imperial just go on to win that round. Any question of this comeback's gone, thrown out the window. Yep. Legacy's money's in a sort of in a point where it's kind of broken. They'd probably end up forcing it, and that would be the end of the game. I thought that was going to be the case. Apparently not. Like you said, Nissim, far too easy there for him. Just has a look outside Palace, gets a free kill. Player towards CT misses the shot, and he just gets a simple headshot onto the player towards jungle.
Yeah, Vinny, rotating in there through jungle, and you kind of expect him not to be taken down so easily. But nice find from Sadzin. Big green in hand, and big kill as well. Well, we could be looking at a 10-7 scoreline, and this game should have been a bit of an open and shut case. The fact that now Legacy, they were 10-1 down.
Yeah.
Yes, I spoke the idea of a comeback into existence. Sorry, Imperial. But I think the decision making on the CT side for Imperial hasn't been up to par, hasn't been up to standard, and that's why Legacy have been able to find these rounds. Although Try is in such a good position here, he can kind of deny any chance of a bomb plant or get that early information if they're heading towards A, which will allow for this gamble. I still feel like it's not going to be the easiest of holds. Vinny with a 5-7 on the back of the bomb site. I'd actually like him to play a little bit more towards Van, maybe under balcony. Nice damage here. Lasso been chipped away at ever slightly. The rifle, though, falling. And it's Che again on the Deagle. Great shots here. Already players have jumped out. Che needing to find one more. Sadzin holding. Takes down Tried. It's a 1 versus 3. Just a 1v2 on the bomb side, though, for Vinny. 7 seconds remaining. If Vinny can survive, it's going to be impossible. He's got to be taken down here, but he will find the kill. He spots the player on shore. And how is that the round that we see go the way of Imperial? And the AWP taken down as well. Can be saved, too. What are we watching?
I mean, it's outrageous. A 1 versus 3 from Vinny. Legacy, you put in all this hard work to start to mount a comeback to lose to a 5-7 on the back of the bomb site.
Yeah, look, there's 8 seconds now. And there's some slight hesitation. It's clear that Lux is wanting to try and catch him out by just walking around. He did have a Molotov, although it would have been a risky one. It could have brought the molly out, dropped it down, or just full swung. But he was indecisive about which way he wanted to peek. It's given Imperial 11. Just one defender here on the A-bomb site. So much work for no way. Drops down a smoke found from Demal. Lato takes down Vinny. The mistakes of the last round haven't seemingly shaken Legacy. as they should find a 7th.
I mean, I was going to say this in the last, when Legacy, obviously we pointed out, is 10-1 in favor of Imperial. I was going to point out for Legacy that in Imperial's favor, they have only had one full buy on this CT side. This is their second one now. Still yet to see much of a change. Still feels like they get embodied by Legacy so far. It's very reminiscent to what Imperial were doing to them. And the only round that we've seen Imperial win is by a huge amount of errors from Legacy against one pistol.
Well, look, I think Legacy, a lot of their T-side rounds, they've played quite slow, quite methodical, and obviously Imperial are thinking, well, we don't really want to give them that time to maneuver. We're going to try and take control of middle, and obviously if you get a player towards top mid, can offer easy rotations, get that early information. Yet Legacy, they changed the speed up massively, and they hit for that fast A hit. Completely caught out. No waves, completely alone there towards Underbow. And I think also if you're going to have players look to take middle, if you're going to go for a triple mid kind of decision, why is No Way playing so close there? If he was towards CT, at least he could... Okay, you might see the util and get information a little later than he'd hope, but he's completely alone. There's no trade possibility. Investment seen once again here for Imperial. Early utility towards Under. No Way going to send the nade. Great damage here onto Damao. Elevation from Decenty. We've got this double short setup. Obviously, that's what gave so much success in that last game of Mirage that we got to see. Prepared for the boost, though, is Che. Will find Damao. Now steps away, and this is just going to bait in his teammate massively. Decenty now. He's still elevated.
Yeah, surely they're not going to be expecting this one. Alato is just biding his time towards middle, actually decides might rather back away towards underpass. There's a lot of information we're actually seeing Decency gain. I see nothing middle. They're not going towards connector. There's nothing here, so might actually be able to see someone rotate, play towards bench, spotted, that being Che again. Backs further into the bomb site. While Decency is backed away and helped in short here.
He just needs to stay alive. He doesn't actually need to peek. He can be such a point of irritation. Two players have been spotted towards market, though Lux has gained so much info. Great tap there. Decency still behind the smoke. Will be able to get one. Maneuvers to deal with Nissim. Nissim's got the bomb, and now this round becomes near impossible for Legacy. Great find from Vinny as well. All on Sadzin, but it will be a save of the AWP, and Imperial get themselves their 12. Obviously, we expected this a little sooner, but still, Imperial, they've got 5 opportunities to close out map 1, and with the finances of Legacy not perfect, this could be a great chance to do it. Sadzin surely just going to have to drop an AK across.
I mean, the buy looks pretty decent for Legacy, and they need 5 more rounds to bring things to overtime. They did have a small string of successes. A lot of that came off the back of winning that pistol, thanks to a big clutch from Lato. But it feels like most of the work that they've done has just been to make the scoreline of this game look more respectable.
And even still, if they can bring things even closer, it's the fact that it wasn't, a clean sweep. It wasn't just a very one-sided game. Allows Legacy to kind of salvage not only their reputation on Mirage, but also give them confidence as we head to map number 2. But could be all over now. Try, nice find. Molly gonna force out Damao from middle, and he's taken so much damage. The decision-making to drop the smoke. Decides instead of bringing it out straight away, I just don't know what we've seen there. He's down to 1 HP. Nissim's in a great position here, though. Decenty will take him down eventually. It's all on Nissim. Not ready for Vinny. Imperial, they do close out in a 13-7 scoreline, but even with the comeback or the kind of the slight response from Legacy, it's still pretty dominant scoreline. It's 13-7. So I think Imperial, they're going to be happy with that one. You have to imagine, though, if they didn't fumble that pistol, we probably could have seen maybe a 13-2, 13-3 scoreline, but it's great from Imperial. It's a good first map from them.
I mean, that's what I mean. Yeah, 100%. It was winning that, or sort of throwing that pistol from Imperial and allowing Legacy to claim that one. Really is what makes it feel like this game looks close on paper. But in the grand scheme of things, the whole first half from Imperial was extremely one-sided. They showed that they were always a threat on a couple of those rounds on their CT side, but eventually they just needed that magic round that turned around the game for them. It ended up doing that. Big result from Imperial and Legacy. I mean, they've got to fix a lot of things there on their Mirage, and hopefully they're going to be ready to bounce back on Anubis. But let's have Brandon break down map number 1 and see his thoughts on that.
Well, that took them a little bit longer to close than I think Imperial would have hoped for. My microphone's died. You got the core rifle firepower, right, of Shay, Desenchi, and No Way. And once you get all of those firing off in the server, it's really difficult to sort of stop that wrecking machine from Imperial. We saw a lot of these slowdowns, and they were so deliberate, and I think it was really clever why they implemented these slowdowns in this game, because Legacy have gone through changes, which means their CT side is going to go through teething issues. And we saw from Imperial that their one change has also led to teething issues for them on the CT side. But I think the fundamentals were really on display here in Mirage, especially on that T side. Shay popped off, which was fantastic. The Senshi had some really great moments in this first half as well. Getting necessary quad kills, showing the individual firepower of Imperial was too much in moments for Legacy to handle. The biggest thing, actually, I take away from this game is how Try is going to be implemented a lot into Imperial, and whether his roles are going to shift and deviate away from what we're used to seeing from Try in the past. An incredibly aggressive AWPer, but when you've got riflers that want to go in first, want to take these fights like this one that Shay demonstrates running out ramp, you can't really build early rounds around the AWPer, which means Try then becomes a bit more of a supportive element and actually becomes more of a closer, which is not the AWPing style you typically associate with him. So that's actually the interesting takeaway I took from Mirage, and especially T side for Imperial. Maybe CT side, that's where we get to see Try on the AWP going for these aggressive plays, but actually we got that out of Vinny, and No Way, more often than not. I don't really think we saw Try on the AWP, to be honest, all that often in the second half, because there wasn't enough rounds to really get them there. As mentioned, insane Lato 1v3 to extend play, but ultimately Imperial were always in control. At least that's what it's felt like for the first 10, 11 rounds of this game. So I was impressed quite a lot with what Imperial put on display. I think the Legacy boys need to sharpen up their CT act a lot and not enable things like that happening, where Shay finds Demau, you then get, sure, one kill back, but it's too late because immediately in the kill feed, you've already got space being taken on the bomb site. That was what was so impressive from Imperial, how they were so proactive over the map on T side and CT side. Once they started getting into a bit of a rhythm with it, with Vinny pushing underpass, double layering in towards connector and middle, fighting for that space, Legacy stood no real chance, and it was only individual heroics that extended play for as long as it did. So yeah, impressive from Imperial. They then go T-side Anubis now, and I think it's going to be really tricky for Legacy to bounce back into this, especially because Shay and Desenchi were on rails. Desenchi went quiet, but Shay carried on, and No Way is a very good Anubis player. We'll have to see how it all shapes up. It will be that second map between Imperial and Legacy coming up just after this. a dominant one-sided affair that then turned into a bit of a competitive mirage. We now head to our second map, and I want to give the floor to Charlie, who's a big believer in Legacy. We did see some good moments from them, but there needs to be a hell of a lot more here on Anubis.
I mean, that's the thing. We can talk about the moments that we saw. It was far too late. All you basically did was hopefully got yourself a little bit more warmed up for map number 2, because it always felt like to me there was no chance that we were ever going to see that Mirage turn around. But yeah, they've got to fix a lot of things on Anubis, otherwise this is going to be a similar result.
Yeah, look, in it all, to be honest with you guys, starts right now. We jump into game. Anubis between Imperial and Legacy. I'm handing it back to you.
Yeah, look, big game here for Legacy. Obviously, losing map 1. We kind of expected it after that first half performance. You touched upon it in the slight little time we had to talk there. It's kind of just a bit of a confidence comeback, I guess you could say. Getting a few rounds, keeping things at least within the realms of possibility. I think if it was just a 12 or a 13-2, sorry, I think that's where Legacy have no positive outlooks from that Mirage. I think the individuals for Imperial look absolutely incredible. There's a reason that that T-side was so dominant. Brandon said that, look, the introduction of Che, you know, it's clear that there's teething issues on their CT side, but they're on the T side here for Anubis, and I can expect big things here out of Imperial. With pistol round, finally, we're seeing some real contact made, a progression onto the B-bomb site. Right now, the CTs lose their first pick. No way finding Lato. Lato obviously being such a huge performer for Legacy. They've got the kit on Sadzin, a couple flashbangs as well, and Demau looks as though he wants to go in, but
I mean, Nissim's dead, surely. The fade of the smoke, he's playing at a distance, he finds nothing, and the two players towards CT, there is a flashbang sent in, not a soul being blinded by it. Nice tap there from Try with the P250. Even if we see a couple of kills, there is a defuse kit, but just not enough time. Legacy gonna have to back away with what they've got, and Imperial will win the first round. I mean, Che finds nothing in this round, but we saw his POV as he's entering that bomb site. He is a terrifying player to come up against when you know he's going to be spearheading certain attacks. The form he was on map number 1, the form he's on recently already, and to know that he's sort of charging into a bomb site, I mean, I certainly wouldn't feel confident holding any sort of bomb site, knowing that he's on his way.
yeah, no, definitely. I think Che's always going to be the player that we look at here for Imperial over the next couple weeks, the next couple months, because I think realistically, when you are the kind of the new player being introduced to this roster, especially with the expectations of a player like Che, we know that there's such quality with his gameplay. I think having a good series, having good moments when these are your first, 2-3 games that you're playing under this new roster is always a real positive. It's kind of that statement to be made, you've made the right choice in bringing me in. I am the right player here, but things aren't looking perfect for Imperial. They've lost a few players. I thought the CTs were going to overwhelm, but it's nice that Imperial actually just looked to swing and deal with the 5 CTs out of connector there. Che saving a little bit of money as well. I believe he's going to have to drop over for No Way. Try's going to need a drop as well. But right now, Legacy, it isn't going to be the easiest of games for them here on Anubis. And I think the AWP is going to have to be a real pivotal point for them on this CT side. Just being able to kind of get posted up on an angle, or maybe use it to take some space. Have a teammate close by. But Imperial, they've got their work out of them. I think Imperial are going to look pretty competent here on Anubis. Nice opener from Decent T. Nissim. Let's get that trade though. So he's sending the molly. Ooh, drop the smoke here. Flashbang coming through, fully blind him, but Che will be able to back away. No benefits found there. And it's a 2-2 split here for Legacy. I think they've got to try and find some control towards middle, and that's why we are seeing this slight back away here from Lato in Temple. Demau as well close in camera. They're going to look to try and refight to middle. If they can take down Vinny here, not only do they gain that advantage, but they gain that control, and Demau will be able to find him. A lot of damage taken in the process, but they've got that man advantage, and it's all on Lux. He's got a lot of defensive utility here now.
Yeah, drops the Molotov as Che to try to contend with. This Molly's taking him down, and Che finds Lux before the rotations are able to come through. Second Molly dropped. The hold back Lato for now. The bomb can get planted, and we'll set ourselves up for this 3-on-3 retake attempt for Legacy. Nissim already nice and quick here. Starting to creep his way closer. No Way gets swung on and taken down.
Yeah, the problem is, No Way sends that flash there. And it indicates his position. It completely gives him up. Che's taking a lot of damage here. The Mao will get the pick, but they're aware of Che, and there's enough time for the defuse. So, Legacy, they will get their first round on the board. Big round for Demao as well.
I mean, I like how Che plays up there. You're in a pretty terrible spot. 2 plays towards the E-box. It's not going to take long for Legacy to find out where you are and realize that both players are here. So Che takes the fight beforehand, finds a kill, but it's just Try can't get anything done. Che's already taken a little bit of damage, and you need Try to be able to find something. If he finds the play on the left side of the bomb side there, that's a round that Imperial have just completely flipped the script on. But Legacy, first full buy round, and they are successful in their endeavors.
I wouldn't actually have minded if Try's just fully baiting Che there. Obviously, Che gets the kill in Temple. Even if it goes down to that 1-on-2, he can just stay hidden in E-box, and I think things would work out quite nicely. But just the eco accompanied by Vinny's hero AK. Vinny searching for something here towards A main. 8 again landing. Ollie as well. Try with the utility. All going to be about timing here for Sadzin. MP9, close proximity, smoke dropped. Plenty of players here, but the kills are seen. Nissim falling first, in fact. Che, he's retrieved this MP9 now. Flash is good. Demao, don't think he's been spotted, but will find one. Trade, excellent here from Che. Retrieve that AK now, and it's the final 2 progressing here through camera. The nade of the smoke, they are going to be going for this. They are going to be giving it a go. They progress through camera already on the bomb site, but the kills from Che and Decency put the round to rest. It was the hero AK from Vinny. The rest had pistols, a couple bits of utility on Try, but Imperial, they dismantle that A setup so effectively.
Yeah, just the speed that Imperial burst in with, and I mean, we've been singing the praises of the Imperial entries so far on their T side, and I mentioned Legacy. It feels like they are going to have to really put in a good performance on their CT side to try to halt these guys, but even on a weaker buy like that, even on a buy that wasn't a full investment, barely even a half buy, it's more of an eco than anything, Imperial still come out on top of. And because they want to buy like that, look how much money they have in the bank.
Yeah, absolutely stacked for cash. Legacy having to opt for the eco here, and they've gone to the A-bomb site again, undefended. But Imperial, it's a strong start, and it's a strong response as well. Trying out. All about how much time that can be wasted here, and Lux, a fair bit of damage, but Try getting a triple. The weapon can be retrieved. Decency now to deal. Oh, the flash not perfect, and Decency can just hold mouse 1 and confident with his spray to find that kill. Sadly for Vinny, there's no chance for him to upgrade that Mac 10 to the AK. Very much out of things. Obviously was towards middle. The AWP is in play on Sadzit. A glass cannon. Definitely the right decision.
Got that AWP out like you mentioned, both sides wielding that. Haven't had too much of an AWP in duel really. Sadzit has been quite quiet in this series so far. Didn't have a brilliant Mirage. Hasn't come alive just yet on Anubis, but nor is anyone else on the Legacy side. So hopefully this AWP is going to be the difference maker for him and Legacy. Just util thrown out from Imperial to take this A main control. Senti. As long as he's confirmed this initial portion is clear, and it's now drawn over another rotation.
Already, though, this is looking very similar to what we saw in Mirage. Che, 6-1. Strong performance here. Lato just jiggling. Expecting Vinny to be on the forefront of this attack. Utility landing. Ollie to be dropped here. Vinny having to be a little bit more patiently here. Nade as well in the Molotov. Ollie coming through here. What's the platform? Oh, it just slightly misses. Lato now peeking. Already, though, such a great position for Lux as well. They need to deal with it. Lux will find, and the Mac 10 of Vinny. Important kill, but it's this late lurk here from Tri. Not going to have much impact here. Surely just a save attempt now.
Yeah, bomb's nowhere near him. No chance to win the round. So just keep this money as high as you can and bring the AWP over into the next. I mean, I was giving a lot of praise to the Imperial entries. Yeah, completely off there in that one. Lato and Lux both combining, having a lot of impact there. And Imperial just couldn't even find a single kill on that entry. And by the time we finally see players push on through, take a bit more space, you see rotations have backed up that B bomb site defense. Completely silenced over onto that portion of the map. Imperial, nothing to be done there.
Obviously, we still see an investment here for the likes of Imperial. Legacy, though, although it's a T-sided map, we're still expecting, 5 rounds from them. Sure, Imperial are going to want to deny that, though. Ollie coming over. It's triple B set up once again. Imperial are once again going to be heading here towards B. It's going to be a split through connector. Bomb's been retrieved now, but quite far out of the action. Molly thrown here now towards connector once again. So much util is ready here for Legacy. And for Imperial, although they're going to be facing off against a real lack of utility, they've got to be careful and cautious as there are still 3 defenders here. Plenty of flashes. Molotovs as well. Che feels confident on the entry here. It's all coming through. Smoke towards CT1, towards Temple. Obviously, we still have Lux ready and waiting in the molly he goes. Utility coming out now. The flashbangs look good. Lato tucked in this corner. Nice find from Che, though. We'll get one. Lato gets the trade, but quick for no way to find him. And Vinny through the smoke to deal with them out. 4 versus 2 now. And Sadin and Nissim just going to have to save Imperial. Delayed on their approach here to hit towards B, but in doing so, allows them to set up so well. And it's utility alone that creates so much difficulty here for Legacy.
Yeah, Imperial, 5th round now found. Shouldn't be any issues with the remaining CTs keeping hold of this weaponry. As Imperial are trying to manage their own finances at the same time. It's in a good spot, but it can always get better. And Legacy, they haven't been able to really string any of these rounds together so far. Obviously, they won round number 3. Won the round before that one, but it's always put their finances in a bit of a stressful situation. But this is much better. This is good trading from Imperial. Better entries towards B than we saw earlier.
Yeah, I would have actually really liked to see, I believe it was, I want to say it was Lux. In fact, it was Lato tucked in the corner there. I would have liked to see him be the first to take contact and then the swing coming through from the back of the bomb. So I think that would have been a better defense. But right now, Imperial, they're in a good spot. Right now, a 5-2 scoreline, and not the strongest of weapons. Nissim, it's unfortunate. Playing anti-flash, but I don't really see the value in that out in the open. There's always going to be someone swinging. That's the A defense is shut down. It's going to just be the save again with the AWP.
Yeah, that is a really difficult one there. You don't see... I mean, Imperial have done a good job conditioning there, because we've seen a lot of A main control and space taken from the side. But in doing so, they've done it with a ton of utility. They've done it with these flashes, with these mollies, with these smokes, nades. All of it. And yet, on this round, they go for a contact. So we do see back turned, bit of an anti-flash being played, but that's just Imperial, them setting the tone throughout all of the game of how they take A main, and finally Legacy tries to make a read, and it completely comes back to bite them.
Yeah, I wouldn't have actually minded if Legacy opted for a kind of a heavy mid setup, maybe look to try and take some space there, utilizing the AK and the AWP. Obviously, they split the rifles apart. Doesn't really work, but yeah, I think, as you said, Imperial are really the ones running the show here right now, and it's kind of Legacy having to be very proactive. I think that's what they've got to change. Without it, it's going to be so tough. It seems like a lot of the time, Legacy are kind of working on what Imperial are offering up instead of Legacy trying to take space. And we know Anubis is, especially on the CT side, is a game of information, a game of control. But I think right now, Imperial, it doesn't really look like there's much stopping them here on Anubis.
I mean, the good thing is for Legacy, they are on this CT side, so even if you just get a couple of rounds towards the end or a bit of a streak of your own, that can just be enough to be like, yeah, that's a standard CT side. So Imperial, if they do want to take this one in a duo fashion, they do really need to continue to apply this pressure and don't allow Legacy any room to move whatsoever. But so far, they're doing a good job of that.
Well, look, right now, if you look at the stats for Imperial, obviously in Anubis, it was quite a while ago, and it was against Fury, you know, a strong opponent, but what we've seen from them on Anubis, the T side is where they excel. Absolutely incredible. You know, 66.7% win rate there, but it's their CT side which has looked very, very poor. So, I think for Imperial, not only do they need to kind of establish dominance here on the T side if they want to take it in a 2-0, but also just based off the past, it's been their CT side where problems really have been seen, and obviously that was the exact same on Mirage as well. So I think right now, although Imperial are in the lead and they are looking as though the side that are kind of in control, I think they've still got to find, you know, 8-9 rounds here. Otherwise, it's not going to be the most comfortable of maps for them. But it's going to be this playthrough beat. Lato's got a lot of work to do here, but with the contact taken away from him, he can double. Demal finds Vinny. Mid player falling, and now try on the AWP. Not going to have much impact. I think it's best these players just look to save. There's no need for the CTs to overfight. Their finances aren't perfect either, but Legacy will get themselves their third round now. Nissim worried about a late plant towards A, so you see the rotation, but there's no time. I don't really know why I'd be looking towards A. The bomb's down on B. He just wants to kill players off the save. I'm not too sure, but look, Legacy, they find themselves their third. The problem is the money for Imperial just is so good. In the rounds that they've lost, they've still had a couple players saving. And obviously in the rounds that they've been victorious upon, it's been very dominant. So we're going to be seeing investments here from Imperial again, even if they lose. Are you feeling confident? You think Imperial can take it? Or
I mean, I certainly do think they can. Yeah, I think they can take it. But I mean, this game is far from done. This feels like a pretty standard game so far. Sure, you can look at it in the context of Legacy really struggling to string these rounds together, and money for Imperial is very good, whereas same can't necessarily be said for Legacy. But right now, this isn't anything out of the ordinary. Still time left in the half for it to change. So far, I think both teams are in a spot where they're definitely not going to be sweating at all.
It's all about Sadzin here in this round. Saw him posted up towards middle, backed away through the Molotov. Sadzin should be able to find Vinny. The problem is whether he can back away quick enough. But all this utility is going to be seen. They've got this information now. Flash comes over. Not the easiest of shots to hit. Demal here on the bomb site and through the molly. The T's push. Still Sadzin yet to fall, but Nissim, he's in such a good position here. Trade's got to be seen, but the AWP from Sadzin can find. So it's 3 versus 2 here. Legacy, they've got the man advantage. They've got the positioning as well. Lux not quick enough here to find decency, but Shay low HP on the bomb site. Has got a flashbang. Utility minimal here for Imperial, yet Lux with full util. Lato spotted. Reposition now from Lato. Even more damage dealt to Che. He's got to try and get aggressive here. He can't just sit and wait. The AWP's been seen, and with the minimal ammunition, he finds him. Lux takes him down, though. Flashbang thrown, and now it's all on Che. In the molly he goes. He pushes back in through it, but he can never do that on his HP. Legacy will get themselves their 4th.
Yeah, finally been able to string rounds together as well. And, I mean, you look at it from Imperial's point of view. They go for a hit towards A. They bait out the AWP shot of Sadzin. No one goes down, and then the push starts to come through. Sadzin drops a molly. He's yet to find a kill. He backs away. You go 1 for 1 on the bomb site, I think, with Doom out. But after that, there's no pushing. Imperial just stop. They try. They're so desperate to find Sadzin that they don't consider the player towards A main. I mean, here it is. Look, you can see one player pushing down. And then where's the other players? He's holding towards middle for so long, but the fight's not going well towards A. You need to be there already. Post up and hold onto Sadzin so the rest of your team can clear out A main. I mean, it just felt a little bit sloppy from Imperial. It felt like they were hoping, because they've had some good entries in the past, yeah, we'll rely that all of the entries are going to go perfectly here. We have to find these kills, you have to try post it up, and there'll be no issues. But that's the thing. There were, and that's when Imperial just looked a little bit shallow in terms of the ideas that they had in that one.
I like this from No Way. Gets a freebie onto Lato. Decent he finds Lux. And he spotted out another out of Temple. And you said, look, Imperial, they feel very confident on the entries, and a perfect example of why. I don't think it's just the mistakes of the last round, though. I think Legacy do really well. They've got their AAA setup, and Imperial never prepared for it. But great flashbang. No Way gets his third of the round, and all on Sadzin. He's just going to look to save. Obviously, Sadzin can drop over 2 weapons in the next if he does keep this up. But I don't think it's just kind of to discredit Imperial in that last round. I think Legacy with that AAA, it's always going to be unaccounted for. Either way, though, Imperial, they bounce back with victory here. They weren't really ready for the swing out of Con. It's clear that Legacy haven't been looking to take early control towards Canal. So we just see players with Util in hand jumping into Canals. But it's the fact that Legacy only get one, and then also they're trapped in Connector. Imperial, though, a necessary 7th, and I think they've got to find 8 as well. I've mentioned that their CT sides look poor on this map. And if Mirage is anything to go off of, we could expect a really close game here if Legacy can find themselves 5 here on the CT side.
Interesting weapon choice from Che there. We have a P90 in play. Talk about entries. I didn't realise we were going back to Silver Elite Master entries, but I mean, it could work. In the face, through smokes, holding down left click and hoping.
You've got to imagine, if he gets more than 1 kill here with a P90, there is going to be some anger on the Legacy side. But Sadzin on the AWP. This AA setup worked very nicely. Che no longer with the P90 in hand. He's got an AK now. But a 5-on-3 now. Legacy, they should be winning this one. Some real mistakes would have to be made. I think Che's asking his teammate to drop a smoke outside A main. Potentially decent T. Just giving Che some time to move here, because they've got to find a couple kills before there's any intention of getting the bomb down. Yeah. Second nade towards Pillar. Indicates there's still 2 players here in A main.
Yeah, still just playing it slow. Still just holding. I mean, Troy's he's had a tough game, to be fair. I'm questioning how on earth did he get taken down initially from Nissim's peak. It felt like he's in a perfect spot to punish, but we've finally seen the hit towards the edge side, and Che takes down the second, and very quickly it's become a leveled up playing field. Still is. 2-on-2 now.
Great utility, though. The molly towards bricks, 1 towards the back of the bomb site. Sadzin trapped in a smoke. Lux now very fast in the flank. Vinny needs to be prepared for this. He seems aware. He's getting that information. He goes for the repeak, and now all on Lato out in the open. And Vinny, a great double there at the end. 3 in total. But it was a 3 versus 5. How have Imperial won that round? it shouldn't be happening, but it's Che on the entries again. We've been praising his entry success throughout the whole of this series, and he's showing it here again in round number 12. And in Legacy, you know, they've got to be winning that one. That's a massive error there.
Yeah, I mean, after a great start, I mean, this was a brilliant find from Nissim. Although I do think Tri should have found the kill. Imperial not even considering. And AWP is there. Easy find. Good setup towards A main. But there was still util left. Imperial knew that they wanted to hit towards A from the start of it. So they were just holding, waiting, biding their time. Finally, the util came over. It was brilliant to set Che up. Found the first. Somehow found the second through the smoke. But he did enough to give them a winning chance. And Vinny with a nice 3k as well from him.
I love this pistol call. Legacy very fast hit. It's going to be a rewrap to Heaven. Okay, I thought they were going to make their way to Temple, but now the A players have got so much to think about. Whether this player's coming through camera, whether there's one towards A main. Che is clearing out all this control now. No need to peek before the smoke lands. Bit of a miss smoke though. CTs can get out of it with vision. Sad's in though. Spamming with the Glock. He can find one. Disadvantage still are Imperial after the kill coming through. And Lato on the back of the bomb site. Nice stuff here. Vinny and No Way now. 2 versus 4. Making a 1v4. And it's all on Vinny. Julie's in hand now. Spamming away. We'll find Lato. 1/3 of the bomb ticked. Don't believe there's a kit to be retrieved. And not an easy round in the slightest. Especially with the fact there is a flank from Nissim. Mao gonna look to deny, and Mao will be able to do so. But Legacy, a nice pistol round for them. I guess it rights the wrongs of the mistake of the last round, but still. Creeping closer here at Imperial. Obviously, we spoke about them being the favourites here. Them winning that last round. Salvaged some of the mistakes they made, because it feels like Imperial, they've been very much in control, yet the rounds they lose seemingly have been their fault, and same can be said for Legacy. I think both teams have made so many mistakes here in this game. But that pistol, very minimal mistakes from Legacy. I really liked what we saw there.
I mean, even with the miss smoke, that it felt like they knew exactly how to play it. They just had such a significant man advantage, and it's not easy for Imperial to try to break open a bomb site from a position like that. And you can see, even after Vinny found 1 kill and it was a 3 versus 1 in favor of Legacy, they all backed away. Played the numbers, played it safe, and I mean, Vinny had no chance. Unless he had like a smoke and a defuse and a heap of luck. Yeah, he was never going to win a round like that, unluckily.
Bomb is going to make its way here towards A. Vinny's got a flash. Nissim very close here, and he's going to peek into the CTs and realizing it's a stack. Nissim backs away. I really like this discipline from Nissim. Flashbang comes over. Imperial. It seems like the T's are hunting here. Legacy, they're fighting for no reason. There is no benefit. Kill reward is all that they can get here. They will lose a couple players as well. Oh, Try gets a double on the P250. Legacy, they've got 3 casualties in this round for very little benefit.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely setting themselves up for Imperial to bounce back and reset them. Which obviously isn't going to be particularly ideal for Legacy, as each bit of money they have is just as important. They are still trailing, they are on the favoured side, but so far this game feels like it's playing out exactly how you'd expect a close game of Anubis would.
Yeah, nice find from Try though early on. Big opening kill here. Quick peek in Con. Glass cannons worked out well so far. We're going to see a rotation come through from No Way. It's just whether he looks to push through this smoke or try and wait it out. But great find from Vinny. Taking down Damao, and he's already pushed back. Ollie coming through. Che, though, in such a good position. And He spots out 2 and he will mow him down in the back lines decently as well. We'll find 5 survivors for Imperial. Said their CT side's usually the biggest problem for them, but absolutely perfect here for Imperial and Legacy. Now, look at the money they've got to work with. This is their own doing, though. This is their own fault because they looked for the fight in CT there against the Eco. This is what's happened because of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If they kept sort of 4 players alive, 4 or more, they can get a buyout in this one. But here though, yeah, they've got a force. It's a dodgy buy. Not a great situation, and Imperial can find 10, perhaps 11 off of it.
Yeah, you know, it's 3 Tech 9s, a Mac 10, a Galil, very limited utility all across the board. The Mallow leading the lines here. Looks as though he wants to get himself into camera. Nice find from Try on the AWP. Try will get another, and where's the spacing? Where's the trading? It's just far too easy for the AWP here. Surely to go down to the Mac 10. Smoke's faded now, and Che will be taken down by Nissim. Obviously, a lot of damage has been seen, but that's the full HP player, and Sadzin falling. Vinny now, in heaven, finds the AWP and spots out Lux. Imperial find themselves double digits here, and Legacy now. They're going to be trailing by 4. Obviously, the bomb plant, it will allow them, if they choose to reinvest, and with the finances of Imperial not perfect either after the investment. I don't really know what you do if you're Legacy here, because you can go for it all and go for the Force, or just opt for the Eco, but in doing so, it allows Imperial to find 11. It's going to be a tough decision here for Legacy.
I mean, I don't think you can go for the Force. I don't even think that could be an argument with how good the weaponry would be for Imperial, how perfect the utility is. It feels like you are just losing the game, basically, if you do something like that. I just don't see how Mac 10s and maybe a Galil too could do all too much against a buy like this if Imperial play it correctly. We've got an alright revolver in play, though, and that was more interesting than if we saw a Force in play.
Yeah, I'd love to just see Lato's POV, because
just no one else ideally.
Who cares about the AWP on Try? Yeah, okay, he's been getting kills with the big green, but I want to see this R8.
Yeah, it's not often you get to see it. You could eventually see a bit of a jokey weapon in play, but since CS2 and there's now you've only got a certain amount of guns in your gun wheel, you don't get to see a lot.
The thing is, to be honest, I think the pistols is probably where you can have the most fun, because I think everyone wants a Deagle. You probably want a Tech. Obviously, you've got the Glock, but you've still got 2 more choices. So, is it 2 or is it just the one? I don't know. Yeah, oh, it's Julie's a PG-50. Yeah, so you can get an R8.
Oh, I've got one active. I've got one active, so...
Have you got a Deagle? No Deagle over?
I've got both.
Yeah,
oh, you've got,
just got word from Brandon that he runs it as well. I hate you both for that. As a Julie's enjoyer, the fact I'm guessing either of you can drop one, I'm gonna be sad for that.
I mean, Lato is still here towards B-main. He's still alive with this R8. Doesn't seem like the funnest sight to entry through with a smoke.
Oh,
the HE grenade denies, no bomb plant. Lato's R8 finds nothing. 1 kill's found with a P250 and Imperial. Pretty nice find there. Losing 1 player, but more importantly, finding themselves around number 11. 2 rounds away now, Fred. 2 rounds away to 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, look, I think right now Legacy, I think they had moments. We should have seen a 7-5 scoreline. We should have seen Legacy maybe reclaiming a little bit more lost ground here on Anubis, but Imperial, they showed in that first full by 5 survivors. It's been really good from Imperial, I think it's got to be said. Obviously, Imperial coming into this event, probably one of the favourites, and they are really amplifying as to why from their performance here throughout Mirage and Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, one of the favourites, I'd probably say the biggest favourites, if we be honest. Nice find from Try. I mean, Try was having a really bad game. He's completely out of it. He's top of the server now. This AWP has made... I mean, don't get me wrong. We all obviously know Try's a very capable player. But the difference we've seen without him with the ult versus when he's got it, I mean, what night and day. Because he's really starting to impact these rounds so significantly. And it's thanks to him having this one weapon in the hands, as well as probably being on the CT side as well.
Yeah, right now, though, Legacy, they've lost the player early doors, 2 tries up. Very minimal utility remaining for Legacy, and it's going to be a play here to be Legacy opting for this slow approach once again. Oh, information for No Way. Spots out 2 players, one of which being the bomb, and we can see this fast flank coming through from Jay and Decenty. Try going to be rotating in as well. Nade for the smoke, perfectly timed. Sadsin falling, Damao with an important pick. Spams through the smokes from both players. No Way lucking out and finding Lato. And now all on Damao, 1 versus 4, but even can't get the first. Imperial, they find 12, and they put themselves in an excellent position for progression to the semi-finals. 6 opportunities to win this one. And it's a question of when, not if anymore. I don't think Legacy can have a chance in this series. I think... I don't see a world in which they bring things to OT here.
I mean, the fact that right now, this game is, on paper, at least in comparison to the scoreline, is less competitive than Mirage is pretty mind-blowing to me. Because this game felt very close for a lot of the time. It felt like a pretty standard Anubis game, but this CT side from Imperial is very different to what their CT side was like on Mirage. This is a very solid CT side, but it feels like Try is definitely at the heart and the soul of it. Getting him on the AWP, having it hunker down, hold some angles, and just deny Legacy any sort of openings whatsoever. It feels like that's been a big difference from Imperial, but Legacy, this could be their CCT, as they've got Mac 10s, Tech 9s, a Galil, and an AK to fight with.
I think Try as well has been very versatile here. We saw him have success on the B-bomb site a couple rounds ago. Obviously, towards A, they're getting that opener, and now in middle, it seems like Try's got many avenues for success, and an aggressive AWP shot could be the way to work it, and it's the dualies in hand. The Molotov, in fact, denying, and Try, he hits the no-scope. The kill feed a little delayed. We see him fall to the flames, but he does hit that shot. And now it's a 2 versus 4. It's a Tech 9 on Nissim. Lato, he's got 2 players to find in middle, but what a round there for Try. I think that's one for the highlight reels.
Yeah, I mean, at least if Legacy go out here, they know they've gone out with a bang. I mean, Try, what he's showing in middle. 3 kills from him. He's doing it in style. Lato towards middle. His patience is not rewarded as Che out-aims and out-guns him. Nissim is being held with the Tech 9, and Decenti is the one to close things out. Imperial 2-0, semi-final spot secured here.
Yeah, obviously an exceptional performance here from Imperial throughout. I think once we saw that first half of Mirage, I think many would have already assumed that this is where we would be seeing Imperial getting that spot into the semi-finals. Obviously, Solid being the other side, making their way there. But look, Brandon, I want to hear what you have to say about Legacy there on Anubis, because did it feel like it was their map pick? Because it didn't really offer that kind of that showing, did it?
First off, it did, kind of. I mean, they were fighting back in, and then you had these just insane openers again from Senchi, from Shay. Like, it was unbelievable. And I guess that's where we find Try's impact. CT side, a lot of the rounds are being just sort of made to him. A lot of responsibility. Whatever you want to go try, that's fine. Okay, I'm just gonna go into 3. I'll just kill all of them, and I'll no scope one on the way out. Like, that was actually just insane. I was watching that with my hands on my head, like, okay, well, GG. Like, you can't do anything about that. That was even with, by the way, Legacy winning the pistol and the follow-up round on that second half. Didn't feel like it, did it? Our gun rounds come out. It was unbelievable. Charlie, what do Legacy need to do to improve going forward now?
I mean, I think the most important thing is honestly time. I think there's been a couple of changes recently. You look at what this team has done this year, not a lot. You look at when their last actual game was officially a decent little while ago now. I think we just need to stick with this team and give it some time. This is the first game they've played in a couple of weeks. It's against probably the whole tournament's favourites. Let's be honest, they did get dominated. They've had a couple of glimpses, but glimpses is never going to be enough to beat a team like Imperial. And I think Legacy just need to stick with it and go for a few more events, keep on progressing, and I think in a few months we'll be able to look back at this and then have a proper comparison of what this team's done and whether they have moved forward.
Yeah, I think that's a valid thing to say. We'll revisit this in a few months and see where Legacy have gotten up to, just in sort of the regional standings and obviously the Valve rankings as well. We have our second semi-finalist. We'll go ahead and pull up the bracket and show you everything that's happened today and everything that is still to play for. I know, Fred, you're a big advocate of Imperial.
Yeah.
Out of Bounty Hunters, Red Canids, who's the best opponent to give them trouble?
Well, it's got to be Red Canids, right? Obviously, they've got...
You'd hope so.
Yeah, they've got a lot of experience, obviously, from players like Henny, like Coldzera, obviously Phelps as well. I think, realistically, Red Canids should best Bounty Hunters. You'd expect it. Obviously, we said that with Bounty Hunters against Fluxo. Me and Charlie were lucky enough to watch that game as well. So I feel like Bounty Hunters... Okay, yeah, they've already had their one upset. I feel like it would be crazy to see them do it again against Red Canids, but I feel like Fluxo and Red Canids are of similar ability. But I feel like even if Bounty Hunters beat Red Canids, I don't think they're going to have much of a chance against Imperial. I still feel like Red Canids are going to struggle as well. Is that a bit outlandish to say? I feel like the Imperial still are just a little bit ahead, but I don't know. I feel like there's not many teams that can beat Imperial here.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's one of those as well, right, where it doesn't actually matter where you get eliminated because this one's an unranked event, right? So it doesn't matter too much of what's going to happen here, but I think for your ego and for your year to kickstart in the right way, you want to finish highly in a tournament such as this. We have two more best of threes, and they're quite exciting ones. We've already spoken about the Red Canids game versus Bounty Hunters. That's coming up a little bit later. Up next, gents, is Sharks versus Bestia. It should be a very good game of Counter-Strike indeed, but it won't be with any of us. We're doing a little caster analysis halftime substitution in the middle of the show. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it'll be about 20 minutes or so, and then the new set of talent will bring you the action there for Sharks Bestia, and then later Red Canids in action over against Bounty Hunters. Thank you for watching so far. Stay tuned, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
What's going on, CCT? How's it going? South America is popping off today, and already you've witnessed 2 games conclude, but with a new, fresh set of faces. Myself, Why Not, joined by none other than Vincent casts and Exner, who also casts. We're going to be kicking off a couple of more games to finish out on the night. So first of all, I want to introduce these guys once again. So Vincent, Cole, how you doing?
Feeling good. I think we're looking good. That means we're doing good. It's got to be. That's the obvious way to go.
Yeah. What more could you ask for right there? I see we got our frag merch representing A nicely, so obviously very nice. I think I'm wearing the Philly shirt, so
Nice.
there you go.
It is, yeah.
We matched today, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, North American widespread on the South American broadcast. You always love to see the representation across the board.
Oh,
But
yeah.
we're fans of South American Counter-Strike as well. Let's take a look at the games that we do have for today, though, as we have a honestly pretty well-set pair of games to close out on the day, with Sharks and Bestia as the first of the 2, following only by Bounty Hunters and Red Canids. And as we get closer and closer to that final spread and stretch of teams into the top 4, already are Imperial and Solid. Both of them having made some pretty solid runs for their own regards. Solid getting here for after quite some time of being missing at this level of CCT, and Imperial having made that roster change with now actually Phelps and Red Canids later on, who we'll see have pretty much decimated Legacy in that one. But we're not here to talk about those games. We're here to talk about the future and what the future holds, as our first game, as previously mentioned, is going to be Sharks and Bestia. That's where we're going to start it all out with. So without further ado, let's get into talking about that one. And Vincent, I think that we've been talking about these guys for long enough now in regards to, the consistently able to bring a good level, but really never able to find that 5th slot finally settled. And right now, after promoting Nyx, I feel like they might have just done it, because he's looked really good. So talk to me about the last year or so and what the Sharks have shown to you.
It was just a disappointing 2024 for Sharks. Like they were always good, but like you said, that 5th slot was always a question mark. They brought in a Sharks youngsters player that respectfully just didn't measure up. It sometimes that happens. But for a Sharks team that has constantly had hits in the scouting department, this has got to be some of the best scouting department in the entirety of South America. They might have done it again with Nyx. He said, like you were mentioning, he's had a great debut and he's adding to what's already a strong roster. I think Gafolo maybe has some weaknesses, but is a very good caller at this level. And then the amount of times that you just see Doc and Artie and Zal, these 2 guys pop off and consistently carry these performances for Sharks across the server. I love to watch this team for these guys, even though it is becoming a very young team overall. I think that's just fine. That's something that Gafolo seems comfortable being able to shape some of this young talent and bring them up to that level, even if 2024 didn't work out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and, it's been a short sample size. It's only been 4 maps that we've actually seen in officials for Nyx so far. He's taken an absolute massive step over Floripa Stars in ECL for South America, but more notably than that, Tropa de Taco, who are no slouches to the game either individually or in terms of their experience compared to this 19-year-old kid. 1.52 rating across those 4 maps. He's come out swinging, and frankly, it's looked really, really good in my opinion, but there's still more time to tell as to, maybe teams haven't really watched all that much of the Sharks in general. Maybe Nyx brings something, an element to the game that not really many teams are prepared for, and in due time might be figured out, but, this would be a better time than any for them to get their good run going. But with all that being said, we've set the stage for the side of the first team. But Cole, there's just as much excitement, I would say, in terms of the anticipation for what this Beastie roster has. What do you have for us?
Yeah, I mean, this roster's been making big splashes. I think a lot of world stage looking for the last year or the end of last year where they were at the RMRs, and Thomas had made a big splash, but they still look to improve upon those results. They still look to get even louder. So they make one roster change in the offseason here. They bring in Pank, and they switched up the roles around big time here for this team. They have put Thomason into more hard anchoring positions, which has been really interesting. It gives this team an extra edge when it comes to what he can do and how much he can multi-kill. It lets him float throughout the map there. It allows Noxy a little bit more freedom in that sense. And then Pank has been really stepping up in kind of these star roles that make me think that they want this guy to succeed out of the gates. They want this guy to be feeling confident very early on with this roster, and that's what Bestia have been able to live on here all the way throughout this 2025 season so far, where they started off with a win in Frost and Fire.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, it felt like for a while there they were leaning a little bit too heavily on 1, maybe 2 players, Tomasin being just one of those guys, right? Pank kind of finding himself in this roster gives them that extra oomph, that little bit of a percentile in their rifling core that really takes them over the line to where otherwise it felt like it wasn't really all there if Thomason wasn't doing something absolutely incredible, if he wasn't going nuclear, and to which this point now they've shaped up just that little bit more of a formula for success. I want to see that start to shine through in the higher level games where this one is about, like I said, in my opinion, an eye-level matchup. Like, I think these two teams could very well be at the same stage right now in their development moving forwards, to where one taking it over the other and getting the chance to play into that top 4 could be their next step. You know, becoming a little bit more regionally dominant is always a good way of finding yourself as either a potential poaching plug or outlet, as I think Fluxo showed us time and time again, or maybe just on your own you can make that pathway happen.
Hey, maybe Fluxo got the wrong Knicks, though. I mean, right now with what they're seeing, or some of those results, maybe they picked up the wrong guy. They meant to actually get this Knicks.
Yeah, maybe that's a funny little the management oops. They're like, we got you guys Knicks, and like, no, but genuinely, I think that this is probably the best time for a lot of these young talents as well. As an aside from the teams as a whole to be able to shine through in CCT, where we're finding a little bit more volatility. We're finding a little bit more of that room for teams to make these upsets happen. Maybe some teams moving up and onwards to bigger and better things. Maybe some teams falling out and in a rebuild period. Now they can kind of shine through and say, okay, well, as long as I'm mechanically on point, maybe I can make myself, a prospect for these other rosters looking to make changes in the future, or whatever the case may be. And we've certainly been seeing that, like names that, like I'd say a year ago, nobody would have shouted at all, now making their name well known across at least the South American scene at this level. So talk to me really quickly before we jump into this game. First, about the guys who you would make your personal player to watch for this. Vincent, will stick with you obviously for Sharks, and then Exner, we can pick you for Bestia, and then we'll talk about Vito.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of those guys that you're sort of referring to, not this past year, but the year before, was Doc. He came out of nowhere for a lot of people, and that's why I credit Sharks in their scouting department, because they pulled this guy up, got him into the main team very quickly, and maybe even like too quickly for some people, but he's flourished here. He's constantly a threat. It doesn't matter what you do against him, he still finds way to get value, and I think that's the guy. There's definitely other threats on this Sharks team, but Doc has got to be the one to watch out.
Yeah, Cole,
Yeah.
What do you got?
So, I mean, right now for Bestia, kind of in 2025, the easy answer is Thomas. I don't necessarily always think that is going to be the case here in the future, considering what Bestia have shifted in the role department. I actually think like Luchov or Pank, one of those two guys, is going to be slowly creeping up on some of those results. And a couple days ago, I kind of joked with Vincent that, this is a team right now that want to keep their players for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Bestia and Thomason in particular, at the end of those RMRs was looking like, he was a sure-in to eventually maybe join a bigger and better team in the future. And now he's playing these like kind of timid roles. So a little concerning in like that direction for Bestia. But for me, like Luchov right now has stepped into some of these like very key positions, and he's so good at multi-killing. He's so quick with these headshots. So I think he can really take that role and take the weight off of Thomason's shoulders.
Yeah, and let's talk about that Vito now. Let's get into the nitty-gritty of where we're actually going to be taking this best of 3, because I think that's where we're going to do our best conversations. I think particularly I'm going to predict only Nuke out of all of these maps, because in my opinion and what I've looked up into my research, I think Nuke is just not a comfort pick necessarily, but a map that both of these teams will default to in one way or another, and I don't find them leaving it out of a Vito like this. Obviously, not really going for Train early, though.
I really think Bestia are in a tough spot here, because they have 3 potential first-round bans. They've gone for Train. That's what I expected, because that's the map they've banned more than any other. But that leaves open so many options here, because Ancient has been a little bit of a shakier ground, and it allows Sharks to pick into it, which I think is a very strong map for Sharks, or at least has been in the past. So this is going to be an odd one, especially with Inferno in the mix. This is another one where Sharks just aren't super comfy here, and so a lot of home ground advantage, I feel, particularly on Inferno, but on Ancient as well for the team who picked it.
And there's that Nuke. There's that Decider. Cole, how are you feeling about these 3?
I mean, right now, I always look to Bestia to pick into Inferno for the most part whenever they get an opportunity to do so. It's just one of their comfortable territories. Noxy looks really good on the op on this map. So, out of the gates, I feel like Bestia kind of skate by this veto I would say pretty happy, considering they do have to ban Train in this matchup, and that always creates some difficulties here for this team. But, you know, the fact that they do get to kind of punish pick into an Inferno, and then likely what I would imagine is the case here, we're going to see both teams show their strength on their own map pick. You know, Sharks are so active on Ancient, it's such a good map for them, that we end things on a nuke that should be very fun to watch in between these two teams.
Yeah, I think if it goes to the third map, it's going to be an absolute banger. But you guys have to go through this one. You're the ones who get to slug it out. And on that first map, I hope that you get exactly what you were looking for, because this is going to be quite the set of matches in general, boys.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be a fun one. You know, I'm obviously, I think we're getting ready to start.
I thought as well.
I think maybe got a quick delay though, so we potentially, yeah, I'm seeing this in the Discord here. We got a quick delay with the team speak, so we're gonna be
that'll
passing this
happen.
one off to a quick break. Once we come back, we should be able to say goodbye to Tony and hello to Ancient. And we are back here. We got Tony out of the action. Thank goodness. And we brought in Bestia and Sharks here as we look forward to kicking off this series. Apologies for the short delay, but we're ready to hop into this opening map here for this best of 3. And I'm looking forward to it. It should be an exciting best of 3 to come.
Now, this is a map that Bestia seemed like they want to maybe go back to a little bit of home ground, but up against Sharks, it's a whole different avenue, different beast. And Doc is part of that reason. Tagged up pretty low. This hold in mid. Very strong Nas and Thomason. A dynamic duo. 2 different angles. They shut it down. Gafolo, I mean, 1v4? How about it?
Be fun. Got 2 guns. That could help, but not for long. Not going to matter too much there to Bestia as they run past the competition. Run on through it. Bestia shutting things down there with some quick kills. Said Ancient, you know, we got to watch this not too long ago for Bestia, but it does feel like the perfect map where even with some of the role changes, Thomason as an individual can still really succeed. You know, sometimes you watch him on Mirage and he's just a little underutilized, I feel like, but on Ancient he's still very active on this map with the roles that he plays, so it's good to see that.
Bestia trying to lean slightly further into this one. They were in a tough spot with this veto, Bestia, where, you know, they've been banning Train, but Sharks have played Train. I think they played it in ECL. So they kind of had to ban it this time. They couldn't wait, and that gives Sharks plenty of options for this pick. So the fact that Sharks go for Ancient might be a little bit of a relief.
Play gives them good opportunity to continue to test their steel on this map, see what they're made of. Comes in, handles business. They don't lose too many. Keep a nice contain on middle here before the first gun round comes through and start the real action, the real meat and potatoes of this map. Excited because, like we've highlighted many times, you know, Nick so far is only experienced winning on this Sharks roster. But this is going to be some tough competition. How does he do? How does he fare up against the toughest competition that he's played so far here on the Bestia roster? Keep up those numbers, or at least something similar to it.
Step number one here for Sharks seems to be handling the mid presence. Bestia showed it a couple of rounds now, both in the pistol and now in the previous round. So Sharks setting a tone. They want to be taking this control, and they're getting already in very deep. This is a very forward position to have at this junction of the round. And it's some respect that Noxie's got to show. He's got Naz coming in on the other side of that. So with RDN set up, this A exec could be very strong.
Oxy wins out in the opening door. They're still walking out towards A. Thomason ready, not taking contact until they've already scaled so aggressively. Noxie tries to walk through the smoke and to no avail. Quick dismissal here and a nice lineup for Nyx and Gafolo. Working in tandem. Keep things nice, safe, and sound. Doc will finish off the last kill on the sneaky Naz. And the Sharks get away with a 4v5 conversion and a very fast A play.
It's just such a careful re-clear and a huge win for Noxie into this move. Felt like that Bestia were hoping they can get away with a whole lot, and they got away with absolutely nothing. Everyone had guns out, prepared for them to try and make that type of maneuver. So a little heads up moment from Sharks. We keep it simple in the first gun round and win it off the back of it.
It's all about keeping it simple. That's some nice timing right there, Noxie. Internal clock ticks. And he gets another opening advantage here. Gafolo bested again. As I had too much fun dealing with Noxie in this mid-campaign. This time a lot more reinforcements over towards this A side, so...
Well, here we go again.
Down B.
Bestia liked this move a lot. Yesterday. Ready and waiting is Doc. This has got to be a trade out of Luchov. Great flashbang. Layered in there by Pink, and so he goes down. Oh, might still be a chance, though those chances starting to fade away. Two still towards B, but it's the A bomb site that they target. Sharks have chosen correctly. They've only got Naz to contend with.
I wouldn't think Naz is still here, but they're still so diligent. Nick's very aware. HE to blow from the smoke, but he misses out on his opportunity. Now he exposes himself without getting anything for it. They have to dance, though, in between a rock and a hard place here. CT spawn and Donut, and now it's up for the new guy here to try and clutch up. Look at a clothesline. Noxie on the inbound here steps forward to try and take down Luchov, but Luchov won't allow that to slide. He's got the whole staff behind him right there, lock it in after the victory. Bestia move forward, handling business, but it comes down to a clutch. It comes down to a 1v1 there. They escape it.
Yeah, I noticed yesterday the Bestia were all on the same location, so definitely a little bit of a buff for them, though. I mean, considering the last month, they've had a lot of that. Extending a little bit further. Could have been a prove it moment for Nyx, who comes into that 1v2 with a real chance at things. It's just not quite going to go his way. And, I mean, this has just got to end. That can't be happening consistently. Noxie, it's a re-clear with an MP9 last round, and it's a spam through smoke this round that gives them the man advantage. I guess it really doesn't matter how you get there as long as you get it.
You can keep that up, right? Surely. Just spam smart
I mean,
and well timed.
yeah, nice sense of timing.
Just wait. And then shoot. Like Noxy did there.
I should put that into my game. I could be so much better.
Yeah, but I don't know, some people just don't got it. This Nick's gonna take a shot. And nothing given right there. They're gonna pop through the smoke though. They're waiting, and as I said, just wait and spam the smoke there like Pank does. He knocks down 2. Quick double. Can't escape those. The flames do overwhelm him, and Luchov trying to push a smoke up. Nyx tears through the competition. This guy already showing what he's made of here. Didn't get to prove it last round, but surely will this time.
This should
Thomason
be
outside looking in, and it's the same case.
round should be over here. Thomason's the only one who's got a say in this thing. He's got the big rifle. He's also got the kit. Again, this is a phenomenal angle, though, to be taking and anticipated, but nah, still can't best him and dink through the edge of the box. That'll shut it down. The 1v3 wasn't a good enough reason to walk away. 5 HP. That'll be the one that turns him running. What a round out of Nyx, though. A little bit, I feel like a little bit too aggressive out of Luchov, who's just really wanting to commit through that smoke and cave. Wants to provide the support to his teammate who's up short, but Hank already did the hard work. The fact that he's mollied out, flashed off, and still gets 2 is the hard yards that you think should have been enough on the Behold.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you put into a 5v... Well, I mean, I would say more so a 4v3. I think was 100% dead there, but like you said, you did a lot of that hard work early on. Set your teammates up for success. Maybe you just kind of fall back into that retake, because at that point, Luchov's a little too late to push that smoke. Timing's not necessarily threaded. Could have been. Nyx continuing to take advantages here. Give it a lot of resources here for good reason. Scout. Oh, what a headshot from Noxy. Close range with a 5-7 as well. And there's another multi-kill opening. This time, Luchov is ahead of the smoke, and he's able to succeed because of it. Looking for more, though. That'll be where he gets overwhelmed. Thomason's quick on the scene, though, with an AK in hand, ready to go. Looking for these quick taps. Does overwhelm the first. Already in. Does knock down a couple of kills, but Thomason comes through just when he needs to. 9 and 2 for him in rotation. And Bestia bounce right back.
Well, there you see it, man.
Nasty shot.
Absolutely ridiculous. And I mean, there's more and more bodies here too. Every time Sharks thinks they got a little bit of space, they run into someone else with a 5-7, someone else who can get onto scene. And all the meanwhile, you got Noxy popping off shots with the scout from the back lane and long. That's just so difficult to deal with. So many angles for a round that Sharks really accelerate before they have any utility in place to deal with those.
Bestia just surviving despite the tough economical situation. Walla will quickly trade things out. Pank does have full control of this B side after the smoke push coming through. A lot of information going forward. Wow! Noxy getting wild with it. Pank trying this the same. They do not have the weaponry for this. Neither does Naz.
It's more wild. The
I don't
fact
think I've
that
seen anything more wild than
he
that.
swung that wide, or that it almost worked.
Well, you know, if you never stop swinging, it's tough to aim at him.
I mean,
Just
that's
kept on
what,
moving.
I think that's what Koala found out. Like, man, this guy just keeps going. How am I supposed to
Yeah,
get him?
let that be a lesson right there for everyone. Just keep swinging. The moment that you rein it in, it's the moment that you're a sitting duck.
I want everybody to understand that this is a North American Counter-Strike player. You should take that with a grain of salt.
Take that as valuable advice. Who better than an A player knowing how to swing?
That's what I'm saying. You know, we have a style we might be known for.
At jutting and such?
Not quite. I guess it depends on who you ask or who you're talking about.
Not you. Sorry.
No, I don't think they know me for that.
I'm sorry.
I held back. Well, I didn't trash on you, and you took the punch.
I took the bait as soon as I could.
You didn't
sorry.
hesitate. It's fine, you know. I will probably recover. Bestia, though, not sure if they'll be able to recover on this one. Muddy is in a weird spot. For Noxie especially, but everybody else has better cash flow options to them. So he's going to go full for the MP9 next round, I would assume. Based on that. And get the only smoke. Only upgrade for anybody, actually. The whole round. Readied up for the B stack. Bestia. Sorry. B rush. My bad.
What about the CTs rushing B? Works better for them. RDN will keep it nice and safe. But they make it very expensive here. Pricey round already, no. Nah, that's why I'll make it round win here at this point. It's got a long route to run. Bomb gets planted. He doesn't show too much interest in actually making a round out of this one. Like to save onto a Galea or maybe an AK somewhere around the corner.
Yeah, I think that's the hunt that's happening right now. And I too would have loved to see him go for that, but when you look at $1,200 on Noxie, that's where this M4 really makes the difference. Now you won't have to go for an MP9. You don't want to, or unless you're just getting extra utility. Once the bomb goes down, it's pretty simple. Pretty self-explanatory for Sharks. Rock on up to a tied game, though. It's here where that recovery starts. Gafolo, like, flub his mouse wheel? I think he jumped there. On accident.
Might have.
Might have just been trying to jump around the corner in safety. Oh!
He got told to jump and he asked how high here. How quick can they shut down this mid hold there? Thomason whips out the sidearm, but Naz was so flashed he couldn't really provide much coverage still. Went out on all of the fights here, all over the map, towards the cave side, double up towards middle, and then out towards A as well. All successful duels for Bestia. Nick's once again left with his back against the wall. This time, situation that doesn't feel as possible this go around here in the clutch.
Yeah, 1v4 a little different than the 1v2 he had a chance at before. And watching some incredible movement though out of Bestia to start this round out. Like Thomason, solid, hits the airstrafe and then on the run boost too, gets deep into bottom mid, and that's why it's such a surprise. The Sharks had some pace behind this play. They thought they might be, there quickly enough. But with the coordination to the flashbangs, everybody was blind bottom mid for the most part. Just fortunately, Thomason able to get vision first. Maybe he's got the perk that makes flashes less effective.
You have the dash perk of ignoring HEs like yesterday.
What would Counter-Strike be if you could have you choose a perk? That would be a wild game.
The Rainbow Six, they're hunting Knicks down though, and they get him without losing anything. That's after time as well, so 450 bones for him to hold on to. That's a P250 at least. That is
at least.
Or in his case, 2 flashes, 1 smoke.
No. Yeah, 450 bones seems like a lot, but and probably pretty
the human
heavy
body
too.
only has 450 bones. Do you know that?
I didn't know that. Are you lying to me? Is that true? You
Yeah,
just had that
the
off
human-
the dome?
Yeah, the human body only has 450 bones. Believe it or not.
Can we get a fact check on that? Our host, Why Not FBS?
Because why not? No, he's just a host.
That guy's a pretty smart fella, I would say, personally. Ooh, and it kind of worked again. Just keep swinging strategy. Gets a trade at least, and an upgrade onto Ardian. I think Shark saw that a couple of rounds ago, and Ardian said, hey, you go try it. Let's see if we can make it work.
Just keep swinging. What Luchov loves to hear when he's holding the angle. Hank taking some damage to that Molotov. They want to regress towards middle. Naz kind of keeping that coverage, and they don't really budge. Stick around here. I mean, Thomason's got all that mid control, so now Pank rotates back, and they've got a pretty deadly crossfire to play off of.
It's just such a tough angle for him to clear, too.
Oh my god, they walked out so far, but the timing, it works so well for Noxley. They slide out while he's looking away, and then he turns around and he's like, oh, there's free kills for me? Thank you very much, I'll eat that up.
Yummy. I mean, Luchov, it's so very reliable what he can do in that cave position up into Jaguar, man. When he breaks off a double kill, even though that gives over some additional weaponry for Sharks to win with, I just feel like we got a lot of bodies available there at B when mid control is still held.
Numbers. Put up, you're going to work out quite nicely. This side of Bestia, they've got Glock Ego to lead in on.
No, I do kind of wonder, right? Like Nyx, this is a guy I'd never seen before. Coming into today, my first time getting to kind of peek, and from the very start, he's getting quite a bit of the resources. Seems like a guy that can really help them move forward. And the CT side, it'll be a little bit different, I would assume, but there's a lot of pieces on this Sharks team now, if that's going to be the case consistently, that demand a lot of those resources.
Yeah. I mean, Nick's been left alive last in a lot of clutch opportunities, so that's one thing I think that's definitely going to be good for his confidence if he can consistently win that. I mean, I imagine that was the case when he was playing on ECL. He was getting a lot of those wins. The good news is I think Koala's obviously not having the best of maps for him so far, but he's a very good sacrificial piece that can still output a lot, even though he doesn't ask for a lot.
Yeah, that's true. He's a guy that you can toss in a location and he will do his job.
Used to have. You're bringing in some newer talent, newer players. This HE flashbang combo's perfect. Thomason still able to turn in time. Folo forward facing, covering off the B aggression that he knows is coming. Luchov not long for this world as well there. Gafolo bests him, and very loud after that last win there. Sharks shut it down. Bringing in a little bit of energy here into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, and I think shouting for good reason. That's Gafolo understanding what Bestia have been doing all half. The reaction to losing some mid-control or even winning mid-control in so many of these rounds for Bestia has been to continue to push on the extremities, to continue to pressurize. And I think Gafolo recognizing that correctly, taking his time to put them back into the right location. Make sure that that round goes their way. So a fifth in the first half. Makes it 7-5 and very respectable. Bestia still holding the lead, a tight one at that. For the attack, but the bomb is at B right now.
What they do here, into the site they go. That's a whole lot of body shots for the dual Berettas, but no headshots connected just yet. So bomb planted on a bit of an island here as well, as he has still have 2 lurks to work through, and they know it here. Gavolo speeds up on the retake, as opposed to taking a measured approach. Noxy finds the Molotov. He's got a Molotov here for the bomb.
But it missed.
Smokes, 10-second defuse, but it did miss. You're exactly right. So that Molotov does a whole lot of nothing. It's going to be headshots required
Oh,
here.
he got him!
Get him off the bomb! You got him off the bomb. Naz tucks into the corner, but the dual Berettas. They succeed. Nix knows he's got this round in the bag. Oh my god, though, a little bit of chaos to throw into the mix there from Noxy.
I mean, that is awful close, though. So very fortunate that they noticed that miss with the Molotov spreading to the top of the corner there. Yeah, this is the moment where he's like, wait a second, something's not right. There's fire up on the roof. Lucky to get away with that one. And I think Naz probably thought that the round had been won. The way that he commits to that last fight. Wrong he was. A little bit of trickery to start out the half for Bestia. Round 2 up?
Always acceptable when you're up against a force fight, you know it. But now getting out of this position, you're walking away with such a massive advantage. Oh, they do not want to mess with this at all. Another but fear in the eyes of Bestia here as Nix tears through him. And he's very happy about that. A little cheer for Nix as he hops into that CT side and locks it down. Already a tied scoreline.
I mean, that's an aggressive decision. That's one that oozes confidence. And one that just shows what Nix can do. I think that position even more terrifying against a force buy. It's so quick that the Tech 9s can close the distance. And yet he stands unopposed. Bestia will call into their final tack timeout as well. Nothing more that they can lean on for the rest of this half.
See what they can do here. Pistols up in play, but Nick's warming up with that op. Showing that level of confidence is the last thing that you really want to see. You're on the side of Bestia, knowing that you got to play up against that for the remainder of the CT side.
That grenade taste. Luchov and Naz don't get to much play the round. Hold on, maybe I have told a lie. Luchov gets the headshot off on his Deagle. But his butt's showing. And it gives the AWP the space to work with. Bomb plant. Whoa, what the? Almost gets the third. Nix is once again showing off that kind of absurd rating that we were talking about from his first couple of officials in ECL. And making it look like that's going to be a regular occurrence.
So he has that in the tank consistently, which is a good sign for Sharks. I usually say, this is kind of like a, talent pipeline for South American region here. If you pick up players from Sharks, they're going to be good. And a lot of times if Sharks are getting poached, they have had a good team in the past. Right now, this is the best iteration I've seen from this roster in quite some time. It's a great sign, but Thomason tearing through some of the middle fights here, taking some duels, quick double up. And he's ready to turn the tides in his favor, make it a third, as Thomason will just eat them up.
A little unlucky for Gafolo, who's clearing close. And the shots are at Doc, but he's the one to fall. Oh, nice bait and switch moment. Pank had the right idea, but this MP9's still deadly. How long does Doc have? Because it's simply a matter of time. They got him locked in. No escape. More flashes. Naz has a nade. They're about to let him out.
Too concerned about MP9. You can hold on to that one. He dropped his teammate a gun. Shout out to Doc there. Good teammate, Doc.
Yeah, not HP. Doesn't budge either. The walls are closing in around him. Shark's turn. Take the attack pause. And I mean, this is a pretty well-told story, though, from Bestia. Really rely on Thomason, get him out mid, provide him all the support that he needs, and then just let him cook. Double kill, Vision returning, perfectly timed. And a missed shot from Nyx is all it will take for that round to fall flat.
Thomason's going to be a scary force here. He's been playing very confident. Right now for the side of Bestia, getting them through first half and now leading off in the second. That triple kill entry. As ready with some spam here, Doc. So you're going to look to press the smoke here. They're already up the ramp, but there's a quick kill. Sidelining Naz. And looking for more here. Close range with that MP9 doing so much damage, but so are these players on the site. Gafolo going to deny the bomb plant, stuck in between this Molotov and smoke. And eventually Koala going to track the kill. Tom is in sidelined as well. They managed to survive a couple very low HP duels. But Sharks come out on top of them and bounce right back.
Sharks just had so much availability there. Every single move that Bestia are making on that round, Sharks have the counter dialed up to 10. As soon as they're pressuring through ramp, they're pushing through cave, and nobody's really watching that. Nobody's anticipating it to be there with such speed. And the same true with the continued cave control. Pressure starts to mount from the backside, and Bestia stall out. Sharks have the spam available to them. And goodbye to Noxie, who tries to change the entire conversation around cave. Unfortunately, he's only lost his life.
Blasted out of this one. CT side, very successful in the early goings. Bestia needs someone to pull it back for them now at this point. Good news is they got a pretty deadly trio still kicking. But no fights given just yet. There's some information, but no need to overextend, no need to stick around there. Luchov pokes his head around the corner just to get more damage sent his way. They do get mid-control successfully, so there's a little hope here left for Bestia yet.
This is, I think, the right play. I think that hope starts to fade away if he goes towards A. Nyx with a full kit of utility. And not a lot of time remaining. Despite there being 3 players here, it's still very viable. Gotta win some of these duels, though. Key moment for Doc. Gets the info. Now they can continue to put on the pressure. It's a lineup for Luchov. That is the break they need. And breaking away, another frag is Tomazine. Bestia should have this chance in the round, but what a commitment from Luchov. Now Tomazine, he's low. Oh, but he's made the right call. He gets all the way around to the back lane. We'll just stick it, though. Nick's holding onto the bomb, and watching is Koala. That is such an absurd round where Luchov wins them the site and then just takes too far of a step forward.
Yeah, that's a brutal reality right there. You know, he does so much to get them back into the conversation, all just to be removed. Brutal exit. Rolling out there for Bestia, fight their way back into a situation that makes it possible. That was a highlight. Bestia love to use all of their timeouts here when they're on this T side, especially if they're losing. So, trying to chug through there, get their head back in this T side. So far, their only round has been Thomason with a triple opener, and I don't know how. Again, great player, made some big splashes in 2024. It's good to see him on Ancient here because I feel like that's one of the maps where I see him most active, but going for a fast B play here. Good way to close the distance with the pistols and Tech 9s, but still a massive multi-kill from Doc. Afolo follows up, and they've got a good stranglehold on this bomb site for a short period of time here. Koala steps in, and the rotate's quick enough. No guarantees here, but Luchov needs to be the savior once again. Koala's just walked through the smoke. He spotted it. So does Ardian. No respect given here for poor Luchov. He can't plant his feet in the clutch before it's overwhelmed.
Yeah, I mean, that's absurd from Sharks. I feel like we're watching a game on both sides where everyone's taking the most aggressive decision possible in every single one of these fights. Sharks slightly less so, but in the clutch, certainly the case. Bestia, this will be their last true chance to turn the tide of this game. Full guns at their disposal. And they're going to slow it down a little bit. They've been non-stop aggro the whole half. It's been fast everywhere. And it still might be a bit quick, but difference is that they're going to take their time with a little bit more methodical control of lane. See what Sharks want to do, and then respond.
You know, Sharks circling the waters. They are so good at pressing this B extremity here. Doc and RDN join forces, and setup gets dismantled here. So smoke fades away. RDN lines up the last two. It dismisses them with ease. Quick brush stroke, and they're completely eliminated here from that gun round. And now their backs against the wall here for 4 rounds in a row.
What's a puzzling part of that round is that Bestia, they actually were in a good position to counteract what was happening. Sharks, it feels like they just kind of hit the perfect timing on that swing. You know, as the smokes start to fade away, they have the numbers and they fight with more bodies, essentially, and catch Bestia off guard, despite the fact that their entire round was set up to catch that aggression.
Much more fight here already with a man down. Make it 2. Stock follows it up. Follow started. Got themselves rocky road. Overcome this play. More successful early B defense. Shutting down Noxy and Luchov here when they get aggressive. Waiting out the smokes here. They will throw some smokes of their own. Try and get into this bomb site. Sharks for now have conceded this space. punch in the digits at the very least. Also take cave control crucially. And hope that this is enough here to make it work in the post plant, to make it work in the 5v3 as they start to close in on them. Circling like sharks at the moment as smokes fade away. Leaves him in a forward-facing duel up against Thomason, but the quick reactions coming through here. Naz labored for the first kill. Cost him everything here. Sharks close out Ancient. They show up with confidence. They step into the second half with only a single round loss to their name.
Yeah, it's the CT side that Sharks really had the handle on. It was a Bestia game at the very beginning. They controlled the entirety of their own CT side for the most part, but once they got onto the T side, the solid holds, the consistency, and honestly that early pop-off from Nyx really hurt Bestia, who, you know, liked to try and call with some momentum. They never even got the opportunity to start doing that.
Yeah, they love those aggressive.
Yeah, guys, what's going on? We're back, and we have a little bit to talk about here. So I'm going to do a little bit of a recap as well as a breakdown at the same time, because what we saw was systematically, I feel like, a little bit of a collapse on the T side there at the very end for Bestia, but it all started out with a pretty nice CT beginning. I mean, Thomason right out the gate with a pair, a triple kill in the beginning of this game was, you know, ready to get hot to the start. Another multi-kill in the round to follow. It felt like he was setting them up for financial success that you kind of need on Ancient, but as we rolled in deeper and deeper, I think that it was really just Sharks learning that pace was the name of the game for them. Their speed was something that Bestia only really at the ends of the half began to figure out a way to combat. So you talk about the fact that, sure, the FAMAS was a pretty big part of a lot of these purchases, right? The discount justifying a lot of these investments and buys, which were working. Sharks saying to themselves, okay, maybe playing into their hand in the late round isn't the greatest way of working it. Because in this round in particular, they take it slow. It's Nyx who attempts to get boosted on that box at the bottom side of the B ramp. He falls and misses the mark, and that information is immediately given over to Noxie, who, as the caller as well as the sniper, will A, find them a pick with the scout on the top side of the box, and then have his troops fall into line for whatever else is to follow, because there's surely at least 2 more players there given that information alone. So now we look towards the rest of this half where the speed was not so much of a factor for the Sharks as Bestia were starting to figure it out little by little. They didn't want to wait around in mid anymore. They started to lean in that direction as well as A, where typically you'll spot maybe 3 or maybe even sometimes 4 towards mid and B. It was a different story that was actually playing out into their favor towards the end pretty well. Leaving Luchov even there in that last clip to anchor down that A bomb site with the setup they had. Very reliant on the contact peaks as well as the crossfire set. The Sharks had gotten themselves a pretty decent recipe for a 5-round count by the end of the half. That's respectable, but Nyx was not having it. He picks up the triple kill in the pistol. He picks up a second round AWP for another hat trick. And the next round he gets another double. The guy could not be stopped, it felt like, for the stages where not really a whole lot that they could do economically to respond to it. It was always going to be that op who could play the range game because there weren't enough smokes, there weren't enough flashes, there weren't enough utility on the belts of any of these players, let alone the weapons, to be able to put an end to what he had. But Thomason, as soon as he gets an AK into his hands, we know what the guy is capable of. But the problem really on that T side, once Thomason was not only one of the first players to get a kill, one of the first players to entry in bomb sites, but then also one of the last to die or left to clutch, that is kind of what spells defeat for you in and of itself on a T side. If that is going to be the case for them moving forwards, it isn't going to feel great, it isn't going to look great, and it is going to be a little bit of a difficulty moving onto a map like Inferno, which, although Silver Lining is the map pick, so they have the attempt to recover on their comfort choice, and they have a chance to push us to that third of nuke if they can convert it, but only time will tell as we go into a little bit of a break before you rejoin us. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in about 10 minutes time. We saw Ancient unfold to where it was a bit of a back and forth in the beginning stages of that game, but by the end, it really did look like a Sharks really, really well put together map one. It was their choice. They wanted it to be like that. Vincent, Exner, we move on to Inferno now, but before that, walk me through a little bit of what your thoughts were on the close to that last map.
You know, I think that ultimately Sharks kind of find the right avenue. You were talking about on the desk that, you know, there was just a lot of speed that they were coming at that CT side with, and I think, you know, you're right. You find what works for you, and they were leaning in on that heavy. Plus, I think Bestia, some of the upside that they have is in the calling department, but I think that worked against them a little bit, because I think Noxie struggling individually made it a little bit more difficult for him to kind of be in line with what the right way to go about that T side was, and he didn't have a lot of time to figure it out either.
Cole, do you concur?
Yeah, I mean, so far from what I've seen in 2025, Bestia is that they like to play it very fast, and I was wondering if there was any team that was going to maybe watch some of their demos, or at least get familiar with their style, and then punish that, and I feel like Sharks, one of those first teams that has finally been able to do that with really good effective utility here early on. They look like they came through with an understanding of how Bestia have been liking to call so far this year, and have just come through with the countermeasures to shut that down in a big way. For that being said, I mean, that's a very exciting, kind of opportunity for Kochi to really prove that, like, he's a guy that comes in with a good game plan, one centered around what his opposition's doing, and I definitely saw that when they were playing out on that CT side.
Yeah, and now we've got Inferno, and I want you to kind of relate and compare and contrast while we're at it. We'll see if we can get it going like that to what we can expect to see now that they're in their comfort zone in a map that's, in my opinion, pretty drastically different in terms of structure. But in terms of what you need to do in the early stages of a round as both a T and CT side, it's pretty relatable.
It is, and I also think that this is, with that being true, and with Bestia, even though this isn't a map they played a lot in the last 3 months, this is actually, I would consider this their home map. Like, if I had to, like, pick one, this is the map that I know them the most of, and that I've seen them the most in the past. So I think that them being able to be that aggressive, if they would like to be, and for them to, I think, be more rewarded by it because they have the protocol set in place, I think that really leans in to the playstyle they're trying to work with.
Cole.
Yeah, I'd bounce off that and say, that there's no question, this is Bestia's home turf. It has been. I think Noxie, as you highlighted here, with some small question marks in the calling, from like you said, an individual struggle. Can he bounce back? Well, no matter what the case is, like, Sid Inferno feels and always has looked super comfortable. The way that he opts on this map and rotates is, super effective, and he's gonna put himself in these forward-facing fights. So, we kind of have to see him level up here, especially if they want to continue to fight throughout this bracket here and fight throughout playoffs. Like, you're gonna need to show what you're made of on this map here, and I think Noxie can do that. He can level up to this call.
I'm definitely interested to see if that will be the case. Talking about calling and talking about speed, this is definitely a map where that can be a big factor for you, being able to hold that off for one. And I mean, seeing as Noxie has been, you know, around the block and then some, right? Inferno's been in the pool for forever, and he's been around for just as long. You talk about how that meta hasn't really changed all that much from the beginnings of this map and its reintroduction into Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and then obviously a minor edit into CS2. Although it might not look the same, again, primarily the fundamentals are still there, and I hope to see that he's got a good hold on them, and that he's got a good hold on his team and what they need to do surrounding his calls and surrounding his ideas. So we will be able to see if that will be the case in due time, but as we take a little bit of a break before jumping into map 2, we'll see if they've got it in them or not.
And welcome back. Again, goodbye to Tony, thank goodness.
Peace.
Just gotta get that out there before we hop into Inferno. Looking forward to hearing the sweet, sweet bells of map 2. Bestia looking to bounce back after a tough Ancient. They need a T-side. They need a call here. They need something special coming through from Noxie and the rest of the gang to get them lifted off. But it appears we've been baited.
I mean, that's the usual. That is the usual. I do think it's gonna be fun to watch the way that Sharks come into this, because this is a map that they do play a bit of, but as I was saying in the green room, they're losing to North Americans, so can they really be that good?
Oh, you were saying that.
They lost to him twice.
Oh, hey, energy's pretty good. They got Bro is on the team, you know.
That was before Bro.
Yeah, it was.
But I mean, energy is pretty good. I'm not a hater.
They're all right. They got Nitro. Nitro was on the team.
That is true. I can't be a hater of any team with Nitro on it.
Based. Good take right there.
Yeah. I mean, how can you
Okay.
hate Captain America, you know?
True.
That would be un-American.
What's going on here? Up to the hanky-panky right now. He snuck through. Looking to get cut off, and Gafolo just blasts him. Fake worked so hard to sneak on in there. Looking to catch him off guard. And Gafolo just says, no thank you.
That'll happen. Got a crossfire, though. You're on the B site. And as that smoke starts to fade, there isn't another one to take its place. Just a flashbang. And I guess that might help. Unfortunately, Doc with the counter flash, and pretty simple for RDN's out. Sharks take a win on the pistol round, and I do think that this is an important map for Bestia to win. If Bestia don't win on this map, I think that that's a trouble. Well, believe it or not, they're out of the tournament. But that spells some trouble for them, like and their consistency. Because I think transitioning from out of last year, winning the first tournament of this year too, like you gotta be expecting to build on that. And I think that a loss here definitely doesn't do that.
Yep. Following. Especially if they can't really show a T side. They struggle here for back-to-back T sides. I would be a little concerned with the consistency in which I see their game plan kind of lean in on some very fast play. I would like to see them be able to show a little bit more of a dynamic range in terms of how they play out these T sides.
You know what they do though, that we should be appreciating and thanking them, is that they do like to speedrun those eco rounds. So
Yeah, shout out to Bestia for that. I knew I liked them. Just couldn't put my finger on why. It's because they do not mess around on those ecos, just sitting there waiting the whole half.
5 Glocks, that means they're sending it.
They say, let's lose fast, guys. Or sometimes win.
Yeah, we either run them over or we lose. It's one or the other.
Yeah, that's an underrated factor about teams. That's usually one of my favorite things about good teams here. Luchov, able to open things up. Needed that, but they still have so much more resistance running into. Ardian looks to pick up the AK and eventually put the rest. Volo still sticking around on this bomb site with only a P9, but good utility is going to keep him in good position, and jumping past that smoke, he managed to do a lot of damage. Blowing open that smoke here, and they're not ready. They're not in position. Molly goes in as well, and Pank going to have to be delayed even longer on this bomb plant. Complicate the matter even more.
Yeah, Koala separated for the moment, but Nyx does a fantastic job of playing delay whilst not committing himself to the fight. Good news out, though, for Bestia is that Pank has got the read. Koala rejoins with his teammate, and it's going to be the 1v2 for Pank, but in a post-plant scenario. So when the bomb goes down, they get to guarantee the confirmation. Koala and Nyx, just trying to get up ahead of that fight. Pank is trying to be aggressive, and Koala reads him like a book.
Koala doing that well. Getting that defuse off. Pank not giving a big moment to step up in a clutch. We know he can do. Playing Scavenger Pro right now. Nyx is on a mission. Looking for every little tool he can find.
I actually love that, man. Especially on Inferno, like that one additional...
One T-side molly.
Yeah, like that's so valuable. Unironically, I know it's not flashy. I know it's not the highlight reel, but...
It isn't a flash, it's a molly.
Yeah, I'm just going to let you handle this one. You got the round. Why are we just beating up on Vincent today? What's
Sorry,
going
I'm trying
on?
to impress Tony.
With your trash talking abilities?
Yeah, that's
Is
it.
that what Tony wants? Is that what he needs?
I'm hoping it is.
No, he does the same thing to me. He's probably loving it.
It's a good time.
What a chunky nade it would be. Just right. Oh, nobody has one. Feels bad.
Doc is gonna be in for a real rude awakening here.
What?
Wow, they don't check. They never check. How did he get away with that? They're lining up utility right on the other edge of that wood panel. You can't believe your eyes there that Doc manages to make that look so successful, and it's just a non-starter. You can't jump through that smoke. The flashes won't connect. Thomas can shoot through that smoke, though, that's for sure. Noxie not sneaky as he was hoping. That is insanity.
That's twice over now that I have questions about Bestia really trying to force their way through a smoke. The last time it happens, you know, it's a little bit more reasonable. This time, I don't feel like they ever really had the space to work with. But Folo also, shout out, making just some really intelligent moves to deal with that. It seems like he's aware that they like to do that, kind of heralding back to what you were talking about on the death segment, that, you know, this is Sharks maybe putting in a little bit of work, at least Scafolo, and just being in a perfect position to deal with that play.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it seems like here. You get away with a massive play like that. Just Doc's so happy that he manages to escape that situation with a couple of kills while they're throwing the execute. And you lose all that explosive power of a kind of jump through smoke pop when Doc disrupts you like that.
Oh,
and
double
the
nade.
HEs are absolutely money. Gives him an opening duel there. It takes out a key piece there. Luchov already eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, he's often the aggressor for Bestia in these situations. We saw him, you know, the one successful frag that he gets is in doing that, breaking open the banana side. Doc, so committed. Gets the flash in. Free fire out of Pank, and it's good for a frag. Eats a nade. With the early round advantage they got via those grenades. Bestia still not in a good position. 4-on-4. But at the very least, they have that map control. Noxie will stand tall over there for the moment. So, investigations elsewhere. But no commitments.
Playing this one a bit slow, waiting for their chance to sneak out those apartments. One flashbang towards B. Looking to beta reaction, get the communication rolling. And now the end goal towards A taking place here. They are not healthy enough to survive the fallout of apartments. Great follow-up flash, and the trades are even better. Thomason answers the call and looks to end this round. They're running past the smoke, though. Thompson's in between the two and manages to sneak around it so effectively. Thompson fighting forward instead of hanging back, ends up closing out the round, and Bestia on the board now.
This could have gone wrong so many ways. Like, Pank is out ahead of the rest of the utility, and all of that is just done because he's low HP, I would assume. Great trade spacing, though. Get Thomason deep onto the site for the trade onto the site player. And him making that aggressive move is the kill shot, is the victory. His best, yep, find their first. Get it moving. All right. Luchov done with those shenanigans. He's thinking, let me show you what I can do. Double kill, sees neither of them.
It's not getting any easier from that point there. Inside the flames? Oh my god. Wall actually goes down there to Naz with the flames.
I don't know that you can really afford that, though. And it's
Yeah,
already a
that's,
2v5.
Yeah, anytime you go 1-for-1 at that point in this stage of the round, take it.
Folio only knew, maybe had a little bit of more health. The health that was on the other side. Seems far more interested in actually looking at this retake than I would have imagined, but I'm thinking he's just going to sit here, wait, see if he can get an exit. If not, maintain his safety. With that round, Bestia, they got him. That's the econ reset.
Hard to make this happen. Finally being able to collapse in on that economy. Big win.
Simultaneously, like in the fashion that I expected and not, with Luchov at the forefront, but the fashion in which he pulls that off, it's a double opening with nobody's seen on B. Here's how it happens. Doesn't see anything.
Whatever it takes here to get them activated. Thomas in last go around there on that last map got them their 1T round. It was good to see Thomason again playing a little bit more aggressive, playing a little bit more active. But now having Luchov and then Thomason on the other side of the map here can create a very deadly combination for Bestia in terms of how much opening prowess they have. There's some smokes raining down here. Close range with that A1S. Gotta clear him out though. Actually fades back through that smoke instead. Breaks up the setup. Oh, Gafola pushes that smoke. Not as effective as they'd hoped. Trying to create chaos, but a couple of kills is something you'll definitely take.
Yeah, a little bit of direction to a round that can often feel directionless. With one saved rifle and otherwise USPs. I think there might have been a Deagle bought up as well, but otherwise Sharks with pretty much nothing. But Bestia starting to find some of that form that we know they're capable of. I do think it's interesting. I feel like I'd have to kind of look back a little bit more carefully, but I think Bestia do tend to be one of the better teams in the region on Inferno. Like that was where I would have slotted them in before they kind of made the move into the RMR. They didn't really play it a lot there, but I think that was more about teams banning it away, not giving them the opportunity. But definitely in this tier 2 space of South America, I'd put them near or at the top. Which is why I put so much pressure on this match. You know, this map specifically, obviously, you know, for elimination sake as well, but I think it's important that they continue to have that type of success on this map. Because they are lacking a little bit of a home map if that's not the case.
Definitely pick this this map up quite a bit, it feels like. They get the opportunity, they'd love to pick into Inferno. As you can see, there is already that range here. A little bit of a slower play style at the moment. Diving out of apartments here. Nash overwhelms and works that defense so effectively.
Such a sacrificial play.
Diving into the pit there, tanking all of those shots just to land the entry.
I mean, normally, your in-game leader asks you to be that guy that Naz was right there, and you think, yeah, you're probably insta-dead, but for him to get the entry and then find another one too, that's insane. Absolutely incredible. You and I know we're talking about yesterday that, you know, for me, when Naz was initially picked up on this team, I think they needed a change, but I really wasn't sure if this was the change. He's really shown off that he can, you know, build in and build up to the level that this roster needed from him. Because he's still not, going to be the statistical powerhouse. They got other people for that. And it's this sort of sacrifice, but then being able to thrive within this space that you got to appreciate.
Yeah, it took him a little while to heat up. I mean, it wasn't an instant success story for Bestia either. As on this team, I mean, he struggled quite a bit in the early stages of this team. When he first joined off of the La Ruganetta squad. A little delayed peak there. They look for a pace change. They want to speed it up, and so far so decent. Squall will continue to hold off effectively inside of the apartment. It's a huge wrench in the system. They're struggling a little bit to fight out of this position. Luchov sticking around there, dancing inside the smokes, but as the dust settles, man advantage for the CT side. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Nick's getting crazy, and Noxy spins for the win. Turns around, lands another kill, puts Doc into a solo situation. And they're going to coast into this bomb site with comfort.
I've got a lot of questions, to be honest, about this round, but I'll hold off. Is Doc not out? He's got the gun. 5-7. Anything's possible with this here weapon. Fortunately, if you don't hit the shots, nothing can get started. The questions I have, I'm just kind of wondering, like, Koala had so much space to work with. Obviously, he doesn't know that, but the rest of his team's getting pressured. I feel like the obvious move is to try to maintain long haul control with his MP9, and if anybody else is there, he takes the duel, and when he finds nobody, he gets that AK, and the rest of his team on A site can play passively. And then they go for the re-aggression. Fair enough, they want to get a jump on things. But then they don't grab the gun?
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't ever grab the gun in apartments.
So Koala's just left trading that with an MP9 with potential very long range? I don't know, I feel like a bit of a flurry of questions that don't really have answers.
That was definitely a shock to the system right there. They're looking to bounce back. They had that last round, it felt like, in the palm of their hands. Wanted to continue to put their foot on the gas, though, and that proved to be a costly decision. Nyx with the AWP out, though, could be an interesting change, but they give over apartments control, and they're following in their footsteps. Naz looking, again, to try and be as effective, but a little slower of a walkout here. It opens up some opportunities. Out in the open with the op. Noxy sacrifices some of his teammates' HP for those kills, and Noxy puts it into a clutch. 1v2 opportunity for him to shine. Punches in the digits here. This guy's so good in the clutch right now, and with low HP on Gafolo. Not seeing any kits either. This is on here.
I mean, they're taking so long to get into position as well. Gafolo going to be the first to face. Sacrificial in many instances, but Doc is a little bit too far behind. But they finally turn. It's that step behind that honestly could have been the spacing error that loses the round, but it's what wins it.
Wow.
Noxy thinks surely if they're going to both be swinging, they would have swung, but yet Doc proves him wrong.
That's just brutal right there. Ripping that round away. So much going for you, but not going to happen today. Noxy, I mean, again, just an incredible clutch factor for his team so frequently. You know, the occasional clutch loss is not going to be too haunting for him.
I mean, I honestly can't even blame him for that thought process. That's totally reasonable. He's played it right in my mind.
Koala. Start things off in this situation here a whole lot more effective. Straight opener.
Shadow gave Koala away in a big way there.
There's no resistance here. Oh my god, Thomason. That is brutal. Thompson looking to take this one by force as well. Doc not long with this road. Yeah, he's sidelined. They do not miss a beat here. This is the Bestia that we were expecting, that we wanted to see here. These are the T-sides that we know they can bring to the table. And they have shown up in full force.
Are we sure that Thomason isn't an NA player? That was incredible. That's you know, the knife out part, like, that's a little oops, but he could have gotten the knife, and then he's just non-stop. And it's such a surprise to Nyx, who is having a lot more struggles. You know, Inferno for the Opera, it's always that way, but he's had a couple of positioning situations that, you know, one or two I'd call it errors, others would be more, you know, unfortunate. He was flashed up on that A side play where he was caught out on the triple box, but still, it's been leaving him without much of an impact. That's especially painful when he was the, you know, key that we were talking about to give Sharks a, you know, an early strong start on the CT side of Ancient. Bestia clawing back to a 6th round and hoping for a 7th. Little repeat action of a 7-5 half.
Scale up this B side. Forcing out a smoke from RDN, but they're gonna, again, just completely ignore that. HE to blow it open. Luchov already looking in the right direction, but they can't land the trade. RDN makes them work for it. Seems to be costly at the end of the day. Flank coming through here. Well, a lot of pressure put on his shoulders. He dances around the smoke. Thomason will punish. That's all on the shoulders of the new guy. Once again, left into the clutch here, but this one feels a whole lot less likely. Long-range duel with that MP9. I do not give him much favor. He does separate the crossfire already, though, jumping into this fight. And he chases down Naz. Does not allow him to settle. Thomason will eventually walk through and secure the round, but a little bit of a scare on him.
Heralding back once again to Ancient. It's Thomason that really breaks them in to this half in so many ways. Huge multi-kills out of him in the last couple of rounds, this being one of them. But I also think that, you know, the weaknesses we talked about for Noxie on the T side, the calling on an Ancient, I think was a fair question mark. This was so much better. A lot more variety. Feels like they could reach deep into the strapbook. They had multiple different paces at which they could play. And whilst initially they met a brick wall, they adjusted fast, set their sights towards A, and found a lot of success. So as the half switches, Bestia grab back a lead. And they'll see if they can run this one back a little bit better with 7 rounds to start.
Already looking to assert some dominance here on this map is Bestia. Stepping down in towards second mid, punished by Koala. The execution lines in towards B. Naz quick on a rotate here. Flash is eaten. This is all a ruse here. They've sold it hook, line, and sinker. Right now, all the rotates have rotated over towards the B side. And free A. And they don't know this. Here's still a long-range fight, but in a panic, Tank tries to deny access. Can't do so for too long. They've got the bomb planted on the A side.
And honestly, now, Sharks just have to not take fights. They have the crossfire. Trying to approach this is going to be a little bit more difficult. Ooh, okay. And gets it started. That breaks off that crossfire. Now Koala has to be the important factor. Removed from the back of the site is RDN. He still got the bomb. An extra teammate potentially in this clutch, and as it's held, it's the 1v1, and now up to Pank, who starts out on the right foot, but he's already lost to the timer. No chance against Koala, who dominates the round in ace fashion.
Just can't beat the clock right there. Difficult position. Almost make it work there on this successful retake. Looking crispy. The decision making and the slide in. Koala just hiding in Balk punishes. Gotta trust your teammate right there, and he goes down. No other option but to turn, and bomb. Sharks bounce back with a pistol, but leads into a direct force buy for Bestia. Scout headshots. You remember there seemed to be a bit of a strong suit for Noxy. Became a whack-a-mole there. Whack-a-koala. Getting played out.
I thought in that game you're supposed to do the whacking, but I guess Noxy didn't get the memo. Maybe Whack-a-Koala is the different, the little known second iteration, the update.
So I don't know who's supposed to do the whacking. I just work here. We go in towards the B-bomb site, looking to entry on up. Nyx has the early success story. That pillar doesn't provide too much coverage. Nas traded out as well. And Sharks will get past it in the end. We'll be able to overwhelm the B play with their superior weaponry.
And that's even despite the fact that Bestia actually interrupted that play. They interrupted the, tossing into that utility, but Sharks were quick to respond, quick to have an answer to it. So a little bit of surprise. I think it was Gafolo who got surprised initially, but they handle it with ease towards the end. Send it in there, and this is what we're talking about. Get in deep and see if something sticks. But unfortunately, I think it's only blood to the walls, mostly on the side of Bestia that fall.
Yeah, they love a quick eco right there. They're wasting no time. Getting into their gun round as soon as possible. Running it down with the USPs. They do a lot of damage, to be fair. There's still a lead claimed by Sharks here. Reclaimed, I should say. On this map. Able to bounce back. See if they have a whole lot more depth in this T side here. They highlighted, feel like Kochi and combination of Kochi and Gafolo came through with a really good game plan. You know, this team likes to pick into Inferno quite a bit. Can you continue to show that strength? Luchov is forward facing. A silent crawl around the corner here. And there you go, spotted now. It's a retreat.
So clear that Sharks just want to test this. Great flashbang, though. Oldie but a goodie in so many cases. Fortunately, they'll run down, so it's limited the damage. Molotov will make Tank's life very difficult. He can't swing as effectively behind it, though. He tries, but fails.
First out of the Galil right there from Nyx. Completely devastates. They're sticking around like they want to make a retake of this. The question is, for how long are they going to camp out here?
You have
Molly ready to go. They're lining that up. It is finally dispensed right on the box position. Flushes them into a forward-facing fight, but one they're not prepared for here. This could be a trap setup. As Noxy looks to retreat, Naz will look to do the same, but there's no way he's making it out. And now Noxy's put into question. Fola will be shut down, and they will chase, follow in his footsteps, but Noxy too quick, holding on to his AWP. Bestia fall victim to a very explosive B hit right there. Sharks holding nothing back out of the gates. On this T side, I asked, for a game plan right there. We got to see it in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sharks just calling him out, saying, hey, you think you're going to hold B, prove it. Show us what you got. I think our exec's going to be good enough, and, I mean, here it is. Absolutely was. Nice flashbang to get some work done, but ultimately a victory in this round. Just a fast trade, and Bestia, though, they run into position to get back into the B bomb site. I guess I gotta shout them out for giving this a try. They had the utility, they had the positioning, and we do always talk about how consistently teams are going to look to save on Inferno. Well, Bestia trying to show that, hey, maybe that's not the option, but they get punished for it.
Molly there, that doesn't scare Noxy off at all. Forward for a quick fight. Flashbangs forward. Brackets control attempted. They've got the scaling smokes already down, so you knew this from the very get-go, that they're ready to go in towards this bomb site, but they're getting flanked right now. And they're boxed in a very uncomfortable position. Thomason wanted to push the smoke there. He realizes better as the silence on the map. But Doc and Gaffolo spring into action at a moment's notice. And they evacuate brackets. They're going to reclaim it here on the CT side, though. They're looking for a fight. They want to tussle, and they're running into a crossfire of these MP9s. Nas picks up an AK. Can he find anything extra? He looks to survive. He will catch another kill. As on the next, Noxy comes in on the rotation and will cover off Doc. I feel like Sharks might have just overcooked that one just a little bit.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there, buddy. I don't know what gave this away. What did Blushov and Thomason do to give this information? Because, I mean, there's no way Sharks are making that careful of a play without knowing that they're getting flanked. But then you killed the two B players. They're dead. And they still run into the buzzsaw that's that crossfire on A. You know, shout out Bestia for quickly getting into position. Like, they took that space instantly. But still, I'm a little bit miffed that Sharks are so willing to run it back. We'll try again. Leave Noxy unattended. That's a great trade.
Oh, spotted out Naz in the no man's land, but he fights his way out of it. He's still alive. Thomason and Naz walk it in, 2 kills apiece. Change the tides of that round quickly in their favor. Looking to change the tides of this map entirely because of it. Missed trades, missed opportunities, costing Sharks a whole lot. Highly likely now it's going to cost their lead. They're onto an eco. Now we're seeing the clear game plan here. This is holding nothing back on the side of Sharks. They are very quick into the action.
The Sharks pistol round, way they're able to win the first gun round even. All that looked to help them build into something on this T side, but Bestia put to bed quickly. And, I mean, shout out Naz, obviously. We probably should have been dead 3 times over in that last round. Survives to tell about it. Bestia hoping to put a little bit of a lead back in order. Follows Deagle. That's the only upgrade for the most part here. Pick that Deagle up when he swings so wide, though.
Yeah, it is. Not going to be able to get much more use out of that one. See, Sharks. So they're a lot more measured with their ecos. Make it work. They look to spread out throughout the map, see if they can't do damage. They like to take things a little slower. Not on the gun rounds, just on the ecos, though.
Your Southern came out right there. That was great.
Very happy for you.
Uh-huh.
I'm glad that made you happy.
Yeah, give me a little smile. Yeah, if Sharks can put a smile back on their faces, because Dream start to the second half, only for it to start to fall apart quickly. Some questionable decisions, I think, on the east-side play. And Valve, please fix. Oh my goodness, every time, man. Like, we're just tossing the... I know they're cheaper, but they might as well be free, because they don't do nothing.
They're hot a little bit. They warm up your toes.
Yeah, well, my toes are a little chilly. Maybe that's like a pleasant day. Because they certainly don't burn.
Like a little space heater.
Got one of
Warms
those.
you up a little bit. Is it active right now? Is it keeping you warm?
It is.
See if Pank is warm right now. It has to be hot to hold this B side off. Overwhelmed eventually. Luchov in position though. The trades are effective as can be for Sharks as the B side once again works out. This smoke isn't providing the necessary coverage, so bomb does go down still. It got planted just in time. RDN eventually trades it out again. Constantly forced to trade out his teammates here.
Oh, this reposition, though, for Koala. This is the round-winning play. Him getting tucked up into this corner. There's almost nothing to be done now if RDN just plays a waiting game. Go for information. Now he hears them coming.
Ooh.
Great clear, though, out of Naz. Now it's possible. They got to get moving. And moving they do. Not planted for him, and that is indeed the way they come back. RDN just trying to play for a little bit of an advantage in that fight. Steps forward, and when he loses it, that's when the crossfire gets broken, and it's so much more difficult for Koala, who I think made a good move later into the round.
God, I'm feeling very nervous, very shifty on that fight. And Naz being able to win that crucial duel changes the tides completely. I'm not planted for Banana either, makes it very difficult. This time, Pank sent forward. They want to take control of Banana, something that they haven't necessarily been able to accomplish. They're sticking around, still interested in it. Luchov. Just a burst of his rifle and a tag through the wall as well. Onto Doc for further damage. So the CT side, as the dust settles and Zed duel ends up finishing off. Ends up favorable for the CT side. Back towards A they go. Into a crossfire that's so incredibly deadly. Have to spin on these kills, but they do crack through nonetheless.
I mean, crucially, Naz going down, though, as well from the Absolurk. Third phase of that attack gives Sharks the advantage in the post plant. You got one walking wounded in RDN, but Luchov is healthy. Well, he's reading into this. He's looking for it. RDN gets away, though, and the time buying measure that this means. So difficult. Smoke maybe piecing him up a little bit, but Noxy holding and waiting. They're out of time. Or not. Koala's sitting on the site. I shot Shirley. Surely he would find the spam. How? I don't know if that's a miscom, but Koala's just, he's there the whole time. I think he shot 35 Khalil rounds downrange. I wish we saw that from his POV. I guess my bad to Luchov. I was not familiar with his game of sticking that smoke. I made an assumption I shouldn't have made.
Familiar with his ability to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
Clearly.
Thompson gives him a couple ticks in that molly, but oh, beautiful HE. You gotta dodge that ball there. That's not easy.
Yeah, that one's not a dodgeball. That one hurts a lot more. Those are explosive.
I don't know, have you ever been hit in the face with a dodgeball?
Yeah.
My
Not that long ago.
HP just goes down.
There's a nice photo out there.
I would need to see it now. We'll see if they can finish off this one. Just a solo walkthrough from Doc. Molly's great. Luchov is burning and flashed up. In a pure panic. He will get leveled out there. Naz is also struggling to dodge the bullets. As he would be taken care of. They've got another retake situation on their hands here. But Bestia have been able to survive it this far. Why not another one? Oxy's running away, though.
I feel like this was the same situation, to be honest with you. Just insert Thomas in with Luchov. And
He's already got the
HP
first.
onto Koala as well.
Knocking out one quick kill. Oh, and they just start to crumble at the seams. Thomasin waiting for his teammate to activate for a trade. They don't check him. And a little bit of trigger discipline could go a long way, but not a lot of health. He doesn't last too long. So Bestia with 3 gritty rounds in a row to get the job done. We'll close it out, take us to a third here. We knew that a nuke decider was very likely, but we see it. Both teams taking their map pick in confident fashion.
They do, and I mean, I think that there was definitely some other questions around this map, but what we talked about coming in was the fact that Bestia, especially on the CT side, can really rely on protocols that they've set up over a long period of time of getting comfortable, being comfortable, and familiar with this Inferno map. And I think we saw it with the amount of like Inferno or banana problems that they had. But you can't be letting them get away with that, Ninja. Like that just can't happen. And I think Sharks didn't deserve a win after that goes down.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I mean, speaking of Gritty, we got the Gritty Goblin himself waiting alongside us, ready to break down what just happened there on Inferno.
Gritty Goblin. Yeah, that's a new one. I'll take it, though. Sharks didn't really waste a whole lot of time in this game out the gates getting started, it felt like, on Inferno. Doc was playing pretty well over on Ancient, but you didn't really actually notice it because of how it was in the early to mid-round. Typically, he would get his impact, whereas Nyx, maybe a little more flashy, maybe a little bit more in towards the closing of some of the rounds at the start, especially when he got his AWP in hand. But Doc was really a force that in the beginning of this game they didn't have an answer for without the weaponry to be able to do so. Again, it only takes that time to where Bestia have everything that they need to where you see them in full swing, and they don't very often make it look that good otherwise, in my opinion. But that'll just happen. Like, that's just how the game goes sometimes. Noxy doesn't need the AWP, but definitely in a game plan that relies on him being your caller as well makes it a lot easier to structure. And you saw that as we switched into the CT side, which we'll get into in a moment. But 2 breakdowns of the A site from the side of Bestia in the beginning of this game. Saw 1 breakdown of the CT economy, and it was led by Naz bomb rushing into the site, and Tomasin being the only one to fall. It was very interesting that it started off with them playing outside of apartments, no contact there, as well as off of Banana. They fully regroup into the halls and flood into that site, and it just got them into a role in which they really couldn't lead. I felt like Bestia had everything going for them at that point forward to where even going into that second half, without necessarily having too strong of a statement in terms of the round count, it definitely still helped them in ways that you couldn't really deny. 7-5, I mean, turning that one onto its head was never going to be an easy affair on the offensive for Sharks, but they came damn near close. I think that was probably about as close to a competitive game as we could have gotten from an Inferno that Bestia, as Vincent was saying, is pretty well-rounded on that map in general. If they were expected to take a map in this best of 3, it was almost going to have to be this one. And you go into this final map now thinking maybe they have a little bit of that old in terms of the pace and a little bit of that new that we had seen kind of rectified from Ancient that Inferno brings a little bit more levity to. Koala kicking off that pistol round with an ace. 1 tap to finish an ace clutch, though. That kind of gets into maybe your head every now and then. That inspires a team as well. And frankly, I thought that might have been the beginning of what could very well have been the end. Not to be dramatic, but definitely a very, very easy way to get into a headspace of a comeback. Going into the CT side, though, not really, again, doing a whole lot until Noxy gets his AWP. He gets an opening pick the first round that he has it in hand. He gets the final kill in that same round, and he inspires his team to get actually really aggressive to where otherwise Sharks were practically bullying them. Excuse me, it was the second round he had the AWP. You'll see it on your screen now, actually. That was the opener. This is the mid-round reaction the CTs take. Absolutely handled. Kind of crazy how that happens. But even then, immediately following up on that is going to be the CTs getting to where they need to be without actually giving all that much room to breathe. And Noxy is at the final pillar. I really like to see that, considering Noxy is an AWPer, isn't a star. He isn't a player who will take over your rounds. He isn't a player that'll outright win you series or even maps in some instances. But with that being said, his role and functionality in being able to take a mid-round and opening round pick and kind of chill from then on is something that needs to be envied. And you go into this second map now with him starting to heat up individually, the call starting to look a little bit better, and then all you need to do is rely on maybe one player stepping up to bat, because not really anybody on this map, in my personal opinion, is really a star in their statistics. You look back on this map, and I do think you could say that as an MVP, as far as that goes, Noxy might be the one to look towards. His calling was really well well rounded towards the beginnings of the T side. The CT side kind of just continued to get the ball rolling under what the issues now fixed from that last game were. And in this round here, we were talking about it. Yeah, very, very interesting affair for that to be how they get map point. Really awkward to get that smoke down onto the site and then not swing onto it as the center site T. And the apartments player, really well read by Noxy just to be held. He was just posted on. There was no way in hell he was getting out for that swing. So you call it a day there. We call it on Inferno, and we go the full 3. Nuke on the horizon, and 2 wonderful casters ready to bring it to you in about 10 minutes time once again. Don't go anywhere. Production is giving us death threats, and we're going to be held at will and at gunpoint for map 3 as we conclude our best of 3 with Nuke. We've seen Ancient, we've seen it all on Inferno just as well, and frankly, I think we've seen a little bit of everything from both of these teams. What is there left to be seen as we go towards Nuke, starting with Vincent?
You know what? I think that there's a little bit more to be seen from Sharks, to be honest with you. I feel like we haven't seen one of those maps that I know Sharks are capable of where we just see like Doc win them the game, you know? Like that has to happen, especially if we get 3 maps, and I feel like that Nuke is a prime position, despite knowing best here or strong here, where that could be the case.
Yeah, talk about like the contrast, I guess, between Ancient and then into Inferno and then now to Nuke. This is a completely different animal, Exner.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely offers up some more opportunities here. I mean, you mentioned Doc and what he's able to do, right? Obviously, like, this guy, from a rifler standpoint here, can be such a huge facilitator for Sharks. Now you're going to have to, like, really test what Nyx can do here. He had a bit of a tough last map, couldn't really get as activated. And Nuke, when it comes to, like, a CT-reliant, being able to be in the right place there with the AWP, being able to constantly be in the right position, you know, testing your rotations as a young player, you know, now Nyx is kind of under the microscope here for this team as to whether or not he can continue to raise the ceiling here. You obviously kind of take a risk in terms of Gafolo not opping anymore and stepping into the rifle role here. So can Nyx also elevate the game here on the CT side with his AWP? It's going to be a big question I have for this third map.
Yeah, and not to dictate too much of what you have to say, though, Vincent, but Nuke being a pretty AWP-reliant map and a pretty AWP-heavy map, can you kind of walk me through what we've seen from both Nyx and Noxy from the last 2 maps and what you expect to see from between the 2 of them in the next one?
Yeah, I think that, you know, for Nyx, the struggles on Inferno were one born of it being Inferno more than him struggling, like, on an individual level. Yeah, he wasn't as good. He did struggle a little bit. I'm not saying that is incorrect, but I think that Inferno makes it a lot more difficult. Even than a map like Asia that I wouldn't consider like a real Opera's Paradise or anything. But I think Nuke is the opposite. You can be very interested in just about any position on the CT side, especially, but even on the T side. So from a stylistic perspective, I'm really interested how we're going to see Nyx kind of measure up. So, because I think Noxie's going to want to get up in his face, and I think Nyx should actually be able to deal with that. It seemed like he was interested in that.
Incredible insight, Vincent. We are going to be jumping into Nuke. We are getting to get things underway, so congratulations to you boys. We've made it the distance. It's the finale.
That's crazy right there. We're ready to hop into Nuke. Say goodbye to Tony. Say goodbye to, you know, Vincent getting asked for his opinions and then, getting mocked.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Wow, I mean, just
Tony dictates my point. He's like, hey, give me this point. And then I give him a point. He's like, hey, that's a great job, dude.
Yeah, look at this guy. Get a load of this guy. You could tell that's what he was trying to bring to the.
That's exactly what was in my head.
That was what you were thinking. That's what you're mouthing. So, yeah, I mean, looking forward to seeing how things shape up, seeing how things finish. I got high hopes that, you know, we can see Nyx get back into form here. I think he'll be able to bounce back. But like you said, you know, RDN and mostly Doc, I want to also see on the rifles be able to step up versus what I'm seeing is a very scary opportunity for Bestia to keep things rolling. They look to do just that. We're ready to hop into Nuke for real this time now, guys. We're keeping you on your toes as well. Again, say goodbye to Tony and Vincent. You're officially safe now to unleash whatever you want to say.
Yeah, I wonder if a real host would get that right more often. I wonder. Wouldn't know since we don't have any here right now. All good, though.
Zing!
He can't even respond this time. We got him. We got him, boys. This is Bestia, though, coming in 6 maps straight win-wise on this one. You know, those are disparate, right, from the end of last season and not even the very end of last season into the beginning of this one. But see what they got. The upper hit coming through, and Gafolo on a dime. He turns, rocks him out of the round, and Bestia, well, they are going to try. That's a nice-looking shot, though.
That's a nice start there from Pank. As he'll be looking to take down the young star of Nyx. As youthful as he is, Pank got to step forward here. He's running out of time. And things looking to expire past the point of Pank's opportunities. Just step forward. He knows what the last two are, and RDN will be able to best him in the end. So keeps it nice and safe and sound. Gafolo, though, with the quick spins is what really gets him into that A-bomb site, dealing with the dualies and then finding the follow-up.
I mean, that's the pain point of that A site take. Like, every single time, even if the utility is immaculate, especially on a pistol, though, you're just gonna have to hope that you can turn quickly, be able to adjust your aim, both, you know, on the horizontal, but also vertically as well. And Folo doing a phenomenal job of it. But I think that's why this nuke is so exciting, though. Talked about the win rate that Bestia have been able to put together. It's 8 in a row for Sharks, so even better they've been able to put up on nuke. So you gotta find a loss. Who will it be?
Someone's got to lose this decider, is what we're saying.
None gets by you.
And not only that here, they've also got a little bit of win streaks here in terms of the matches. Both these teams kind of doing well in ECL. Our Sharks flawless in ECL. Bestia have won the last 5 or so of their ECL matches. They've been doing good. And shots rolling out, though. East side covered those FAMASes. Well, the FAMAS. It's left standing, having some good coverage right now. Folo made a decisive move. He's going up into heaven here now as well. This is not being covered.
The longer this takes, though, the more likely I think that we won't get something out of this. Luchov is blinded, and it actually helps him out. He doesn't swing initially, and he goes overlooked. Folo 1v2. Pink's already picked up a kill, but I think there's still questions of where he's going to be located. Gafolo certainly doesn't seem aware, but he drops down the vent in time to ensure that Pink doesn't get vision. No time for any shenanigans. You gotta just commit to this bomb plant.
Oh, so smart. Routing into the double doors, closing it. This gives him opportunities to now play off the time. Pank following his footsteps. He's gonna stick it. Low on HP.
Wow.
Gafolo is gonna have time to open up that single door. The question is, will he? He's gonna be in a race here to try and walk forward, but yeah, I mean, just too low, a little too hesitant for Gafolo as the defuse gets stuck right in the face. And the round gonna be converted from that point.
I mean, just sometimes you gotta take a little bit of a risk, and that's what he does there. Pank just sitting on that 10-seconder. Thinking, well, he wants to take that swing. He's got it. Maybe getting the information on the low HP, probably part of the consideration. Regardless, Bestia breaking another victory. Good on the board. And it's, you know, the FAMAS as well to get him into that position. More than that, though, in this round. Far more they have to work from. Sharks lose 2 on the inbound. The yard aggression.
Good job, Deadly. Been ready to play and active. So rotation down the lower side already made. Thomas in a good position. Crucial that you get those rotates down, ready to go, but still letting them scale pretty effectively. He's hoping that he can get a close range duel from that MP9, and that's exactly the luxury he's going to be afforded. Trade's going to be available here. Snix does find it, then collapsing through. Koala in the chaos steps forward. Doesn't last too long, though. Nix was looking to route up the vent, but now can only stick around here towards that lower side, opening up that single door, and should be safe to plant.
Yeah, but there's no availability to get out here. He's got a lot of utility. None of it is the smoke or the Molotov that would give him the support. Maybe he doesn't need it. Luchov through the double door, and he's spotted, seen, running out of ammunition, though. And that will be the kicker. Right in the teeth, as Nix's 1v2 falls just flat. It's Luchov to complete the victory. 3K as he opens and closes the round.
Big win there from Luchov. He's been playing incredibly well. Back-to-back clutch victories here for Bestia to keep the CT side in winning ways. Look at this, man. Jumping on top there. Playing off of such a small gap in those smokes, but presence of mind to make that move. And Nix, I mean, really gives this clutch a go. It's a great spot on the Pank, but it's overwhelmed eventually. Really gonna keep the pressure up. It comes down to a 1v1. You know you're gonna get a forced buy with the bomb plant. Gonna continue to put the effort in. Nice shot there. Doc caught. He'll be shot down once again. The AWP Sings opening up for Noxy.
I really don't know about this buy for Sharks.
I love it. It's high value.
Yeah, it's just high risk. It's just high risk as well.
Up against this Noxy op. They just continue to drop, but at least they trade him out. As you said, high risk. You can be rewarded greatly. That is if you win the round. You'll be rewarded with complete economic devastation for that CT side. They're hoping for that, but Thomason's unrelenting. Gonna re-aggress. Kind of prepared for this, though.
Yeah, they're waiting for something, and they're gonna get it. Tom is in back turn. There's just so much that he's looking to clear there. And least of all, Sharks' actual position deep in yard. Back behind red. Best you got to start to fill in the gaps, and it's going to have to be Luchov again.
Oh, so comfortable, but he does end up taking a little bit for that kill. Puts it into another 1v1. Another clutch. And they get away with it 3 times in a row. 3rd time's the charm, but only for Bestia. As they continue to win in these clutches. Pank this time steps up, and this time denies the bomb plant. That might be the difference maker, because if they punch in the digits, that's another force by 100%. Without it, I don't think they're going to see that same investment. Finally going to have to wave the white flag.
Yeah, without the bomb plant, for sure. If they got a bomb plant, I think they would have gone for it again. Yeah, a detail that means absolutely nothing, but this knife getting some use. Had 8 kills on the stat track. start of this series. We're up to 10. I don't know how Doc got down there without taking any damage. There's a lot of nades, a lot of utility flying through, but Noxie overwhelmed. That's a bomb plant. Now this is value.
Do look to speed it up with high value bomb plant. Flashbang goes in a little bit disrupted. More damage. Thomas in low. He's gonna wait for Pank, but he's not gonna have the time to wait and sit around. Koala. Another 1v1, another clutch. Smoke goes down on top of that bomb. Pank's gonna pray. Hope that he can dodge the bullets here. So far, so good. And another clutch. 1v1s that Bestia have mastered. Pank gets away with it back-to-back rounds this time. And 4-1. Bestia continue to fight forward here. How long can you survive this, though?
Yeah, is that 3 as well? Like, 3
It's
straight?
4.
No, for Pank specifically.
Oh.
He had the last round and then the defuse. And now
I thought it was
here.
Luchov in one of them, but yeah, mate, you might be right at this point. Is this 4 kills? Just clutch kills every single time?
I think he's got 3 of those 4 that we're talking about.
Jeez. I mean, you ask how many times you can get away with it, but Bestia just continue to answer with every round, so... Is it replicable? Can they survive? Maybe not, but maybe they can. Maybe they'll just keep winning.
Yeah, if you talk about is it replicable and then it keeps happening, this is the end of the series. They don't have to worry about like moving forward. If they can just put themselves into position to win this map, then you know, all good at the end. So that's one to talk about in the recap when you're looking at coach. You know, what do we need to do differently next time?
Oh, they're walking into the meat grinder here. Great setup. Trio of defenders to walk through, and I don't think it's going to come down to a clutch this time around. If Folo can make it a 1v1 here again, that would be incredible.
Bonus points if it's Pank.
If you manage to target everyone perfectly so that Pank is in another clutch.
I mean, that's actually, if there was a world, we're in it, because Panks is the
He's
one
on the other
who's
side of
most
the map
far
right now.
removed. Yeah. And it's the double swing coming. Oh. Honestly, Nas getting away with one. Gafolo low-key behind the wall on his screen, but catches the headshot on the retreat.
Now it looks like Bestia, in a very cohesive round, able to come through and come together on a great ramp defense, kind of punishing a awkward start to that round as well. But Nuke, usually the case here that you just have to be in the right position at the right time. Have to make sure that your rotates are on point to shut down this T side, and that last round a prime example of why Bestia can show their success on the CT side. So active, so mobile.
Sharks take a moment to stew in this thing. You know, had a different game plan last round. They tried to be a little bit more aggressive, get Doc into a position where, honestly, he really thrives playing aggressively through mini. But they were very prepared for him to make that move. Bestia. I think back to the drawing board, to be honest. That is such a committed spam out of Noxie.
Down low. That's one way to start it. Noxie gave the, or rather Naz gave the AK over to Noxie so that he could make that play. Go down to 10 HP. And now Pank looking for the clothesline on the inbound of that play. Towards the ramp side. Doesn't get away with much damage at all. Luchov where he needs to be in time. Rotating into ramp and finding success. He shut down this prong. Smoke confirms the positioning. Now he repositions to cover the outer yard. He has to jump on Doc. He's all over the map, defending every last avenue. Thomas is going to succeed in towards Squeaky. Luchov right now, the player in the server that's taking over. He goes and helps out A while he's at it. 4 kills in the round. Bestia remain clean as can be.
In the spot on this map that he can't be. He's the ramp player, the yard player, and the A defender, all at the same time.
Roll cells don't know what to do with Luchov.
As per usual, roll cells in shambles. Oh, greatest meme, but feels bad if anyone doesn't know.
He needs to float all over the map right now. Nice HE to secure anyone going down the vent. Thomas in. Watches 3 bullets whiz by.
Hey, look.
Now, how does his work from secret? What? It looked like it was delayed. It looked like it took time for those bullets to catch up to Doc's noggin.
Well, as they say, you know, the bullets always catch up.
Can't outrun those.
Unless you're the Flash, but very unique.
Yeah, that's
anybody the Flash?
That's
in the
fiction.
server?
That's fiction.
That's what you think.
I've just never seen Vincent on the track. This is
Right.
what you see Thomas in. No flashes outside, just straight kills. No utility necessary here. Now, a little double dipping from Luchov here. A full house between the deadly duo of Bestia. The CT side is running a rampage around this offense. Sharks don't have a reply other than their measly pistol round.
Yeah, it feels like those pistol rounds mean so much until they just get instantly dismissed, and Bestia win 4 clutches straight, and you're like, well, yeah, it was a cool pistol, I guess. Cool stuff. I mean, I was also mentioning that I was expecting to see Doc really step up in performance. Haven't seen one of those types of maps, but I mean, that's kind of been true across the board this series. Haven't seen it, you know, an individually take over in the way that Luchov currently is. Well, I hate to beat that guy, but I will. This feels too good to be true after the nukes we've seen the last couple of days. Too good to be true for Bestia.
You don't believe in Bestia's nuke?
Just don't believe in the 7-1 on nuke, no matter who it is.
Okay. See. Comebacks are always coming through into fruition. That's a nice flash, making sure Luchov cannot fight forward any longer. Tired of him getting away with so much success. Sharks make sure that he cannot see his targets. That's probably the best way you can deal with him at the moment.
It feels like if he has vision, he's getting the kill.
It's a good reaction here. Bestia off the back of that. Going reaggress, and even though promising reaction, end up overwhelmed on the A side, trying to reaggress. There's that lobby lurk still in play. Brawler collects a freebie. They aggress in on Noxy. And I think you were onto something right there, because that is a very swift bounce back.
Credit, I think, to Gaffolo, though, when you're talking about this round. He seems very intent. The call on this round was all about targeting that outside individual, and Luchov been there a couple of times over. So as we've noted, he's been all around the map. But I also think, you know, a critical piece of Sharks' game plan on this map is their yard control, and the fact that that's been so devastatingly ineffective is a huge reason why they've struggled. You force these guys into a reaction as good as it was. You know, if you're putting together the flow chart of nuke, this is the right move, but when Sharks are anticipating it, have the pieces in place to counteract it, it's a lot less effective.
GF Follow has a lot more of that. Be able to systematically deal with Luchov in the outer yard last round. Might be a different direction. What is that? That's unbelievable. Thomason turns on a dime here and blinded up Naz. Only good for one. The trade's still valuable here on Bestia. You give him a chance here, but Sharks coming out a whole lot stronger. Luchov trying to make a move through that smoke. He threads the needle, only for a single. And Noxy left on the outside of these smokes looking in on the bomb site.
He's made the audio cue. They know he's here. Honestly, just talk in. There's no need to swing, no need to do anything until contact is made. Necessary by RDN, it's by Koala, second vent. I can't believe he's still looking to go for this, but... Yeah, they don't even really have the money. That's a little bit of a question mark for Noxy, but... They're definitely looking to take advantage of the start that they had. 7-1, now 3 though for Sharks. But you could see it. You could see it in Doc's body language in game. When he is taking so much space over at the top of Mini.
Yeah, that turn there has to be frustrating for Doc, who, as we highlighted, can be a player that's so capable of stepping up into the game. We got the Nova out, though. For all you shotgun lovers. See that come out instead of the AWP, which is key. It's quite the downgrade. We'll see what Noxy can do with this weapon instead. Imagine he's going straight inside of hut. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, gotta be. Or towards ramp. One of the two?
Ramp it is. Got a couple of AKs around the corner, but very loud. Reposition gives over ramp control here. That's for free. See if the Sharks take advantage of this or if they play it slow.
They hear it. Did they get confirmation though? Certainly was a quick move, but a lot of chaos at the beginning of that round. I don't know if it was heard.
Is he playing in secret with the?
Yeah, he is.
Well, that's not what I expected. Put some slug shots into it.
A little ACOG action.
Yeah. Keep your distance. At that point, it's more powerful.
I think that makes it better.
Sniper at that point here. From Moss is accurate as well. Thomason looks for a double. Limited though as Pank still holds down the line, and they have Luchov to deal with still on the site. So low on HP, Gafolo not available for the trade. Luchov will fall eventually. That Nova's coming into play, and eventually Noxy will be able to make it sing. Gets a kill for his troubles, gets a little bit of extra cash flow, and most importantly, an 8th round.
Yeah, it's pretty much free when you get a kill. What is it? 1,050? I think is what it costs.
They're paying you at that point, might as well.
Yeah, $900 a pop. That's a whole round that he just played for free, basically. Now that's value. Me told it might be 1,200. That was from Why Not FPS 01. Tell him he's wrong or right.
Yeah, so if you make sure to let him know. Wrong.
Get a Why Not Wrong spam going.
Everyone knows it's 900. Leave it to me to have to bring down the facts.
That's true. You do that. You let me know the facts, you never lie. A fact spitter in many cases.
They called me. They'll look to split in towards Mini though here. That's a fact. They aggress in towards the A side. This nice little trio. Running through the mollies, not ideal, but RDN's still finding ways to fight forward. And Naz is in hot water. Flying up the vents, Thomas in a little bit of a panic. They get past it, and Gafolo very happy with the end result of that round. Trying to build Sharks up some momentum.
So 8-4, stick with me here. I don't even think that Sharks should be disappointed with this half all that much.
Not ridiculous.
I think it's
not ridiculous to say that.
I just think that they can really easily understand that truly a little bit unlucky that they lose 4 clutches in a row at the beginning of that half. If they break the money, it's a whole different story. Bestia take perfect advantage, though, and I think that's what they deserve the credit for. Huge credit, though, as well to Luchov. 18-8 half in the must-win moment here in the quarterfinals. This is exactly what you need from him.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose 4 1v1 to walk away with still 4 rounds in total, and in the MR12 environment that we currently live in, so that's a good half there. I'm with you on that. 1v1s are incredibly costly, especially 4 of them. So I'm with you. I think this is a half that Gafola can be proud about. But now you have to bring in energy into that second half. You got to make up for some of those clutches. Gafola sets the tone. Doc pokes its head up. No one identifies to play on top of the hut. Those dual Berettas can sing. And Koala does so much damage. His teammates capitalize. Sharks win the pistol in the second half, and that's going to be the conversation to get them right back into this map.
Seems like the Sharks guys just, really have that refrag training going on the bait bomb site. This is, yeah, very fortunate. A lot of whiffs, but he's hitting it. That's the Koala diff up on hut. And here's the start. Bestia instantly call their first attack. First half didn't need a single one. But as you've talked about so many times, Cole, they start a loss, just one. Even with the lead, they're immediately trying to think about how they can stop any momentum that Sharks would like to bring.
Won both pistols. It's important that they get something out of it, right? Other than just 2 rounds. So converting on the second round is going to be key for Sharks. They're up against a pretty deadly buy. Thomason entrusted with an AK. Shout out to Luchov for that one. As good as he's playing, still willing to sacrifice up a little bit for his teammates. They've got full ram control. There's no resistance here. It's a little bit problematic.
They've got knockdown lower-ish, but
yeah, he's where he needs to be in time at least. Especially if there's no coverage for the bomb plant. That's a little bit awkward. Luchov looking to collapse in, but Ardian's out. Comes in time. Rotate over in towards the double doors, and Naz left a little bit alone. Able to fight here. The Tech 9, they chase him down though. They don't let him get away with too much before shutting that clutch attempt down. That one, bit of a head scratcher. I'm surprised they plant for double doors without taking double doors first. That's usually mission number 1 when you're down towards that lower site. Being able to collapse through control and then swing through double doors as well. They're so eager to punch in the numbers. That's a bit of an inexperienced decision from Bestia that I think surprised to see.
I think caught up in the amount of space that they got at ramp, thinking, okay, well, now we're in position. But, like you said, end up making a little bit of an error. Try the Deagles. Tech 9's not working for us. But the Deagles out in yard. Doc, Nyx, dynamic duo. Part of which has fell. Now Pank had a little walk through the smoke, peek into the A site, but meets a quick demise.
As we've seen so often before, no delay on letting those rounds slip. Move through those quickly. Get into the real action. This gun round. Back with it. We'll see if Bestia look to keep up the pace here in these early parts of their T-halves. They really do like to throw some hyper-aggression into the mix. When Noxie feeling comfortable, they can play that slower style. Right now at 7 and 12. They're going to speed it up. They're going to continue to keep it fast and aggressive A play. And immediately shut down. Flashes don't quite connect as they had hoped. Doc and Gaffolo a duo apiece. And this is unrelenting here. Noxie not going to be given any help. This is spam coming through. That's a crazy entry on a Gaffolo. What is that?
I mean, he just deserves it. Like, absolutely insane, man. Unfortunately, as incredible as it was, it's not going to give him the round. He does have the bomb, so technically not unwinnable, but about close to it. And with this decision, Noxie going to... Oh, maybe not. Walk away and save. No thanks. Get down vent angle. He made it down, but Koala there to catch him. What an incredible a-hole, though. I think the Sharks have got to... You got to look at what they just did to Bestia, because everybody was ready for that exact play. Tucked in, Gaffolo up, elevated, can pick up a double kill, his teammate on the contact so that he can then be available to swing off of it. And within seconds, Sharks have 4 players available to be in defense of A.
Yeah, having that sort of preparedness makes you think that you gotta push on the extremities. You gotta push on outer yard or something. Maybe ramp. Maybe ramp is the way to go here. As I highlighted, this is a team that likes to go fast early on their T sides. They're gonna chase down and towards this lower site. Koala has not retreated through the double, or glass rather. Instead, RDN turns the corner and is surprised by the aggression. This time, a fake on the bomb plant and a trade that's as quick as can be. Bestia turn up the heat to 10, forcing Nix and Gaffolo onto what looks to be a safe formation for them.
What's crazy is that Sharks had the better setup than the last time. They had a quick individual getting back in for support. You thought Koala could have some help, and yet absolutely no. There'll be no lead there for Sharks to grab. Best you maintain. And when you're talking about, you know, the pacey plays that Bestia like to go with, why they can be so effective, like, that's a perfect example of it. They make it very difficult to have any answers if you're Sharks. Put panic in your head immediately with the amount of pressure that they apply, and you're sprinting for your life. No chance to sit or even stand tall.
Just dry fights towards the outer yard after that. Just taking as many duels as possible. Bestia trying to play off the confidence. They managed to trade it out somewhat effectively. Gaffolo and Koala both step in just when necessary. Noxie now has been calling out a confident game plan, left in a familiar situation here. Last alive. Left to pick up the pieces. Has a chance to. 1v3 turned 1v2. Looks like he has a decent understanding of where these last 2 players are. Another fake, but the flank from RDN overwhelms. Sharks move on up. The back and forth continues.
And it certainly, on paper, is going to favor Bestia on the T side. Without a bomb plant, though, if that happens again, they'll struggle to find a continuation there. Even with the loss bonus that they've accrued. For this round, that's not a worry. Fast fights and dry fights, too, in Yard. Didn't quite work out. Nade, though, into the smoke will be Luchov's demise.
Dude, Noxy
Gonna
could
go.
try and respond. But now Op kind of revealed he just keeps swinging though. At first you don't succeed. Try again. But RDN gonna get him on his third little peek through. Hank's available for the trade. Now they're working the map. Now they got backs turned. Folo looking to punish. And he goes straight into the crosshairs of Thomason, who turns around just the same. Wallace snuck up the vents. He's still an unknown quantity. That won't remain true for very long, though. Down to 22 HP. Thomason will fall, but does so much damage on his way out. And there's only a one-way street now with that molly down. That's going to be through Squeaky Door, but there's another door that opens. That's the door to save. Wallace going to walk through that door.
Yeah, I mean, wants to bet on himself there, but probably the right call. He's got a pretty big load of cash too, and 3,900, the majority of the cash flow of his team. But they're gonna look in for him. A little bit of time to search him out.
Naz, gun out, gun out, gun out. Where's he going? You're running out the map?
He was
Well,
last seen in lobby. Where could he be?
What is Naz even running there for? Getting some cardio in?
Maybe. That's ridiculous. It just all I can think of is he forgot. You know?
He was ready to get out of there, man. Shift, he clocked out, getting me home. Ran straight to the parking lot here. Fast hay play though, no time to park our seats just yet. On the top of the flames, so much damage done. So much distraction calls from RDN. The flank comes through as fast as can be. They're not prepared for it. And a jumping koala. And a quick rotate from Doc. Shuts down the fast A play. And the Sharks just keep swimming through these rounds.
Yeah, that'll do. That will certainly do. You get a little bit to work with off the back of a save, and listen, Cole, that's why it's value.
You
Always
love
searching.
value. That's what
right.
I know. I know one thing about Vincent, he likes value.
You got me.
We're entering into the longest game of all time here, I feel like.
You might be. You have a knack for that kind of thing, to be fair.
Third map. Little overtime action while we're at it here. These teams cannot be separated. Do we have another A play? Is this one going to go any better? The flashes connect. The trades are decent, but the CT side is so quick at getting where they need to be. Doc from the heavens, rotating and being the savior here. Luchov looking to make a difference. But only a quick kill from his Tech 9. 4 HP for Koala as well, but Shark still rotating in time. And the half by punished. Immediate AK purchase from Naz after the back of that round.
So at this point, we just should never go A fast, right? Like
Well, it's got to work eventually.
No. It's such a good setup. Sharks have such a strong CT setup there.
Well, they got to keep trying to make sure that...
And they even targeted the setup this time, and it still wasn't enough.
What if it works this time around?
I didn't think about that. I didn't consider.
Bestia love to think in those lines of thoughts, right? They are really stubborn in that sense. I like it, personally. You know, it's fun to watch a team run into a brick wall and either succeed because of it, because you think, you know, surely they don't expect it again.
I mean, it does work often, and especially for them. So,
Right
you
now,
gotta respect it.
they are running into that brick wall, and they're bouncing right back with bloody teeth. This isn't even, this isn't even going to be an A-pop, right? It's just going to be them running down to this B or A side without utility. Now, they do throw cross smokes. No one crosses, though. It's going to be ramp where they head in towards. They got the lurk of Noxy with the scout. They really need an entry, but the rotates looking like they're primed up in good position on the CT side. Waiting out the smoke. As that smoke fades away. See if Koala calls in for any support.
I think they've got Nyx close by too.
Yeah, I mean, he's close by, but he does need to get into a position. He's going to go down the ladder. And now he's going to be able to influence the round. Head down, head full of steam for Naz. But there you go. Thomason opens a reroute towards the ace side. He managed to win a tough duel. And now the scout comes into fruition. Noxion is a mini lurk. As I said, just keep on running into that brick wall. Bestia eventually able to break through it on that ace side. They just had to throw in a little bit of variation. I said they so desperately needed to get those rotates down the vent. They needed to get someone to rotate and bite. They throw just 2 smokes, 2 out of yard smokes right there. And they get a crucial rotate down lower. They get the ramp play going. They get Thomas in 2 massive openings.
I got 2 things to say. Thomason, he's got to be the best at not ever having his crosshair in the right spot and still getting it done. Actually, the greatest to ever do it. Second, well, that's not exactly running against the brick wall. I agree. Great adjustment out of Bestia. This is exactly what you're looking for, and it's what you targeted. But it's crucially just not the exact pass like they've been running. How to make sure there's not 4 players almost instantly ready to be on A? Yeah, make sure that they have that threat of B, and critically teamed up with the space that they gained at ramp. Massive adjustment, massive win, and a win that provides confidence. Me watching, Bestia could do it again.
Oh, wow. That's helpful. Try and test the outer yard once again. This time, there's actually bodies, not ghosts. I guess they're ghosts now after they get taken down. RDN, who's been so effective throughout this series, goes and clears it, but it's a false sense of security right now. You think it's covered, you think outer yard is safe. There's 3 players still ready to fight, and now nobody knows. Gafolo, surprised RDN, rotates up into his demise. And that false sense of security cost him everything. Doc and Koala now forced to recover this round.
It feels like it falls more to Doc as well. Koala had to go down out of heaven. And he's not even in position to take forward fights. They're saving this? Looking for an exit? They're gonna go, but really late. I'm so confused. This is incredibly late to the party.
Looking to get a late defuse going here. I mean, they have a kit to make it work, and they collapse in. And now Koala, he has to stick the bomb, and HE's out. Okay, he gets off of it. The HE does the trick anyways. Naz, little bank shot. Everyone in this round, in the penultimate round, falls.
Yeah, but who does that hurt?
Bestia stand tall, and it hurts Sharks a whole lot more.
Yeah, Bestia, they rebuy with smiles on their face. Sharks devastated, pockets empty, cash free. That's the difference. That is such a confident move, but a move of desperation too from Sharks. You gotta respect the attempt, the victory, not there. Leading Stock. He gets his first. They're already in a phenomenal position, maybe, too, to try and fight forward. But Luchov just takes that space immediately. He's got no fear.
Oh, but he's got a whole lot of fight. And yeah, he gets spammed out there, a little overwhelmed. in his position. RDN picks up the AK, and how many times have you had to rely on an MP9 when your back's against the wall? What about an AK to upgrade upon here? An RDN keeps Sharks in this one. Overtime affair for the third map. These two teams holding on for dear life on Nuke.
That they are. I mean, what a hero moment from RDN too to bring that back. They've got 4 or 5 MP9s. And that's what brings them across the line. The final victory, overtime. And I want to bring it all the way back, Cole. Tony started this out asking about the AWP, and I think we've not seen as much of that as we thought we would. Overtime, though, seems the perfect time for that to start to happen.
Crunch time here. Wow, what a shot. Luchov. He was playing on top of that big box there. He gets leveled out by a small micro adjustment there from Nyx. So look pretty. Rotation in as well from Doc. He avoids the op scope. That had to have been heard from that top of hut positioning. They're still looking to spring into action though. Naz is ready to feast on this A side. You can see him preparing himself for hitting the go button.
Yeah, but I mean, we've gone over it so many times. This is not an A-bomb site that's easy to break through. That'll help. That'll help big time. Another
Whoa.
spam? No! It's so close, but Kafolo lives.
That's massive. It's shaking up the defense right now. They're shifting off the back of that damage. Re-aggression from RDN inside the smoke right now. He's looking to play active. Bank. As the smoke fades, though, he sees first. Gets the jump onto RDN. Does not let that position slide here. Tough fight ahead for the op of Nyx. Another sharp connection. And make it a triple on the round. In the meantime, Koala's pressed forward into Noxie's domain. The Sharks just overwhelmed their Nyx. A great time to come alive here in OT.
Yeah, talking about the ops. Talking about how they might be the key. And to be honest, not even close. On the entirety of regulation, it's Nyx in overtime, though. Big moment for the new man on the block to start the activation. Tactical timeout, the best you get. They get an extra, as we go into overtime. But once again, I just want to give Sharks so much credit. Even though that initial hold didn't actually work as perfectly as we've seen in the past, I think they're just so strong on and so comfortable on that A site. That's you have to do so much work, and especially if the outside fight goes badly like it did for them last round, trying to break open A becomes a near impossible task.
I mean, I think that's been one of Shark's biggest assets here is those quick rotates, usually from the riflers. In that last round, though, it was the op Nyx. As I highlighted, this can be such a rotation-heavy map. And as Nyx starts to feel confident and starts to read more into what the offense is doing, getting used to the sort of aggression that best you like to throw into the mix. Every round is a chance for him to calculate where he needs to be and win. Got a rotation down lower. Doc gets away with an opener. Luchov, a key piece, sidelined.
Koala with a very forward position as well on ramp side. They're going to group up behind this, though, to a certain extent. But Pink and Tomazine in position as Koala falls back. But it's a fall back not to a extent that he's not holding. He's still in a very forward stance. Committed. Follow. Should burn, and if he doesn't, Noxie's got his line. Oh, that's a big whiff out of RDN. Tough, but Nyx has got him. He's got the backup. The 2-for-1. HP so low. Koala goes down, but Doc, the no-scope is what Noxie thought he could pull off. What he needed. Unfortunately for him, Shark's too quick with it. It's another round for Nyx. from the back of the A site. The fact that he gets 2, so imperative.
I mean, just massive impact right there. Nick's right where he needs to be, finding 2, one-upping that presence. Noxie almost got through that round. Overcoming so much adversity, all just to be limited. The Doc is in. And he's looking for a whole lot more.
He did this last round of regulation with an MP9. Now he's got an AK.
Just ducked and covered. Avoids a lot of the worst of the utility, but can't avoid the spam. Luchov will hunt him down. He's familiar with that move at this point and punishes. Effectively diving down though. Oh my god, Naz could have fallen through the A1S shots. Or if he missed that jump, it could have been costly, but he's still kicking. On him for a lot of reinforcements right now. The whole cavalry towards the outer yard. Gaffolo, though, walking into his demise. Quick dismiss of that play.
I feel like Sharks suffer from success. They just get a boatload of confidence off the back of these 2 rounds, and Doc trying to transition that into a kill shot. Needs him to make a bit of an aggressive play. Nick's trying to fight for space that they've already lost out in yard. Loses his life, tapped away, and Ardian falls. It's all Koala. And up elevated in the rafters, no one falls for Bestia. At the very least, they get a single round on their T side.
Just to make a good fight of it there. For Bestia on 1 round. A half that wasn't particularly friendly, but this second half, the CT side for them, they had the clutches to lift off, but then they really started to calculate and structure their defense so successfully. You're gonna look to do just that here. Had to lean on a lot of clutches. They had that as a luxury. But later down the line, they started to win some very good defensive rounds.
I feel like Sharks are getting a new lease on life, though. It's T side that I think we both agreed they actually didn't look bad in, despite the scoreline might suggest that. They're able to do a lot with a little. Now they have everything. So much damage, and it's twice over. Doc gets some damage done, and all the way back. How is Pink surviving? He'll take the fight now that he has some support. Naz gets the trade. Out and gone, like a ghost in the night. He stays to survive one last fright, and that is losing his teammates' bodies stacked around him. And the Molotov will finally push him out into the open.
And in a flurry, Noxie found himself last man standing. It was such a phenomenal opening to that round, but they crumble around him. He goes up the vent. What I'd imagine is going to be a save. At this point, though, you probably just want to try and fight for this round. Just figure out a way to come up clutch in some fashion. Hoping for a massive mistake from Sharks that won't be given just yet. The only big worry here that they should have is that they've yet to plant the bomb. But now he's heard, and he's just going to be routed around, never given a chance to pop a shot off. Koala's gone and cleared out the upper side. 10 seconds left, but time to lock in the digits. And that's going to be Noxie's cue to try and escape this round with his AWP in play.
I mean, an escape.
Oh, he's going to go for the late defuse.
Very little. That's what I was about to say.
There's no point in holding on here. You lose 2 rounds, it's over.
That's right. Cares about, third round, no op money. Will end up losing his life. Good attention to detail, though, for Sharks to make sure to keep bodies on location. There's literally zero upside to letting that bomb out of your sights.
What do you mean? KD. There's one. Stats. There's 2.
Who died to the bomb? I'm searching and I don't see him. Who did that?
It was possible. Or they could have died to Noxie. If you're in spawn, you're nice and safe.
Yeah.
So that's a round survived right there.
Tell
That's
that to
good for the
Naz.
HLTV rating.
Tell that to Naz. I rest my case.
Luchov, one of the biggest defenders. The first half is leveled out as they fight for their life. Sharks are so geared up to hit this A-bomb site. Look at this position from Gafolo. Wants to enter in.
But it might all be a ruse, actually.
Nope.
Bombs towards ramp currently.
Massive rush. They catch Noxy out in the open. That is brutal. Is upside lined. And this round starting to fall to pieces here as our Bestia's chances on Nuke. Gafolo slides out of the hut. Eventually, Thomason, as you said, snappy with his aim. Can get his crosshair where it needs to be, no matter where it is. Another kill. Thomason keeping them alive here, but it's all on the shoulders of Pank here. The new guy on the block versus Doc. There's a Molotov. The bomb is not quite planted for him, and Pank will secure the 1v3. That's how Bestia stay alive. They're not giving up just yet.
Dude, from actually the first 5 rounds, Pank had so many 1v1s. He's tacked on a 4th, and he brings it back with more.
It's a 1v. That's 3 separate 1v1s. Does that count?
I'll take it. I'll put it up there. A massive clutch, though, and Pank is, as a whole, made this possible. From start to finish in those clutch moments. He might not be anywhere close to the top of the tower when it comes to the frags. But when it matters, he's there to deliver. That is everything. And around that, honestly, Sharks, they had so much poise until they didn't. They had it all. Everything was on the plate. It just had to eat up. They dropped their fork.
Thomason had 2 very unfavorable duels in the 5v3 that he should have lost. He should have lost both of those duels. That's, I mean, part of that, having that killer instinct. And I think that's one of the most difficult things from the start of this year. Bestie have just learned how to survive in overtime affair. One of their biggest skill sets here is showing the amount of grit that this team has.
Also, just such an uncharacteristic misstep from Doc. You know, thinks he has the space. Thinks that, to be fair, Pank's going for the bomb. Knowing where it's planted, he's just stepping out wide, looking to get this Molotov down.
I think it was planted back silo, right?
I think it was, and I think that's what his step was for. He's just not taking the care. You know, he's trying to catch the timing. And Pank calls the bluff. I don't even, not even realizing probably where it was planted at that point.
Now that's one you're going to be really happy about at the end of the night there, especially if you come out on top and you stay alive in the playoffs. Your Bestia. And now you have a crazy move from Koala jumping into the fight. This is a matchup that Thomason can't overcome, and now Pank, his clutch efforts going to be put to waste here if they can't manage to fight through the 5v2. They've come flooding in to the open arms of Sharks, who bounce back with fury, and they're ready to close out this map.
Well, a returning Pank in the clutch. How about Luchov? Quiet second half.
Oh.
And he's got to do it on his lonesome. Surely not. Oh, and the first fight doesn't quite go to plan. Down to 15 HP. It's over. With Gafolo to put the final nail in the coffin, he's almost at 30 in overtime. And it's a close, a 16-14 close. With Sharks out on top, Bestia cannot continue their success. It won't be a couple of wins in the beginning of 2025. They go out in the quarters.
Early elimination right there for Bestia, but obviously when you play up against this tough Sharks roster, there's no guarantees that you're going to be safe here. And Sharks have been leveling up. They've been bringing in new additions to get these wins, to show better results. And we got Tony involved here after watching that crazy map. What do you make of Nuke? Was it exactly as you expected?
To be honest, no. Well, yes and no. The way that it happened, no. In the actual length of how I expected it to go, yes. I did actually think this one was going to be a bit of a barn burner. I expected there to be a little bit more to be said before the time of overtime from both Noxie and Nyx. Didn't really get that, as you highlighted in overtime. Sure, Nyx started to wake up, but yeah, I mean, the driving force, I think, of that, I expected Nyx to be definitely more so. Considering he made maps that aren't necessarily super op-centric, kind of feel like a home turf in the majority of the time, and then flip over to Inferno, I feel like, and Noxie was just right up there with him. He was really making good use of himself as a tool and a piece to their success, to where it didn't really happen this time for either. I think we look at the two players, obviously, being Luchov and Tomasin for this team as riflers that we expected the difference make, with that not being the case. Luchov, after round 12, managed to get, I think, a total of 7 kills from beginning to end of that time frame.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the drop off there, somewhat expected. I just feel like the rate at which he was performing in the first half just is very difficult to continue.
Sure.
But he needed someone to kind of pick up that pace. But I think Bestia in the first half, everything went right. Luchov was hitting that form, and in addition to that, they won all those clutches. Like, the fact that, again, Sharks got out with 4 rounds on the half is actually an incredible feat of like consistency from the calling department.
Yeah.
And I think Bestia, despite the fact that they brought that back to overtime, I think they got exposed a little bit in the second half.
I mean, you want to talk a little bit about your theory heading into this one. It was another kind of difficult start for Noxie. Didn't have the most impact on that CT side. Did get a couple of T side ops rolling, but it was back to some very, I would say just blunt style of calling that he likes to get away with, that he likes to try and work there. And, he keeps that consistency. He's very stubborn, but it can be effective. In this case, it just felt like the stubbornness costs them a lot more than it gives them any benefit when you're running into the brick wall of those A defensive setups that sight down locked, and that was where they wanted to go all of the time. For the way that they ended out their rounds, it was going to be highly likely towards that A side where they tried to target it, and it just wasn't a weak point for Sharks. It just wasn't an opportunity for Bestia to kind of capitalize on.
Yeah.
Can I say though that character development was real though for Noxie in that game? Like he did get there. He did make the adjustments, and I think he deserves some credit for that.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And I'll also give him some credit for the CT side, because while maybe the game plans were a little, maybe kind of sort of flimsy at times come those clutch rounds, it really ultimately gave them advantages that they were in. It was always starting out as like a 2v1 favoring the CTs before it ended up in the 1v1, right? And like the conversions are one thing, clutch after clutch after clutch after clutch, and then additionally on top of that, finding, I believe it was 3 of the next 4 rounds they had won being just straight up clean gun round wins, like they just got them as they needed them. That's pretty solid, and that's actually why I'm a little shocked at how that T side began out on its legs with the guns, because it was like unquestionably handled by Sharks in the beginning, right? Like there wasn't really given any sort of leeway over until like the late eventual comeback from Bestia, but it didn't really feel like until they got the chance to change, like Vincent was talking about, that we had much to believe in. And yeah, maybe a little two-dimensional, a little bit flat once we hit that overtime. With that being the case, maybe they just ran out of things, and obviously Nyx coming online doesn't help that.
No doubt. I also want to touch again on Thomasin though. I genuinely feel like he's kind of showing over the last couple of days that at least Cole and I've been able to watch this guy, and seeing him at the end of last year. I do wonder like what he actually, like what sense he plays on, because he does get away with like an absurd amount of like 180, 90 degree type of flicks. I don't know. Maybe
Tomasin is the player that you're looking for.
Yeah, like he gets away with it so many times. I mean, maybe that's just his thing.
If Liquipedia is to be believed, he plays on 800 DPI at 1.2. Wow.
It's not even that. That's not even high.
That's what I play on, actually. Funny enough. So I'm basically as good as Tomasin.
Donk has the same birthday as me, so might as well be Donk.
Oh wow! Congratulations, dude.
Yeah, I know. It was a great fact to find out on Liquipedia. So, but yeah, I mean, Thomasin's aim is something I think that really carried forward a lot of attention on Bestia towards that RMR last year, where they ended off the year not qualifying, but obviously like a lot more attention on Bestia. And again, these are 3 maps where I've kind of noticed from the start, where I first watched Bestia play, they're playing maps where he doesn't get a lot of action, he doesn't get a lot of activity. He was very, very active. This is a completely different Thomasin from what I watched just a couple weeks ago in Frost and Fired. And that is such a relief, knowing that he is more of a centric player for this Bestia team at least, but not enough to end it up in their favor for this matchup. And again, Sharks is a team that I think is leveling up here this year, so it's not the biggest concern for Bestia that they take a loss a little bit early than they anticipated. But for Sharks, this is a huge opportunity to move forward with this new roster, continue your win streak, continue success stories here, and especially when it comes down to crunch time, knowing that Nyx is a player that you can actually rely on here versus difficult teams. That I think is the biggest promise that we've seen from them today.
Yeah, I entirely agree with that sentiment. It's the highest that we've frankly seen, I feel like, this Bestia team in quite some time, where if they had made that semifinal, they're about on par with some of their best work in recent history as of like a couple of months ago, but still with room to work and cook, obviously in this new formula. And now we look at Sharks, who haven't really been at this same level, I think, in CCT as far as, a top 4 placement goes that looks like really strong. I think last time we had seen them against the Audic was about as close that we've seen that to be, and this might be, that opportunity where a very, very winnable semifinal up ahead of them, and that could see them at a return to what could very well be the next stage in their evolution you're talking about there, Cole. So, with that being the case, that's the stage set for the first of 2 semifinals to follow in the coming days. The second still yet to be determined between Bounty Hunters and Red Canids. We will see who will clash with Imperial in that next semifinal, and we'll determine who that champion will be in just about 10 to maybe 15 minutes time. But until then, take a break, go to the bathroom, get a drink of water, whatever you gotta do. But make sure you return for the ultimate conclusion of today in Season 2, Series 6. As alluded to at the end of our last pre-show, there is just one more team to determine the semifinals placement, and it will be between our last and final of the night. It's Bounty Hunters and it's Red Canids, both of which fashioning a little bit of a new brand to which we have not very recently seen, and we're going to get a taste of that just ourselves and be able to bring you guys the action. Myself, why not, on the analyst, with two casters, one to my left and one to my right, one smelling better than the other, and that's up for debate for them. But regardless of scents and smells, I smell a pretty nice game of cooking, as we've talked about a little bit in our pre-show in the green room as to what we come to expect, but not really hammering down all too many big points just yet. So let's start with the Bounty Hunters. Let's start with the team who are, by most metrics, I would say the underdogs coming up into this one, but perhaps, Vincent, you can build a case.
Hey man, they live here. Underdog story is what they feed on. They done it again. This org exploded onto the scene in 2024, led by Showtime, and they were powered by Pyria and BNC. And they did it. It was a top 4. They beat MIBR in the round of 16. They come out and they do it again against Fluxo in this one to start out 2025. But the only returning face is Kaiser, and I think that's the surprise. The fact that they've come out, they've done it again with an entirely new look, at least if you were looking back all the way to 2024. It's really the additions, though. I think Mayern, a guy that I kind of felt like got hard done by over on the Bestia camp. I thought that he was still strong. I think he comes in. This is a huge addition to this roster. And ironically enough, he joins up with Zoc, who replaced him on that Bestia team, to join a Turtle that we hadn't seen for almost a calendar year. It's a roster that has some exciting pieces. I just think that, you know, the consistency with which they could hit heights, that's what's up for debate.
This is definitely a little bit of a who's who in terms of, you know, composition of rosters. This is probably not one that maybe even, say, a year ago to 6 months ago you would have seen coming together, but under the same roof regardless, we look to see what they can do. But Cole, if you don't have anything more to say about the Bounty Hunters, if you do, go for it, but if not, we've got the Red Canids.
Oh, we can switch over to the Red Canids. I mean, this is a roster that I really liked in 2024. They've made a couple of changes heading into this year that make me think this roster is kind of heading in the wrong direction. I really liked, you know, David. I was like he's the number one supporter on this team, and them losing David to Payne is the ultimate showcase. I feel like that this is a roster that I think is just kind of find themselves a little bit stuck at this level of play. Despite that, you know, they bring in Phelps, a proven bit of talent. He's got a lot of experience with, you know, Cold and Henny. It just comes to me as a roster that is heading into this year, you know, kind of accepting the position that they're in here. And that's going to be that this roster's good online. They're good at making it the occasional qualifier potentially. But how much more can they really offer? That's my big question for this team this year.
So let me throw my 2 cents in, and that 2 cents in, Jesus, and then give you over the mic, Vincent, because I think there is a little bit to be said about a positive, in my opinion, about this team. Talk about the fact that last we had seen Imperial at their top, and their highest peak with the core in which they made a top 15 was with Phelps and featuring Henny. We haven't seen them at that point since the replacement of Henny for Try, and I guess Phelps, a little bit homesick of his old teammate, looks to rejoin. And, you know, a little bit of that formula still kind of resides in this Red Canids team. A little bit of experience in a supportive passive role from Cold Zera to Vinny. You got a young and talented up-and-coming prospect in Venom Zera that you can relate to maybe a decent or a no way. It's really, in my opinion, where the big coming down to it all would be Nizen. I actually don't know if I'm sold on him yet or not. He doesn't fit in the slot that Decent or No Way do in terms of exploding potential. He doesn't fall into the category of an experienced mastermind. He kind of falls into his own separate, where he's the question mark that could very well be a make, could very well be a break, but it also relies on everybody else playing their part.
Yeah, I think that is one of 2 questions that I have actually coming into this. And, you know, to kind of touch on that first one, for Nizen, listen, I think he can fill in this team very well. I think that, you know, he's shown that he can kind of roll with the punches. He was in that Pain Academy system, and then he showed out on Case last year. We talked about kind of Case making, you know, moves that nobody expected towards the end of the year, towards the RMR season. And then he stood in for the Pain roster when Nassim got pushed back over to Sharks. And to be honest with you, it kind of sucks, because if you are an Academy player and you're standing in and temporarily standing in for the main team, that's kind of where you go to, like, die.
Yeah,
like,
that's real.
Your Academy team, like you're just not going back to that Academy team more often than not. And I think Nizen was really a victim of that. I don't think he played bad on the academy roster. That academy roster wasn't that good, and he looked pretty decent on it. And he didn't look that bad when he stood in for Payne. He looked pretty decent. He was the second best player for Case. So, like, there's a lot of upside rather for Nizen. I think the huge question is actually the in-game leading, because coldzera said, I don't want it, but here we are again. Nithon cut. Here he's back on the saddle.
I can actually agree with that. Talking about Nizen just a little bit more before jumping directly into the veto, I wanted to say that Nizen is somebody who I guess never really had the pieces surrounding him in the long term that you could say he was even given a fair enough shot like that. So this could be that moment, right? Like, this is his permanent shot with I mean, say what you will, it is coldzera, it is Phelps, it is Henny. They do have something to offer this kid. Whether or not it be the right things is, you know, up for maybe a little bit of a debate.
Yeah, I mean, that's still the hang-up that I've got right now. As we said, the leadership for coldzera has never really been found out as consistent, successful formula. And coldzera's leadership here so far, I mean, last year when he was talking to his younger teammates in those post-game interviews, he was telling them to speed it up, play faster, get in, get aggressive, get in your opponent's face, use that aim. It felt like that was always a ploy, though, for him to be, you know, kind of standing alongside him there, and maybe advice that I think doesn't work as well as it used to back in the day when he was able to thrive.
Two-time major champion, by the way.
Yeah, when he was playing at his best, when he was doing the jumping double and all that good stuff.
2016.
But yeah, I mean, it's a different era, it's a different like level, and these young players, they have so much more depth and so much more like details that they look towards in their game, and I feel like that's kind of necessary for the modern approach. But we'll see again, like if he can thrive. I think this is an environment that you have to succeed early on for Nizen to stick around, right?
Yeah, so Vincent, what do you make of these picks now that we have Anubis, Mirage, and Nuke as our first, second, and third? Because in my opinion, when I look at the first and second map in particular, we get a little more structured, and then we look a little more loosey-goosey, and that very well may be where Red Canids take that one easily and swimmingly, in my opinion, when it goes pound for pound, head-to-head individualism for Mirage. Anubis and Nuke, though, a little bit of a head-scratcher, and where I think Bounty Hunters have a shot.
Yeah, I think that the Anubis is a head-scratcher because of, like, Red Canids and where, like, they have typically wanted to go into. I think the only must for Red Canids coming into this veto was to dodge Dust 2. That's where Bounty Hunters have done some of their very best work. That's where they feel very confident. And whilst they have a strong, you know, ancient win rate, I think that that's a little bit of a paper tiger. Definitely the dodge on Dust 2 was what was required. So I think Red Canids probably come into this thinking, you know, if we could just find a map that we're comfortable on, that we're well practiced on, you know, that we feel like we're strong on, that will be okay. And that leaves Mirage as, I don't know, the way that I read this is just like a, yeah, we'll play it type of angle here for Bounty Hunters. It's a map they play, and I'm not trying to, you know, downplay that, but I just feel like they have a significant uphill battle, even on a map like Mirage that they have a lot of reps on and some good wins. It doesn't leave me with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, and Vincent, you know me long enough to this point to where this is one of my favorite talking points in general, and I hate to beat a dead horse about it, but when you have to compare Henny to Kaiser, it's unfortunate to say that Henny in most instances, in most games, and against most teams, can and will dominate you if your AWPer isn't being proficient as needs to be, right? He's a player who quite literally just wins you games, and this is kind of a scary prospect considering Kaiser is not only the AWPer for this team, who is like middling of the pack in terms of stats typically, but also the caller to which can very much so get into his head potentially at points, especially when he's going up against a player like Henny when heads-up aim duels are where his bread and butter lie. Exner, do you agree?
Hold on, I'm so glad you brought that up, because I don't think people know that he's the call that Kaiser is calling for this team. He took it over when Showtime left, and it just felt like nobody was there to take it, so he had to pick it up. That's, I think, an underrated point of where Bounty Hunters are just kind of on the edge of, like, what could be good, but is that going to continue to be good?
It kind of reminds me of the Nithon situation that Red Canids had previously, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very similar, like, trajectory for Nithon. No one else picked up that role, and then he had to op IGL. It didn't look pretty. Kaiser, I mean, for me, in 2024, I got kind of initially introduced to him as a player that was able to deny 9Z, like, a spot in the playoffs at one point in an online tournament. They did really good work in that La Ruganeta roster, so it felt like at some point we had like such high potential out of them. That roster ended up splitting up, and Kaiser, you know, obviously, as we highlighted, has spent some time on Bounty Hunters. Unfortunately, I think he hasn't been utilized to his best ability. And that is exactly the point there. I mean, Henny's just going to eat up any sort of competition that isn't feeling confident. And that to me, I feel like is one of his specialties that he'll bring to the table every chance he can get. And I've seen him just take over games in that department. So, I mean, this is definitely the opportunity to do it. Anubis, such a rotation-heavy map where CT Oppers can really take control of opening duels so effectively. They have so many different options to play in the opening duels, and if you're right, you're really going to feel it. Then Mirage, later down the line, a little less favorable, but still can be such an explosive op-heavy map. And then as we've already highlighted in that last series, Nuke to Decided on is all about experience here. And I think Kaiser maybe does have a little bit of an edge when it comes down to being the IGL and being able to decide where he needs to be and where the rest of his players need to be alongside him. But, you know, where Henny really thrives is just sometimes he's so effective at opening up those picks towards that outer yard. He's so good at spamming smokes with that op. It's one of his specialties. I don't know how he does it, but he's always good for an open or two through the smoke. And yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like Red Canids set up for success in that department.
And it really can't be set up anymore and understated that when his name comes up in conversation, it's typically as the best Brazilian opper individually. And, you know, maybe that's an overstatement. I don't think for it to be, and I think you might just get to witness it now on map number 1 of Anubis as you guys get to jump right into the action.
In and through this best of 3, the final of these quarterfinal matchups. And I don't think that's an overstatement at all. I think Henny definitely in that conversation, basically every single time you bring up that topic. The real problem that he's always run into is consistency. You know, he is some days the best opera in the region, and other days a little bit of a missing piece. It can be difficult.
I mean, for me, it feels like consistency and then motivation are like the two biggest keys. When I watched him leave Imperial, it always felt to me like it wasn't anything to do with his in-game play, but they just needed a guy that was more willing to grind there. And sometimes, you know, not to, you know, build up a narrative around Henny, but from what I understand here is that it's a bit of a different culture than when Henny was coming up in the Brazilian scene in South America. So, you know, they've got a bunch of young grinders on Imperial now. That all they know is play in CS.
Like you have the motivation. That's where it comes. So hold on, 4 strong here. That smoke though going to reroute around the 4 players in defense of A. Bad news. Great move out of Phelps though. He's gonna be so fast on this flank. Surely they're not anticipating it yet. What? Never mind. Zoc turns around last moment, and that might just change the course of this round.
Not pretty right there from Cold Zera, but it gets the job done, gets a kill, and bomb plant not safe from E-Box as Venom Zera tears through it. There's a bit of a 180 crossfire. Kaiser still in the server. Zoc alongside him. Well, I'm not quite planted for Zoc though, so he's gonna have a struggle. I believe Kaiser just made some noise here. Still quick on the kills, but nice and a 180. A quick spin. And again, the bomb not planted here, gonna make Zoc in a clutch very difficult. Bomb being stuck nice and has the clothesline. And that will be Red Canids being able to retake on the round.
Yeah, I think it's so important to recognize how many things go wrong there at the beginning of this round. Red Canids have 4 players stacked on A. Bounty Hunters get the entirety of mid control, smoke off camera, route through the Temple side, and nobody's in Temple to stand in their way. Phelps is on a perfect flank, and he gets red, gets nothing out of that, and they still win the round. That is an incredible level of, like, just comeback available for Red Canids in a round that they were down significantly. And it all starts with Cold Zera. Him being able to get that kill and then stay alive to survive and hold that space is so important down towards Street. It's Red Canids taking advantage of it, but it's Bounty Hunters who bounce back for a force buy immediately.
4 players just pushing the mid smoke here. But one of the biggest challenges of any team on the CT side of Anubis is how on earth you shut down plays like that. The T-side can open up so effectively. Turtle just running through the mid smoke, blasting Phelps. And that, I think, is one of the biggest cases here when you talk about some of the shift ups in here in 2025. Red Canids lose David, who for me is one of my favorite players of 2024 when it comes to like rising. Been obviously in the scene for quite some time and played with Red Canids for a little while, but he steps up into pain and steps into a, I would just say, tier 1 team at this point, and think looking to capitalize on those opportunities, but obviously that leaves Red Canids without a very star player. Phelps, I think, can fill that, but again, it's about what his ceiling can be here and how much he can bring motivation-wise to this team as well.
Appreciate Bounty Hunters just getting so much space at mid and just waiting, looking to see where the reactions are. But coldzera, no respect for that smoke as they swing in and through. Henny stays alive, and though the bomb gets planted, this is still complex. There's not a lot here. Zoc has got to be the big dog from the middle of Cake. He's the only rifle, and now it's the MP9. And out wide into multiple players is just not the move that Nino needed to make. Nizen confirming. And it's Red Canids that lose an opening pick that looked so dominant. It felt like Turtle had broken things open. The A-bomb site so very devastating, at least as that mid presence started to come through. But they slow it down, and Red Canids will once again turn a disadvantage into a round.
Yeah, I mean, they turn a 4v5 into a 3v4 so quickly. One spam through the smoke, and then coldzera not respecting that smoke, running straight through it while shooting and then landing the kill. A player that was so set up. It wasn't for coldzera's wild antics.
I do think that there is a conversation to be had here where as much as Bounty Hunters has showed strong, there's a real chance that Red Canids just straight up aim div. They have the firepower to do that.
For sure. This boost setup. Oh, and it's another big pickup from Turtle. Right now, the aim diff. Favorable for Bounty Hunters. And these opening exchanges. Close out a couple of quick kills. coldzera looking to be a hero. Stepping past the smoke, and he does it again. He steps through the smoke and gets two. The man deficit now eliminated. And the fearless leader here of Red Canids is cracking through.
He's crucially still alive outside of a main. And so I think more on some Mayor, whether or not he can get there. And his timing on this flank is just a little bit slow. He's not going to get there in time. He's going to have to speed this up a little bit. Bernino's going to stall it out. Now he's on scene. And now it's up to Nizen, who falls for the first time. The Bounty Hunters by. They continue to force forward. And it's all up the back of Turtle initially. And then Bernino to help close.
Hey, try and put a little bit more resources over towards that mid side. I mean, that's not even a full investment, but it's one AK bought in and boosted to open up the round. And then I thought for sure after that, Phelps was going to be golden. He's going to be A-okay and finding some sort of multi-kill playing close in that smoke, but he gets blasted by Turtle. Turtle with back-to-back mid-openers dealing with Phelps. Not the head-to-head that you'd expect to go against Phelps here so far, but a little bit frustrated in these early goings.
No, but
it's
you
right
talk
back
about
in
the
that
hunger.
department.
Like Turtle, he sits on the sideline for, the last half of last year. And I think he thought he would get, some additional opportunities. And that didn't happen. He's just been sitting on the sideline waiting for a chance like this. To prove what he's worth.
Has to be this team here to make work. Turtle looking for trades. Does find it. Henny sideline there. Nizen overwhelmed for sure. Venomzera. coldzera. Lift still kicking. Not going to have too much fight left in this round, though. Likelihood of a save coming through here for the remainder. But yeah, I mean, Turtle's hungry, right? Because it has to be this team. He's kind of on a little bit of a downside in terms of the career trajectory, right? He starts off on MIBR, then has to, after getting cut from that roster, was it Audic that he played for a little while?
He had it in between, too, before Audic.
Did he?
I think so. Yeah, the why not fact check?
Yeah, I mean, either way, now on Bounty Hunters, right? So it's just been a little bit southbound for him. Venomzera managed to make it pricey. But you know, there's not much else you can go from bounty hunters if you don't make it work on this team. If you're not able to thrive here and succeed, because every time you make a little bit of a dip down in the tier department, you expect to have a little bit of an increase in the firepower, and I don't think that was necessarily the case for Turtle and Audic, but obviously it has to be now for bounty hunters, right? And he has to be able to show that form on this team. Also, probably take a little bit more resources while you're at it.
It's interesting, right? Because it's a similar story for Marin, actually. He's a little bit younger, which is I think crazy because he's been playing since 2017. Marin has.
Yeah.
So I mean, he started, and he's had a high level career for a long time.
The MIBR
He's
team that
22
he
now.
joined was a little different than the MIBR that
Yeah.
Turtle ended up joining, but you know, still, it's kind of started there in terms of the team that you're hopping into.
Yeah, I mean that's the OG MIBR team that he hopped into. The one that everybody kind of knows when you say that name. But you know, he swapped over to 9Z, had a little bit of time there even before 9Z I think was kind of super on the map internationally. He helped break them through. And then he moved over to that Bestia roster where, again, had some moments, but even despite what was... I looked at the stats, actually crazy stats over the course of, like, his total career. Aaron has been consistent, but still has kind of been on that downward trajectory. Now with Bounty Hunters, I think this is, you know, his chance to fight back, prove what he can down at a slightly lower level. And with wins over Fluxo to get to this quarterfinal, I think they're starting to do that.
Absolutely. It's a big victory. You know, Fluxo, the 3-time in a row champions. They three-peated on the last 3 CCTs. And they're out early. It's kind of their domain, but I mean, this is the toughest competition that we've seen out of CCT in a little while. There's a lot of better teams that are coming into this, I feel like. Bounty Hunters was not a team that I expected to be the roster that would upset or shut down Fluxo and deny their 4-peat that they did when CCT first began in South America. Started out with 4 wins in a row.
That's right.
But Bounty Hunters,
Story that could have been.
yeah, get another 4-peat there. Season 2, run it back. Denied. Thanks to Bounty Hunters here. Oh, I mean, you do have kind of, I would say, a weakened up Red Canids, a roster that's proven to be upsettable in ECL so far this season. A couple of surprising losses for him there. So why not keep the ball moving? Further extend your run. Whole lot ready on this defense, but Venom Zera takes a contact approach. Cold Zera has his back though, as this deadly duo looking to lock down the bomb site. They're just too low. Initial damage cannot be sustained, and they're down a man right now outside of these smokes. Maybe a flash for this, he does, so we'll see if it's effective. Rolls by right over the shoulders, but still the entry comes through from Nizen. He's down low, though. Couple players on Bounty Hunters just the same. Not super healthy. I'm super concerned. Is that a Molotov? No, it's an HE that blasts Myron and eliminates him from the round. But low on HP, Bernino still kicking. Kicking up dust right now. They're getting locked out of this one. Without the peek from Bernino, he's still staying alive, providing so much time. Now, they're going to stick it, but there's no kit, so it just has to be a dash away. Kaiser wins the round by time alone. Fortunately for him, that bomb is not too deadly, so Bounty Hunters get away with the victory.
Well, that'll do. You know, it's not one that he can walk away saying, you know, we dominated, but Red Canids end up losing to 6th man. Clock coming in to be a big factor. And off the back, what, you know, kind of looked like Red Canids started off with a pretty nice hold. They had the right ideas. It was looking pretty decent. Didn't end up that way, though. I think what's important here too is that Red Canid's starting to show up individually. We've already seen a little bit of that from Coldzera. Yet to get Phelps' activation a little bit, but Bounty Hunters, my biggest concern coming into this, we talked about like the IGLing and kind of the question marks around that, but it's also the fact that their win against Flux are really powered by Bernino and Zoc, two guys that you just don't see fragging out that consistently. And Bernino's already on pace doing that again. I just was really concerned that that would stop, and he's already off to the races.
A lot of early impact here. Nizen also looking good. Bit of a more active mobile piece of the puzzle. They're going to kick it into gear, though, on this A-side play again. Mid-left very weakened up in terms of the numbers. A little discombobulated here. Henny capitalizing off of a gap. And Nizen will continue to fill the holes. Bernino not ready to give up on this round just yet. And again, Henny low on HP. With a chance to crack on through. Coldzera not allowed to flank at all. Be limited by Zoc in the turnaround. They should have open access to this bomb site.
Yeah, the only thing standing in their way is, honestly, themselves. The Venom Zera peeking in, looking to play off this flashbang. Hold on a second. He's going to deny the bomb plant. Bounty Hunter's too tentative, and his time expires. Nino's got to be careful not to go down afterward. He's tagged up, but safe is what the umpire will call. And Bounty Hunters struggling to break through Henny on a rifle, no less.
Just denying that. Bomb plant huge. An AWP will come out for Henny. We'll see if he can get active in terms of helping out with some of this mid defense. Phelps still there. Last round just had to kind of concede control of this middle department. Give it over to the T side because it's been such a struggle for him. But Coldzera out in the open. Kaiser will sideline him with ease. And they're going to take that as momentum to swing on into this bomb site. Trades are very swift. And that is quickly determined. Just B-side entries into the round win immediately. I'll take charge.
So I didn't have that one on my bingo card, I have to admit. Kaiser dry walking into
Pocketing
B with an
Coldzera.
AK and just dumpstering Coldzera. I didn't have that one. And he gets another one too, by the way. He's got Bernino at his side. Like, that dynamic duo onto the B-side entry, just absolutely ridiculous firepower that they're showing off.
There's a call from Kaiser. Kaiser, go kill.
Good call. I'll back him until it stops working, that's for sure.
Terrorists win.
That is, I mean, genuinely just an impressive showing, and then to dial up your own number, voicemail it is, and nail it.
Good look. Bounty Hunters bringing in some energy on this T side. As soon as the round goes wrong, just having a quick solution just to walk it out B. Put the pressure on that side of the map. They said, so hyper-focused on some of the work that they've been doing towards middle. It's been working out so well, but they got more to their game. Not just a one-trick pony here, it seems, and yeah, well, why not run it back? Give it a second go. Venom Zera and Coldzera. The only duo left on this side of the map. The execution already in. The well-placed Molotov. Venom Zera dancing behind the pillar, but Coldzera falls just as quick as can be. They're just one trade away from this bomb site that they find quickly. Bomb planted. Wallbangs avoided. And you go on some smoke spam, but this is a tall task, and Phelps is dove in towards Canals. He doesn't last too long either. Queues up the safe here once again. Bounty Hunters just taking names on B.
There you go. I mean, we were kind of talking about the question marks, like Red Canid's pick into Anubis. What do they have? CT side. needs to be clarified. You never can tell what's real and not real when you're seeing the CT side falter a little bit, but still, the way in which it's happening, it's just a lot of confidence from Benigno. And you see that continue once again. Bounty Hunters looking very poised in a quarterfinal game that, they've been here a couple of times. Obviously not, the exact same roster or anything like that. But some of these younger guys, especially like Bruninho, have a little bit less experience in. They're looking very good. And that concern of, Redkin is just coming out and kind of aim diffing, that's not happening.
Not at all here. And for the Rude Awakening, if they thought that was the case. Great from Myron. Swift on an Eisen. That does provide some access. Cold Zero has been very aggressive playing through the smokes. But Myron made aware of that. Sends a burst out his way. A level out. Cold Zero. Numbers punched in. That smoke providing a little bit of safety for Bruninho. Great flash from Henny though. Missed Molotov on the back of the pillar. Allows for Myron to continue to dance here. Get a call upon Turtle. That next point of contact. Great flashbang, but look at the transfer from Myron. And he doesn't ever extend past to let Henny strike. Missed op shot's not going to do him any favors. Myron's doing nothing but hitting heads. In the meantime, Henny forced to cower away here, hoping for an overextension that's never going to come through. Bounty Hunters continuing to hit their strides, and Myron with a 4K, keeping the round in safe hands.
Yeah, I mean, who's who? Who you got this round? Who's going to be the one to break it open? Who's going to be the one to hold him back for Bounty Hunters? It's Mayern this time. Absolutely stunning off of that flash. I mean, and they're starting to build the cash too. And this is the value. I mean, when talking about building up, right? Mayern, that's the guy that you rely on. That's who you expect to be at the forefront of this roster. He's got to be the key fragging. And when Bruninho, your worst rated player at this event until the playoffs, comes in like this, it allows Mayern so much space to cook.
Get him in those late rounds here. It just does not fold over. Turtle once again punishing Cold Zero. He's just playing on the back of that, platform once more. And that contact approach has been painful. Eisen committed on this play. Gets the molly down. It doesn't provide him any coverage. How's Phillips gotten here? It's a question that Bounty Hunters might not want to answer. An op shot rattles off here towards that A side. They got to figure out a way to get crossed in to plant that bomb. Of course, he could run away here. Turtle is in an interesting position. They just know in between them is a Wild Phelps ready to punish. Oh!
Well, that'll do.
Kaiser's a bomb, but he's sticking around. Missed shot. Costly. Venom Sarah will punish effectively. Turtle, without bomb in his hands, he's in for a tough task.
Can't imagine why Turtle's not looking to try and close in on Phelps's position or even where they think he is, provide coverage for his teammates. Instead, he's looking to cut things off, and now he's the one alone. Time has essentially already expired. He's lost this round. It's honestly a matter of if he goes down in the mix and win. Immediate is the answer. A Venom Zera triple on an MP9. I mean, that is a round that should not be lost. Bounty Hunters have a 5-on-3. And then Phelps is just in the back lines. Bounty Hunters unable to accelerate onto the A-bomb site. And when they decide to leave, Venom Zera's right behind them.
Provides A huge lifeline, being able to shut that round down. Nino's inside his monitor. That's he's getting a good sniff in of the
What's
pixels.
Where are we at on the Yakindar scale?
He's going full Yukindar, yeah, or
Okay.
more.
Whoa. You can't go more you. That's probably not allowed.
Get inside the monitor, become the pixels. Certainly helping out his queso so far. Nice 13 and 6. Yeah, that's a that's a bit of a bright flashbang. See if it is effective. Misses out on the kill as the backs return, dodging up those flashes, but the trades here coming through from Phelps, a lot more effective. And hey, we're gonna try this whole rendezvous on the B side once again. Guys are in between, trying to cut off the defense here. Venom Zera steps into the crosshair though, and he finds out a whole lot more around that corner. He's got safety. He's got a safe passage for Zoc to cross on into. Now they wait. Wait for the CT side to come in and get involved in this retake. And he's down a little bit low. And Phelps doesn't last too long either. So Henny, no rounds left to save here. You got to go for it. And Kaiser just chases him. He hunts that kill down. He wants to win it by elimination. You can see a little smile on Kaiser's face. And he knows he got away with the big one.
I mean, he got away with so much more. Again, it's Kaiser's rifling powering this Bounty Hunter's T side. I just can't believe what we're seeing. I'm so impressed with what Kaiser's been able to do in this map. And, I mean, yeah, that. Just, as we learned earlier today, if you just keep swinging, the wider you go, the better it is. Won't be able to track you, especially not when it's an op.
That's mid-play turtle. Oh, it's a beautiful flash. And they have a whole lot more than just one aggressor. 3 players crunch in on the early mid-play off the back of hearing some footsteps, and Bounty Hunters come in with a little bit of flash and flare.
Where's this bomb?
I don't know if it's dropped in canals or if it's kind of close to cold right now. I think they have it though in middle. And if they do, that is pretty devastating. That is a terrifying start to this round. And it just puts this round immediately into recovery mode.
Love that Zoc's not moving either.
Oh yeah, there it is. Turtle just got visual. Double dualies, ready to go. Every once in a while, just keeping information that the bomb is still planted in towards the middle, a position in which you cannot plant the bomb here. This is a crazy play. Now they try and turn up the heat, and Turtle chasing down these kills. They get away with still holding on to a 3v1 with bombs still in their control. Definitely didn't need to pull the pin on some aggression, but they will. And Henny not long for this world, too low on HP. They just deny all access. That round was over from the very get-go, from this opening play where they dropped the bomb.
2 pairs of dualies, a couple of flashbangs will do that to you. Like you said, the bomb drop, that's the killing blow. And I'll back him on the aggression a little bit. Zoc lost visual on the B site, so there was a gap in the mid flank. So know where some of these guys are located. Try to crunch them with Zoc in the B aggression. I don't think that's too crazy. Certainly not needed.
This was investment.
Oh wow, it was.
Yeah, big force buy. Do a whole lot of nothing for you.
That's not value.
They got to kill. That technically counts as value. Shout out to Phelps.
We want good value.
You just are greedy, I think, at this point. You want all the value. You're all about value. What about Cold Zera at a 1v4?
I think I've seen this one. It's like that one time.
You just need to be jumping and with an op and a no scope.
Yeah, like that one. You get it.
They do need some more graffiti on Anubis.
Yeah, this one, it's the CCT quarterfinals, not Cologne. Or
This isn't a major.
No, that's the
You
wrong
can't
one.
do that.
Different guy. Different guy. Different guy. He doesn't play anymore.
This isn't FPL.
This might be
is
closer to
CCT.
FPL.
You can't do that.
The force bite didn't work. How about the pistols with no armor?
Hey, sometimes that's where they get you. That's how you get the most value.
Helps on 1250. What do
That's
they
a
get next
lot.
round?
He got armor. That's good value.
Yeah, he gets a kill.
Because if he didn't have that armor, he would have been left with little HP from that HE.
It's true.
Would have hurt a whole lot more.
Got value out of the armor.
Yeah. Does that count as value? Is that a part of your value scale, would you say?
Yeah, that's in the calculations.
Is he a high value individual?
Okay, well, I'm not putting values on individuals. That's not the business I'm in. I'm just talking about Counter-Strike.
Technically is the business. You gotta say which players are good or not.
Yeah, yeah. Value in the video game, different thing.
Fine, don't do your job here.
I won't.
High value from Phelps needs to be provided. Can he be a high value player? That's the question. And right now it seems like they're not getting too much out of this at all. And Phelps, it's important that he stays alive so that he can now try and get a kill. That won't come his way. So no value, really, at the end of the day for that one. No kills, no casualties. Bernino still as close as can be to his monitor. Not forced back by any flashes. I like the little slideshow approach he has with his webcam, though. What position is he going to be in next?
What have you done about that? You just didn't have to say anything.
Oh, no, it's Kaiser. He's Kaiser now. How did he get there?
Dude, Kaiser's got the high FPS webcam.
Yeah, he's looking good. You can see every last spin in that fan.
I know, that's the measuring stick I'm using. How many spins per frame?
If it was Bernino's camera, you know, you just see one little frame of that fan going at a time. Be at a different position 2 seconds later.
Phelps dueling over in middle. It's a spot the Turtles felt comfortable. We talked about him in his openings. It's been a constant factor there for the T side. He's now on the CT though. Phelps hoping that they're just going to give him a little walk-in. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Well, they're going to give him a walk-in here. They're going to give him a whole collapse. In fact, they got a lot more than just one. It's 4 players towards middle. And that walk-in comes through. Phelps never budging either. And he gets 2, looking for the 3K, but he's done his job. Has to feel like Sweet Revenge getting opportunities to work throughout this mid lurk. After getting leveled out so many times in that first half, Turtle wanted to be a hero, but a little too slow on that play. Maybe a little too quick, if you will.
Yeah, when they say anyone could be a hero, I mean if you stay alive to tell about it. Bounty hunters are mostly dead in this round, but see how many survive. Bernino, he's quite concerned and not about the right direction. Oh, the turn. Never mind. I think only one that Red Canids are really willing to sacrifice. On Ancient, he's dead, but Anubis all good.
If Phelps can replicate that level of success, that is what they're going to need all throughout this half. Just kind of solo walk up mid, wait for the re-aggression, wait for the reaction.
Jeez.
Turtle plays confidently right now. Breaks the spirit of Henny early on.
I think that's what they're lacking in that last round. A little bit more confidence in that collapse on mid.
Oh my god, what? Turtle. He wins both duels right there. The 2x Imperial players knocked out of the system here. That smoke or Molotov. Molotov. Gets hurt on bouncing off Coldzera's head. And that Molotov reveals his position. He goes down low, but he's still kicking. This is a 2v4. The two Zeras have to, Jesus. This is unrelenting. Bernino gives him no relief.
Man, Venom Zera's in towards A, but he's got Kaiser's Op to contend with. He's caught the timing, but he doesn't get away with anything else. Swing, Kaiser gets the visual. And so Bounty Hunters, they're on map point. I can't believe how quickly they've found this, but it's 12-5 and 7 chances to close on Red Knid's map pick.
Do it in confidence. I mean, as you said, map pick of Red Knids, they're still gonna kind of look for home turf, I think. They're still testing the waters, and they're confident on Mirage. That's for sure, but this is a devastating result. This Turtle, this Molotovs will keep him safe. He still wins these duels. On the fadeaway, gets away with it, and then Myron has his back. So back to another 5-on-3. Jiggling around the corner there, now he's in sideline so quickly. There's no idea what hit him. This time Venom Zera and Henny left standing. Pick up the pieces. They don't even have control of their spawn. You don't necessarily need control of your spawn, but the fact that Bernino's there is definitely concerning for their chances of winning.
I mean, Venom Zera knows the threat's there. So, Henny trying to do some turnabout. Like, if you can have our spawn, I'll take your spawn. How about?
Turtle's in such a nasty off angle. Oh, he's in such a nasty off angle. You can have our spawn, but as soon as you walk a little bit around it, we're gonna punish.
That feels icky.
You don't even know how to clear angles there at that point.
Yeah. He is actually holding non-existent angles. And that's the beauty of it.
This
3
one
seconds
is
from
going
CT
down
spawn.
it's going down the hole here, circling slowly but surely, and it'll be finished off. Venom Zera taken down. Red Knids dominated by Bounty Hunters, who completely level out that offense, give them no space other than, you know, one good round from Phelps, who holds together. Turtle comes back with his vengeance, and that sort of adaptation, that sort of resistance wasn't necessarily there for Red Knids in their CT side. They just get shut out.
I mean, Turtle owned them. He absolutely ran him over on that CT half. Mid was just of no object. It was one round that Phelps even had it looked into that. He got some value, but there just wasn't a lot to love from that Red Knids second half. It never got to get up off the ground, and the fact that this was their map pick, I think there is concerns there. Lots of them. That being said, we do have Why Not ready to talk about why it's so over for Red Knids.
I thought that running into your opponents was a thing of the past, left back in the days of Euro of 2016, but in the beginning it was Coldzera making that work just a little bit, and then right back into his face, it was the Bounty Hunters doing, I feel like, the same thing in a couple of instances. I mean, it was like a widespread inability for the side of Red Knids to be able to do much of anything with the money that they had. Getting AWP into the hands of Henny only happened, I believe, maybe, I think 5 or 6 rounds into the game, and even then, above all else, we witnessed a pretty clean seizure of middle by Bounty Hunters. I feel like that was a pretty widespread T-side acceptancy, and honest and truthfully, the problem with that is it looked so good that it forced Red Canids really far back. Immediately following that, there are two things that can happen. One, the way that they play that far back gives them the ability to rotate into their bomb sites quicker, or it gives an opening and an avenue into another bomb site on the extremities. Both of these things happened. In the first round, it was the Red Canids who were quickly to sprint over to their opposite bomb sites once they had known it was going to be a B hit. They managed to make it work. Then we flipped things around, and in immediately the round to follow, it's the latter, to which it was a very, very easy execution into the bomb sites, knowing that they were left light with the AWP in the hands of Henny. There was too much focus put on mid to the point where they exposed it once again. It was a story told in 4 parts almost, that T-side half, and in that order it had gone. It was to begin a little bit of Kaiser, and then a little bit of Bruninho, and then a Mayer in 4K, and then to finish out, it felt like it was a little bit of everything, except for Zoc. No offense, Zoc, it's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You played a fine game, and you won out in a very convincing fashion just as well. And in this T-side, it felt like there was never really that adjustment that we could really say was inspiring, I guess, from Red Canids. I mean, I was expecting them to be a little bit more aggressive in unison, maybe in pairs, maybe in trios. Never really got much of that. Instead, it was a lot of maybe dry swinging over towards A main, or Coldzera trying to take a timing in mid, never really panning out in their favor and leaving them looking a little bit silly by the end stages of it. Following that, it was an absolutely nasty CT pistol to be seen from the side of Bounty Hunters. It was, I think, 2 dualies, a late delayed flash in mid, a pop into which nobody was ready for from the T side blind, and there is no way they're finding the gap and to fall into bridge. They're just stuck against that wall, lined up and ready to go, and there's no losing out from that point. I thought maybe no kit could be a problem. Not really going to be the case when you read your opponent to that well of a forte. I think that they've got going for them maybe even through the rest of the series. We can say that might be a consistency, as Kaiser did a pretty good job of wrapping around Red Canids. It felt like they were suffocated from top to bottom. The CT side was a matter of them just playing the wage game and winning out against just pistols following that. And by the time we had hit anything in the semblance of a buy from Red Canids, it was already a little bit too late for my money, 11-4, and that was where things began to really just crumble down the drain pipe. It was a nice clean kill in mid from Phelps and a double afforded to them by a little bit less of a safe play than I would have liked to see from the Bounty Hunters, but you know, at the end stages, you have the gaps, you have the rounds. You can definitely at least try your hand at these kinds of plays, and although it might not work for them, immediately into the round to follow, they make it happen. They acknowledge the shortcomings of how their setup was defaulted out to be, and they pretty much wrap it up in a nice, neat little bow on their opponent's map pick to send us into that second. We'll see whether or not they can conclude what would be a really, really big win for them atop the ones they've already amassed, or if Red Canids' firepower does prove to be too much with a little bit more of warm-up. Well, I was talking about how we're going to need to see a warmed-up and ready Red Canids if we're going to go into a map 2 of Mirage and see them at their best, just like my warmed-up burrito sits next to me and awaits my arrival. We're going to have to see whether or not the Brazilian crew can catch themselves a break. And Into Mirage is the map that I actually, despite it not being their pick, gave them better chances on. But, listen. Bottom performer, Henny. He gets absolutely caster cursed. We did it. We managed to do it. And then top performer in Turtle. But here is the difference maker, is that they played together on MIBR, and it only makes sense that Turtle knows every trick in the book he's going to make.
Wait, hold on. You got it. You made it. You cracked the code.
Yep.
Though I do have the questions about Mirage. I think that they could bounce back. I'm not saying Red Canids are out of this thing, you know?
Yeah, well, enjoy yourselves, because you're going to find out whether or not they are going to have that level of confidence about them even still on map number 2 of Mirage.
All right, cool. What's the score? Scoreline of Mirage. You don't have to say who wins. Just tell me the scoreline.
16-14 Red Canids.
All right. All right. You gave me more than I asked for.
Little OT action.
Yeah.
And then into a third we go. I
Delivering
think Red
more.
Canids are still in this one. Despite not showing up in that last map, despite not being able to put up a fight, they can bounce back. They can come into Mirage stronger. They got Phelps on Mirage. They got Henny on Mirage. They got Cold Zeras and Venom Zeras. They got all the Zeras. So this is their opportunity to bounce back here. We'll see if they can do it on a pistol, but they leave A a little bit vulnerable. Not even like a retaking player necessarily, just collapse going in to this jungle side of things. Multiple targets here for them to break through, and time is a big aspect right there. They have plenty of time to find those kills. The flank formulates, there's a smoke and a kit. I don't know if that smoke's necessarily
Oh, they got it.
perfect. It covers enough. And they've got coverage for the defuse here. Turtle gotta be left a little bit high and dry there. He does land a one headshot, but quickly diffusing thereafter, and it will be Red Canids winning the pistol.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, the upside here is that these guys on the Red Canid side, they're professionals. They've been, the majority of them been at it for a while. There's obviously, you know, Nizen not a part of that. Venoms are a little bit younger, but I would still apply that that title. So, you know, a big loss on their map pick. It's going to hurt, but it's definitely not the end of the world. For a team, especially like if it was a younger team, you might be a little bit concerned that they just lose track of themselves. I just don't think that'll be the case for Red Canids, and they prove it with that pistol. The Bounty Hunters are right back in to the Force Buy. They're not interested in giving it up just yet. Next slide.
Next slide. See Pino. Oh, next slide is Phelps actually. He turned in one new. Phelps looks to aggress towards top and middle. They got a whole mid setup ready to go. Cat players offering up some extra resistance, and this looks incredibly well coordinated here from the side of Red Canids. That's a refreshing outlook for them. Oh, Sock's got the same frame rate here. This isn't even like 1 FPS. This is like 0.1 FPS. Why not FPS?
Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. That's the guy's name.
Wow. And we're
Nuts.
not watching Palace. Rule number 1 of Mirage. There's always a one Palace. And they collapse in. They get a bomb plant again. Sets up another retake. This time, disadvantage. Red Canids.
And Kaiser, who was dismissed easily with his back turn last time out, he's going to be in such a strong post-plant position. Doubled up and ramp. Oh, this is bad news. There's no smoke either. Nizen's got the kit, though. And it's all out in the open. Now Firebox Kaiser, I mean, he's just... It's nasty how patient he's playing that. Mayern gives away his position. Not only has time expired, though, Zoc was in a perfect place to handle it if Nizen were to get up to any shenanigans. Red Canids might have got the pistol win, but that don't mean much if you can't win the next round.
I'd venture to even say it means that they're pretty much starting from zero. I was gonna say it means nothing, but it does mean something. You know, it now means they got a little bit more of a fight. The A1S that's held on to you from Nizen. Yeah, that's, I mean, gonna feel like more of the same. That's still losing if you're on the side of Red Canids. And you win the pistol and get bounced back like that, especially in a 5v3 where they hold together so effectively in middle.
I mean, I give credit, though, obviously the mistake, missing the Palace player. That's the big one. But, nice way to walk it up, the connector, though. And they know he's here. Okay, all good. Nice little find for Nizen. Pops open a little window into the smoke and sees ahead. Breaks it. And then runs away. Go again next round with this force buy. You kept asking me, and I'll keep pointing it out. Now that's value. 2 rounds, 1 buy.
You and your value. Sounds so good.
What does?
Terrorists win.
What are you talking about?
It's big round win. A B rush. Sounds so good. Old Zera, so good. Jumping double.
Oh, I'm dying. I can't. Oh, that was my friend so long ago. That was almost a decade, actually. We're approaching. So, I don't know about that one. This, though, big value, as I was saying.
2 for 1 deal right there.
You know, you can talk to me. You don't have to talk to the voices.
There's no voices.
Okay, good. Glad we're on the same page.
Zero voices. I don't know any voices you're talking about. Never heard of any voices. And hey, a 2 for 1 deal on this B play.
Oh, yeah. 2 sites, 2 rounds.
1 site,
Only-
2 rounds, actually.
Yeah. Sorry, you're right.
Same-
I
the same
flubbed that
bomb
one.
site.
Yeah, I flubbed that one.
Embarrassing. Okay.
USAL won't lose a 1v1. I mean, if I was at the server, just hypothetically.
You would beat Cold Zera?
I don't know that I can say that out loud and take myself seriously ever, so no.
You know who can beat Cold Zera right now? It seems like Bounty Hunters.
That's true.
Terrorists win.
Oh, I was thinking they didn't have a whole lot left there. That's a lot of bodies that they're losing. So, I'm loving that. Red Canids not only get out with a gun, but they get, I guess, technically 4 kills. They make sure 4 Ts are dead at the end of that round.
You know what they say about taking out, using that bomb to full effect? That's good value out of the bomb right there.
You got it. You're getting it. You're starting to learn.
I've been learned.
Yeah. See what Phelps can do. Discounted AK when you're talking about how much he paid. Big fat 0. Nice shot out of Henny as well. That's a guy you definitely want to be starting to drag out. Missing piece. Ooh, Nizen's missed the timing, though. They've gotten across. Cold Zera still available, though. And up ahead of this Molotov, a low HP Bernino will fall.
Still looking to break through this bomb site. Nizen has it covered. One more target, though, still proven to be elusive. Kaiser, and a chance to clutch 100 health versus a duo. Venom Zera and Phelps. Venom Zera reins in his aggression, waiting for that push. He knows it's coming. Kaiser now confidently planting the digits. Phelps will allow for that to take place. Doesn't expect this. Already Apps flank formulating right at his face. So Phelps will seal in that first gun round victory once they get the rifles out.
That's a little bit of a confidence boost for Red Canids, just able to stop the B aggression. It all starts with Henny out in mid. Gold Zera getting active. He'll die for this with the HE, but he buys so much time. You know, allows for Nizen, as long as he's activated, which he was, to pick up that double kill. It's bounty hunters who struggle to break through.
They control a lot more reinforcements. And he being successful in this department last time around. Things down pretty quickly. I'll just go and throw more numbers at the problem this time around, though. Ooh. Brick the window smoke. That's not good.
No.
You wanna throw that inside the window. Nice. And what do you think about this angle here? Pretty forward-facing in apartments. Kind of an off angle inside the window, I believe.
Yeah.
For a quick kill before he retreats.
I mean, that's big value now.
Oh, he's still there in the window, though. Got to get out of that window. And catches them as they jump into his open arms. Just a lot more resistance on coverage. And they hold the line together. Phelps. Big impact. Now up against 3 this time here for Kaiser.
Ooh,
Once
4-3.
again, the clutch. I think he spotted him. Well, now he knows.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, he just jiggled again, so he showed himself once more. He's getting boxed in now at this point. Looks to chase the kill up catwalk. Venom's arrow will contain.
For such an aggressive stance out of Nizen, he had so much help so quickly. Especially when Henny was like in Palace, he was deep there, holding aggressive line at the beginning of that round. I don't think he fell off of that until pretty late into it. They still had 3 rifles to lean back on the B-bomb site.
It says some relief here. Gold Zera takes it up towards middle. Pretty confident fashion.
Good to see Phelps getting back into the mix as well. Had a massive double kill, really nice spray on the B-bomb site hold round or 2 rounds ago. Bounty Hunters will dip into the tac timeout pool that they have, though. This, I mean, the first real, lack of a lead that they started to claw it back now. Canids are right back in it.
But there was some good defensive success. A lot of B targets here for bounty hunters. Very aggressive in that stance. Trying to challenge the new guy here for Nizen. Been up to the task here multiple times at this point, so see if that remains true throughout this one.
And he, with a aggressive look up to B, starts to try and deny some of this this B aggro that you're talking about. And I think they're about to walk right into him. They do. It's a nice shot. to the edge of the wall, too. The head of Zoc with a Red Canids victory early. Bounty Hunter's going to have to rethink. In the meantime, they have continued towards mid. Henny going to test the waters again. Crossed over unseen, but still effective is Henny.
Henny looking to take over. Couple of kills, keeping things nice and safe. Towards middle. Phelps steps out towards middle. Waits for that smoke to fade away for him to succeed. There's Turtle spotted and eliminated. Myron will once again be able to get the jump on him, thinking he was towards connector. But only a single kill before getting shut down. Red Cannons. That was 4 in a row. Trying to make things work in a big way for this CT side dominance.
And it's another multi out of Henny that gets him there. A lot of smoke shenanigans in this round. Turtle makes his way up into connector unseen, but in the meantime, Phelps walks through the smoke, gets the jump onto the the T-sided player bottom mid, and Turtle doesn't even get anything out of his unknown position. This one not live. As something going down to stall that out. We'll get a little tech pause for at least a moment. We get Nizen back in the server, it would look like.
So excited to start things off. Couldn't wait. Heisen wasn't there, ready to go. He's been key for this team. Definitely need him holding off this B side. Well, he's been key. You know, I think the good reactions and rotations coming through as well from the rest of the Red Canids squad were also a key detail of this success story.
How many times is Phelps going to get away with this move? Another one. Or not. Turtle fast on the turn. Hits him with a quick heady. And Zoc's got some space to work with. There's Mayern getting active in the push-up 2A.
Oh.
Cold Zera comes back for it. Hold on. The bomb's going to get planted. Mayern's got a knock.
Had some time to adjust right there for gold. Familiar with how effective Myron can op. See if he is effective with it, or if they ever get a chance to shine. Flank coming through. It's like that flank could put an end to this round very quickly. As Myron takes up his position in CT, this flank is spotted. And no visual given. Bernino ends up winning that duel. And stepping into the last kill, so not necessary, just get him with a Tech 9.
I mean, Bernino having an incredible game. That turn, I mean, Phelps, I don't know what happened on his screen, but he was in a great position. I think Turtle just creeps by the smoke ahead of where he is, pre-aiming, and it's enough to unsettle him. Set up Bounty Hunters, Bernino and Mayern in a 2v2, and it's Bernino that's available for the double. And recovered Mayern off, unneeded, unnecessary. Talk about breaking open a round and a important round. This is indeed a classic. Aggro on the push to main. And the ramp control flies in the favor of Red Canids.
Solid victory to open things up. What you're hoping for early on. Henny to follow it up. That AWP towards the middle has been very effective. Jet here now scaling in to a very uncomfortable Venom Zeri. Manages to escape with a little bit of damage, but all the while, this big advantage that they once had is now no longer. It's disappeared right in front of their eyes.
I mean, genuinely, where's Turtle going? He's looking for the aggression that Nizen, but he's already gone. He's all the way through T-spawn. Turtle got to be careful, because if this actually comes through, there is a long way to run. Nizen's still sending this in. The bomb's halfway ticked, but he's got a kit. He might just pop out of Palace and go for the stick.
There's the one. Kaiser now put on notice. They're going to try and stick it, but one on the backside there, two for your troubles. Kaiser will keep the round in safe hands. The bounty hunters move forward successfully. Kaiser not going to make that same mistake. And he gets rewarded with 2 kills on his way out of that round.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared for bounty hunters. They did all the hard work. Turtle, the main man in that hard heavy lifting. He was a little far away, and I got a little bit scared for him, but Kaiser makes sure to dot the I's, cross the T's. No mistakes. No allowing of a ninja defuse. And this is not a great time to be broke if you're Red Canids. So they're going to have to save it for the final round of the half. But, I mean, this isn't a guarantee. You do have Phelps with the weapon over.
Now that could still do some damage here. Ability right now for this T side to start rounds off a little bit sour and for them to still come out on top is a bit of a scary reality here for this Red Canids roster. Now they're starting off around incredibly well. Bruninho will step into the fray.
He's so nice to just, yeah, clean sweep this round. Even though it's not a matter of the next round, it's not a matter of the build. It's just bounty hunters finally getting it done when it comes to some of those more difficult eco rounds. Nids seem to have it. Though bounty hunters in the same boat. I mean, winning an eco round of their own. But Henny back on the big green. That's the important factor. This is the first and only round of the T side that bounty hunters are shaped up for an A exec off the rip.
Really like their mid plays. They've liked their B hits. See what they can bring to the table here after all that conditioning. Bit of a change in the targets. Zera has to hold the line, but only one before getting blasted out of the round there from Turtle and Bruninho. Provide the entries. Henny up on the outside looking in on these smokes. Just not even scoped up just yet. Those smokes do fade away though. Fade in his favor. Turtle next at bat looking for a trade. CT scales already coming through here. Tough duels ahead. Multiple players in CT as Cold Zera keeps this round in play and in check.
I just want to know how the bomb's not planted in all of those smokes. Had so much time, so much coverage. Yet Kaiser still the bomb on his back. 35 seconds. Great call. But bounty hunters, despite their execution, still looking unlikely unless it can be Kaiser and Mayern. Here Kaiser is. Here's the scope. Takes the tech. And goodbye to Henny. Oh, but time. I don't think he can run to beat. And now he's out of time for sure. Gotta hold for this. Take the fight. He's got another one. 5 seconds left, and Nizen connects. Kaiser thought he had it, but oh, not quite.
Just a little more in the tank right there to finish that one. Time or something along those lines. But needed that kill eventually. Couldn't quite seal the deal. Huge victory and lifeline here. But the way that that round started did not look as good as it finished. They end up closing out the clutch, needing that. It's a requirement for their tied scoreline here at the end of the half. That gets them to 6-6. Red Canids have to hop into their T side and show what's up.
Interestingly enough, tac pause into the T side pistol. It's smoke on a Nizen. Old Zero got the utility as well. Where do Red Canids want to move this? No mid smokes off of spawn, so 4 towards B. It's the likely outcome. Nice shot out of Zot. Just dismisses Henny from the round. But unfortunately, E-side still left a little bit open. Turtle out immediately, and Zot can't even arrive.
Stuck outside market right now. Watching this round fade away, they're going to call a save. Funnily enough. 3 players with armors. We've seen how effective this save can be, even though it's not the most exhilarating Counter-Strike. Can get you this FAMAS and armor in the next round, and could be just as scary as, you know, kind of going up against guns.
I mean, that's the change we've been seeing. Those FAMAS is just a little bit more attainable, and CT's opting rather to play a little bit more safe if they lose a significant portion of their player base onto the pistol. Just save them. The value of a well-placed flashbang, though. Turtle doesn't even have a chance to take that fight on his own terms. He's gone. Redkin is, I mean, rocking 2 tac timeouts in a row to start the second half.
Serious about not letting this one get out of the picture. Taking it very seriously at the moment here, calling it multiple pauses where the action starts again. So they definitely know what they're dealing with. It's not the FAMASs though, it's E9's in the mix more so.
It's a little bit of a surprise. Especially considering, you know, it's not like they got a ton more utility because of it either. Some more setup like a gamble. Hope they hit B, and I mean, they might. This cat scale, it's going to be exactly that. It's 4 on B site. Oh, but that one kill, it's enough. It routes them elsewhere. Renino goes down and the entire A site falls.
Flash there. Quickly take the space, bring the bomb over. Going to be able to, again, kind of 2 for the price of 1 this forced buy. They get a little bit more value out of it, but are definitely interested in holding on to their weaponry. Or upgrading their weaponry if they can.
Zoc reads him like a book. And it's a couple of upgrades. We'll find a Mag 10. They're hoping that they can collect these guns. Maybe the bomb help them out. Ooh. Sure will. And Nizen goes down too. So Turtle loses his SMG, but they've got an additional rifle onto Zoc, and just imagine you might want to invest a little bit more into this off the back of that.
Phenomenal amount of damage done. Probably are gonna look to bring in another purchase here, as you can see. Get right on into it, putting the pressure on them. They call a pause of their own now, knowing that they could put Red Canids right back in the dumps.
Question is, how do they plan to do that? What's the crux of the call here for bounty hunters? It was the B stack last round. They really wanted to get them to walk into it, and it almost worked. Bernino goes down though, and that's enough to pull Red Canids off. And take to the mid presence. Giving Red Canids a very clear indication that this is a buy round.
So loud on A. They're making so much noise. Jumping around in A main, trying to throw smokes at their teammates. So early rotate.
Oh.
Venom's or Cold Zero takes out his imposter. As it'll be a defense holding together like glue. That's one way to do it. Use your opponent's against you. And that's an infuriating loss right there. You can see Cold Zero head in the hands at that point, and a very comfortable and kind of discombobulating defense offered up by Ol, starting off with a team kill and some clunky noise being made in A main to give him the early warning sign.
I mean, I think this actually comes down to bounty hunters being on a buy, and I don't think Red Canids anticipated that. They're getting all this information at mid coming through from Phelps. Like, yeah, I mean, they got stuff. They're coming. This is a buy round based on the utility, and they try to speed things up, and yeah, it looks clunky. It looks like they just weren't really ready to go at that moment, but felt the pressure to go. Ends up in a TK, and a lot of noise, a lot of preparation that Bernino can take.
Flashbang. Heard and avoided, it seemed. Phelps turns plenty of time. Gun recovered for the pistols. Just quickly handling business, though, is Myron. Nino. Oh, that's a headshot somehow. Don't know how that was a headshot, but they'll take it nonetheless. Myron stepped forward, drops in towards the middle into the fight. Gets involved in the action as soon as possible, so punishing the force spy. Sticking together here for bounty hunters.
I mean, again and again, though, I come back to Bernino just being a guy for this team that I just didn't expect to be able to put up these multi-kills on the defensive side. He's just so stalwart. He did it on the T side on Anubis, but that's an incredible multi. Thought it was a shot to the toes. It apparently was a headshot. He'll take it. Run away with it, too. Swing out mid. Thought he had some backup, some support, and he kind of did, but Marin, I think, missing a couple of shots. Ends up putting him in trouble. Zoc's AK collected.
Keep this one nice and tight. He's thinking about giving this another peek, but he's got Kaiser to throw and cover off all of his problems. All of his potential issues. Could flare up. AK can be upgraded off the MP9. Bounty hunters get to take that lead now on the CT side. as you highlighted, they have a couple different individuals stepping up to the plate right now. Bruninho definitely one of them. Playing unbelievably well in that A anchoring position. Not an easy job, but has been able to pass the test in multiple different accounts so far. Last time out, chugged through for Red Canids.
I mean, off the back of what? This is first 4 or 5 rounds, like all 3 of them. That is quick. Got to be thinking that that's the coach coming in there. That's my assumption. Coutinho maybe getting involved, seeing something that he wants to communicate, because that is a quick pace, quick clip. They're calling friends.
See, phone a friend. Works out for him. Something to lift off for the Red Canids roster. Again, 2025 has not been the electric kind of honeymoon period you'd expect after a couple of off-season moves. Proven to be a team that's a lot more upsettable than they used to be. Bounty Hunters have already caused some upsets in their opening match. We're looking to replicate it. CT side of Mirage. Supposed to go in Zoc. Kind of in charge of covering off this catwalk, but conceding that space in a certain sense. He's going to go back and dip in, avoids the flash, and deletes Coldzera. Goes in for any as well. Same result. Taking care of business on the catwalk. Turtle, though, revealing himself on this B side. He's got a tough task ahead of him. But he wins out both of his duels. And now they just have their lurk. They just have Phelps, who does his job effectively, cuts off a rotate, but into a bomb site that CT still have contain of.
Yeah, and that's a tight angle, a tough one to hit, and Phelps doesn't connect it, so it only gets harder from there with the bomb